Blood Crow City isn't a large city, but it's the only nearby city, so it's not uncommon to see devilish lords pass through here. Besides, even if someone were plotting something here, they wouldn't dare to plot against us in fear of retaliation from our high family. The true spirit bone that we discovered here is one of the vital materials for the prized treasure that our high family is currently refining, so if we can bring it back with us, we'll be rewarded handsomely for sure. As such, we have to secure that bone no matter what. The devilish woman said with a dark expression after a brief pause for contemplation. But mistress, if that man really is a devilish lord, how are we supposed to take the spirit bone from him? The other devilish man asked. If he really is a devilish lord, then things will be quite troublesome. He must be a vagrant cultivator, seeing as he has no qualms about offending our high family. However, just because he doesn't see us as a threat doesn't mean that there isn't anyone else in the city that he's fearful of, the devilish woman chuckled coldly. The two devilish men exchanged a glance upon hearing this. What would you like us to do, mistress? Go and track down the three brothers of the Nan family. In the meantime, I'll pay a visit to the Blood Crow City Lord. The Nan family still owes our high family a favor, and if I recall correctly, Bing Tianren is from the Heavenly On Valley, so they'll all most likely heed our request. If we can recruit their assistance, then there's a very good chance that we'll be able to secure the spirit bone, the devilish woman decided. That's a great idea. If the three brothers of the Nan family and Bing Tianren confront him together, he'll have no choice but to hand over the spirit bone. Besides, we're not asking him to hand over the spirit bone for zero compensation, one of the devilish men said in an elated manner. The other devilish man also nodded in agreement. All right, then let's begin right away. With the beast tide that's currently taking place, I'm sure that man won't be leaving Blood Crow City anytime soon, the devilish woman said as her expression eased slightly. Yes, mistress, the two devilish men replied with respectful bows. Meanwhile, Hanli had already arrived in a large shop that was around an acre in area, and he was currently carefully examining several pieces of gleaming metallic ore offered to him by the shopkeeper. However, a disappointed look soon appeared on his face, and he shook his head before returning to the pieces of ore to the shopkeeper, then departed from the shop. As he had expected, these pieces of foreign devilish metal were all empty. It seemed that it was going to be purely a matter of luck for him to track down more of those crystalline beads. At this point, Hanli had visited all of the shops in the entire Blood Crow City, and he returned to the inn without any intention of continuing to linger on the street. The incident where he had just been intercepted seemed to have already been forgotten by him. Half a day passed by in the blink of an eye, and night gradually settled over Blood Crow City. Aside from some of the devilish guards who were returning from patrol duty, there was not a single person to be seen on the streets. Blood Crow City had entered a state of lockdown again. Several hours later, Hanli was meditating in his room when a hint of surprise suddenly flashed over his face. He then immediately made a hand seal and disappeared amid a flash of azure light. Moments later, faint spatial fluctuations erupted several thousand feet above the inn that Hanli was staying in, and a barely visible streak of green light appeared in a wraith-like manner before flying into the distance after just a few flashes, completely disregarding the flight restriction in the city. Shortly after that, another streak of gray light flew over virtually the exact same spot, and it was traveling slightly faster than the streak of green light. Both streaks of light were completely silent and barely visible, clearly indicating that both sides had unleashed concealment secret techniques. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light disappeared in the distance, one after the other. Only then did a third humanoid figure emerge amid another burst of spatial fluctuations, then cast a cold gaze toward the direction the two streaks of light had disappeared in. This was none other than Hanli. With his immensely powerful spiritual sense, even without actively releasing his spiritual sense, he could still sense everything within a radius of several kilometers. The two streaks of light had managed to avoid being noticed by the patrolling devilish guards, but they certainly weren't going to fool him. With his current level of power, he didn't have anything to fear unless he was confronted by a sacred ancestor. The two streaks of light were flying through the air in an extremely stealthy manner in the dead of night, so it was clear that they were up to something, and that was rather intriguing to him. I've got nothing better to do anyway, I may as well take a look, Hanli murmured to himself as he also shot forth as a faint streak of azure light. He had already locked onto the two people up ahead with his spiritual sense, and even though he could instantly teleport over to them, he intentionally followed along in the distance at a leisurely pace. He wanted to see exactly where these two were going. The two streaks of light up ahead were naturally completely unaware that they were being tailed by a third person, and it didn't take them long to reach the city wall. However, there just so happened to be a small group of devilish guards who were patrolling through this area. This group of devilish guards were all wearing suits of black armor and wielding red halberds that were several tens of feet in length. The leader of the group of guards was seated atop a two-headed goat-like devilish steed. The streak of green light faltered slightly upon seeing this, but it then immediately continued onward, giving the group of guards a slight berth and attempting to sneak around them. The pursuer also followed suit in fear of losing the streak of green light. Both of them had turned completely transparent from the effects of their concealment secret technique, and they would be able to easily sneak past a group of normal guards. However, right as the streak of green light was passing by the group of patrolling guards, a sharp ringing sound suddenly erupted from the body of the leader of the guards, following which a silver thread shot forth to strike the transparent streak of green light with unerring accuracy. The guard was carrying a top-grade sensory devilish treasure. The streak of green light was forced to reveal itself, much to the surprise of the devilish guards. However, they were able to quickly return to their senses before slashing their halberds through the air, unleashing a dozen or so saber projections that were each around 10 feet in length. At the same time, the leader of the guards raised a hand to the heavens to release a streak of black light, while screeched sharply as it rose up into the sky. A cry of rage and frustration rang out from within the streak of green light, following which the humanoid figure within suddenly swayed slightly. The blade projections flashed past and the green streak of light was instantly torn apart, but the humanoid figure was nowhere to be seen. The leader of the devilish guards immediately reacted and swiveled around on his devilish steed, just in time to see the streak of green light re-emerge around 300 feet away amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then continued toward the city wall up ahead. "Stop him!" the leader of the guards yelled in an enraged voice while laying a hand onto one of his devilish steed's two heads. The devilish beast raised its two heads and blasted forth two bolts of blue lightning at once, both of which surged viciously toward the back of the green humanoid figure in the distance. The green figure made a reverse grabbing motion and a ball of green light shot forth. The two bolts of blue lightning vanished into the ball of light without a sound, seemingly having been completely nullified. The green figure then immediately vanished into the distance, leaving all of the devilish guards who were about to surround him looking on in a dumbstruck manner. The leader of the guards was just about to set off in pursuit in a fit of fury when all of a sudden, the same ringing sound erupted once again, followed which another silver thread shot forth. However, on this occasion, a cold harumph rang out, and a burst of crimson light emerged out of thin air. The silver thread was instantly repelled by the crimson light, following which the latter vanished yet again. A thought immediately occurred to the leader of the devilish guards upon seeing this, and his face instantly paled. At the same time, his devilish steed, which had been poised to pounce, had also settled down. The other devilish guards were at a complete loss for what to do, and after a brief hesitation, one of them asked in a careful manner, "Should we give chase, General? The guards up ahead most likely won't be to stop those." The leader of the guards forced a smile onto his face and replied, "Let them go, those two are far too powerful for us to mess with." The other devilish guards were all stunned to see this. They were well aware of how proud their general was, yet he was conceding his inferiority to a pair of mysterious figures after only such a fleeting encounter. This was the first time they had seen something like this. Meanwhile, the two streaks of light had already flown out of Blood Crow City one after the other, passing through the restrictions set up on the city walls as if they didn't even exist. Han Li also passed by the group of devilish guards in his hidden state, but the silver thread that had managed to detect the two people who had come before him displayed no reaction to Han Li. After just a few flashes, Han Li also flew through the restrictions on the city wall. Throughout this entire process, Han Li had remained completely undetected. Meanwhile, Han Li was very intrigued by the two figures up ahead. He was able to disregard the restrictions on the city wall with his immense powers, but those two were clearly far less powerful than he was, yet they were still able to pass through the restrictions with ease. This indicated that they either possessed some type of special treasures, or they were important figures in the city that could grant themselves passage through the restrictions. Thus, Han Li continued to follow the two streaks of light, all the way to a vast expanse of rugged rocks close to 10,000 feet away from the city. All of a sudden, the streak of green light descended onto the rocks down below, and the streak of gray light immediately followed suit. The gray light faded to reveal a gray-robed elderly man, who immediately inspected his surroundings with a menacing expression. "Isn't that the Blood Crow City Lord?" A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he appraised the elderly man from above. The Blood Crow City Lord naturally failed to discover the concealed Han Li, and he harumphed coldly before flipping a hand over to produce a small black umbrella, which he tossed up into the air while chanting an incantation. The small umbrella immediately swelled to around 10 feet in size and hovered in midair while releasing a vast expanse of black light, which encompassed an area of several acres down below. A muffled thump rang out from a giant rock several hundred feet away from the elderly man, and a faint blue humanoid stumbled out into the open. This was a mundane-looking blue-robed middle-aged man who wore a completely calm expression, seemingly having already anticipated that he was going to be exposed. Hanli cast his gaze toward the middle-aged man and discovered that this was none other than Old Man Yang, who had secured the holy brick during the auction. As soon as he was forced to reveal himself, the Blood Crow City let loose a low cry before sweeping a hand through the air. A streak of crimson light that was over 100 feet long swept forth in a flash, slicing the giant rock in front of Old Man Yang in half amid a resounding boom. However, Old Man Yang instantly vanished, and the streak of crimson light missed its target as a result. A massive trench that was over 100 feet in length was immediately sliced into the ground. Old Man Yang then reappeared some distance away from the trench with his arms crossed, and he chuckled with a mocking sneer. "Hee hee, are you really planning to kill me over something like this, fellow Taoist Bing?" He seemed to be completely fearless in the face of the body integration stage Blood Crow City Lord. "You've succeeded in luring me out of the city. If you have any allies, then feel free to call for them," the Blood Crow City said with a cold look in his eyes. "Allies? Why would you assume that I have allies, fellow Taoist Bing? There's no one else here aside from you and me," Old Man Yang said with a smile. "You're just a spatial tempering stage being. How would you dare to oppose me if you didn't have any allies?" Bing Chenren asked in a cold voice. "I can't convince you of anything if you refuse to believe me. However, the fact of the matter is that I bear no ill will. I only want to discuss a mutually beneficial deal with you," Old Man Yang replied in a nonchalant manner. "I'm open to a deal, but you have to show me that you have what it takes to negotiate a deal with me. I can get what I want after I kill you, so why would I negotiate a deal with you?" Bing Chenren guffawed as he abruptly stepped forward, then instantly vanished amid a flash of crimson light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations behind Old Man Yang, and Bing Chenren reappeared in a wraith-like manner before conjuring up a giant crimson hand that came crashing down toward Old Man Yang's head. The Blood Crow City Lord was sweeping aside Old Man Yang's proposal for a negotiation and was aiming to kill him on the spot. Old Man Yang's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he thrust a hand backward without even turning his head. A giant inky black hand emerged amid a ghostly howl, and an earth-shattering boom erupted as the two massive palms clashed, following which both sides shot back in unison. "This is mid-body integration stage power. You're not Old Man Yang," Bing Chenren exclaimed as his face paled slightly. Indeed, the spiritual pressure emanating from the middle-aged man's body had swelled drastically to the mid-body integration stage. "Is that really important? Besides, who says I'm not Old Man Yang?" A peculiar look appeared on Old Man Yang's face. Bing Chenren scrutinized Old Man Yang for a moment before asking in a cold voice, "Are you one of the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea or someone from the Heavenly Abode Mountain?" "Your reactions are truly remarkable, fellow Taoist Bing. I am indeed from the Lightning Sea, but I'm merely a vagrant cultivator, not one of the 7 scourges. During the battle between the 7 scourges and the Heavenly Abode Mountain, you looted the place where sacred ancestor Qi Ling passed away and stole 3 of the 4 holy bricks. As a result, the 7 scourges and the people from the Heavenly Abode Mountain ended up fighting for nothing while you came all the way here to become a city lord. Tiskeke, I wonder if there'll be anywhere you can stay in our holy realm if the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea or the Heavenly Abode Mountain were to learn of this. Looks like you've dug up quite a bit of my past. In that case, the holy brick on that auction must be a counterfeit that you made," Bing Chenren harumphed coldly. "How could it be a counterfeit? The item was appraised by the auction house. I merely destroyed some of the mantras within it. Didn't you pursue me all the way here for the 4th Hoi brick?" Old Man Yang flipped a hand over to reveal a green wooden box as he spoke. Bing Chenren stared at the wooden box with a dark expression for a while before continuing, "I don't care who you are. This 4th holy brick is something I'm determined to obtain. What deal do you want to propose?" "You sure are a straightforward man, Brother Bing. In that case, I won't drag this out any longer either. You and I are both aware that this 4th holy brick is related to the legendary hidden treasure left behind by sacred ancestor Qi Ling. It's said that when all 4 holy bricks are gathered, not only will one obtain all of sacred ancestor Qi Ling's abilities, they'll also obtain the map to the secret treasures drawn up by sacred ancestor Qi Ling himself. Setting aside everything else, just the holy ink spirit canoe, one of the top 3 flying treasures of our holy realm, is already an extremely prized asset. If someone like you or I were to obtain it, even the average sacred ancestor would find it very difficult to kill us. I want to combine our 4 holy bricks to secure the map and split the treasures evenly. What do you say? Old Man Yang proposed with a smile. I have 3 holy bricks, yet you only have 3 and you want to split the treasures evenly? Bing Qianren sneered coldly, seemingly having already foreseen this response. If you ask me, there's no difference between having 1 holy brick and having 3. If you could piece together the map with the 3 holy bricks in your possession, then you wouldn't have cowered in this Blood Crow City for so many years. As such, I think it's only right that we split the treasures evenly, Old Man Yang said in a determined manner. Bing Qianren thought about this for a moment before replying, this is an important matter, so I need time to consider it. Prior to that, I need to verify the authenticity of your holy brick. A hint of wariness appeared on Old Man Yang's face upon hearing this. How do you plan to do that? You're not expecting me to just hand over the holy brick, are you? Of course not. All you have to do is activate the holy brick with your spiritual power, and I'll be able to use a secret technique to verify its authenticity, Bing Qianren replied. Old Man Yang hesitated for a long while before finally reluctantly nodding in response. I see. In that case, I'll make an exception just this once. Bing Qianren was naturally ecstatic to hear this. I can see that you were truly sincere in your proposal for collaboration. He had thought that a dispute would arise from this, but to his surprise, Old Man Yang agreed without posing any opposition. Take a good look, fellow Taoist. Old Man Yang laid a hand onto the wooden box, and the lid flew off on its own, following which a long translucent brick emerged out of the box. Old Man Yang then pointed a finger toward it before injecting a burst of magic power into the brick. Bing Qianren immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and silver light flashed through his eyes as he stared intently at the translucent brick. At the same time, a burst of powerful spiritual sense was released out of his glabella, and it instantly enveloped the brick. However, right at this moment, a speck of silver light suddenly appeared at the center of the brick, and it abruptly exploded into specks of white light. The speck of silver light then swelled drastically in size and began to suck in all of the spiritual sense in the nearby area. Crap. A layer of crimson light instantly appeared over Bing Qianren's body, and at the same time he tilted back slightly. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed above his head, and a streak of golden light shot forth out of thin air before binding toward his neck like lightning. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted behind Old Man Yang, and a pale ghostly hand reached out in a completely silent manner before reaching viciously toward Old Man Yang's back with its 5 blade-like fingers. Both of them were being struck by lethal surprise attacks at the same time. A furious look appeared on Bing Qianren's face as his body swayed incessantly in an attempt to evade the golden light, but he was a lot more sluggish than normal as his spiritual sense was being drawn into the silver vortex. A crisp clang rang out as the golden light struck his neck, only to be repelled by an eruption of crimson light. Within the crimson light was a jade badge that was as red as blood. It was a top-grade protective devilish treasure that had activated on its own to save him from that lethal strike just in the nick of time. Even so, Bing Qianren's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and he let loose a loud roar as fierce crimson winds erupted from his body. His spiritual sense was immediately forcibly swept back, and at the same time, he instantly vanished before reappearing over 100 feet away. The streak of golden light shot forth toward him in pursuit in a flash, but he was already prepared and instantly opened his mouth to expel an inky black ghostly head, which began to battle the golden light. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out from the other side, and Old Man Yang was hurled through the air by the ghostly claw. However, he seemed to also be carrying a protective treasure. A layer of silver light flashed over his body, and immediately transformed into 7 or 8 projections that fled in all directions, thereby allowing him to survive the surprise attack as well. A faint cry of surprise rang out, and spatial fluctuations erupted where Old Man Yang had stood a moment ago, and 7 or 8 streaks of black light shot forth out of thin air in pursuit of the projections. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black chi emerged, within which stood a brocade-robed humanoid figure who was slowly withdrawing his hand. The humanoid figure was extremely pale, but was identical to Bing Qianren in appearance, as if they were twin brothers. A resounding boom rang out as the fleeing projections were all destroyed by the streaks of black light, but one of them expelled a ball of green light backward that cancelled out the oncoming streak of black light. The blurry projection then stopped and became clear again. Old Man Yang cast his gaze toward the humanoid figure within the black chi and said in a cold voice, "I was wondering why your cultivation base hadn't improved at all during all these years. I can see now that it's because you were bussing cultivating this clone. Do you think I would follow you here without a backup plan? Call out your hidden companion as well. Qi Ling's secret treasures can only be obtained by one of us. There's no way we can split them evenly. Bing Qianren said. In that case there's nothing else for me to say. Show yourself, brother Ya. He may have a clone, but it's weaker than his true body. With our combined powers, there's still a very good chance that we can defeat him, Old Man Yang said with undisguised malice in his eyes. I knew that the map wouldn't be that easy to secure. After all, fellow Taoist Bing was able to steal 3 holy bricks from right under the noses of the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea and the Heavenly Abode Mountain. Immediately thereafter, golden light flashed, and a tall and broad barefoot man with a set of hideous features appeared. The man was completely empty-handed, but was carrying a large golden gourd on his back, and was appraising Bing Qianren with a hint of a smile on his face. Devilish Lord Jin Hu. Bing Qianren exclaimed at the sight of the hideous man. Devilish Lord Jin Hu cupped his fist in a salute as he smiled and said, I didn't think that you would have heard of me. I've also heard much about you, fellow Taoist Bing. I'm looking forward to facing you today. Contrary to his rugged and unsightly appearance, the Devilish Lord spoke like a refined and unfathomable being. Looks like I'll just have to kill both of you here to claim Qi Ling's secret treasures for myself. I guess this is well worth the several centuries I've spent plotting for this. Bing Qianren suddenly cackled as he appraised his 2 assailants. What do you mean by that? Old Man Yang was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding upon hearing this, as was Devilish Lord Jin Hu. However, Bing Qianren didn't offer any explanation and merely laid both of his hands onto his waist with a cold smile on his face. 2 leather pouches, one black and one red, flew out in unison, then tipped themselves over to release a ball of crimson light and a swarm of black insects. The crimson light appeared to be quite ordinary, but it was split up into 7 barely discernible layers of different shades, and was emitting a faint buzzing sound. As for the thumb-sized devilish insects in the swarm, they were completely inky black in color and had unsettling white skull patterns on their backs. Those are 7 kill blood baleful Qi and black-boned devilish insects. Fellow Taoist Yang, we have to retreat. Devilish Lord Jin Hu exclaimed upon seeing this, and he immediately laid a hand onto his golden gourd, upon which it instantly flew up into the air, then transformed into a burst of golden light that swept him up before flying away. Old Man Yang's heart also sank at the sight of the crimson light and insect swarm, and he knew that he had underestimated Bing Qianren. Thus, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of green flames rose up from beneath his feet as he fled toward the same direction. It was quite clear that the 2 of them were extremely fearful of the crimson light and black insect swarm. Don't you think it's too late to be running now? It's taken me all my years in Blood Crow City to nurture these creatures, and they were meant precisely for the 2 of you. Bing Qianren guffawed as he made a hand seal, and the crimson light and insect swarm immediately surged forth in pursuit at an even faster speed than the 2 fleeing devils. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jin Hu had naturally also discovered this, and they frantically expelled mouthfuls of blood essence to raise their own speed. Bing Qianren's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he and his clone shot forth in unison as streaks of gray light, plunging into the cloud of 7 kill blood baleful Qi up ahead after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter, their bodies blurred and released layers of crimson light, and they seemed to have melted away within this light. As a result, the 7 kill blood baleful Qi were sped up by about 2-fold, catching up to the 2 fleeing devils in just a few flashes before skirting around them to intercept them from the front. The crimson light faded, and Bing Qianren re-emerged alongside his clone, both with sinister smiles on their faces. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jin Hu were forced to stop, and they hurriedly looked back to find that they had been sandwiched right between the cloud of 7 kill blood baleful Qi and the swarm of insects flying toward them from behind. The 2 exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and both of their expressions had darkened significantly. Old Man Yang was quite a decisive character, and he immediately decided, all right, you win. I'll hand over this final holy brick to you in exchange for our lives. Sure, hand over the holy brick so I can verify its authenticity, and I'll let you go once I confirm that nothing is amiss, Bing Qianren immediately agreed. At this point, the swarm of insects and 7 kill blood baleful Qi had formed a massive circle that completely trapped Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jin Hu. Bing Qianren's fast response came as quite a surprise to Old Man Yang, and his brows furrowed slightly with skepticism. Before I give you the holy brick, you have to swear a vow on your inner demons and sign this blood pact that was refined by a sacred ancestor, Old Man Yang said in a cautious manner. I can do that, but before that you have to show me whether you actually have the holy brick. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy you, then search your souls to determine the whereabouts of the holy brick, Bing Qianren said in a cold voice. Brother Jean. Old man Yang turned to his companion with a dark expression. We can let fellow Taoist Bing take a look at the holy brick. If he dares to try and attack us, we'll just have to destroy the holy brick, Jean Hu said in a cold voice. You're right, Brother Jean. I'll show fellow Taoist Bing the true holy brick right away. However, just as you did before, you can only observe it from afar using that secret technique of yours, Old man Yang said. Of course. If the holy brick is genuine, then I'll swear the vow and sign the blood pact right away, Bing Qianren replied in an expressionless manner. Old man Yang nodded before opening his mouth to expel a ball of black qi, within which was a green wooden box that was around half a foot in length. He laid a hand onto the box and the lid flew off, following which a brick that was identical to the one from before emerged. This is the true fourth holy brick. If you want it, then? All of a sudden, Old man Yang's words were cut off as a spatial rift opened up in front of him, and a golden hand reached out in a casual manner before grabbing onto the holy brick. Crap. Don't you dare. Old man Yang and devilish Lord Jean Hu faltered momentarily upon seeing this before immediately springing into action. Old man Yang opened his mouth to expel several inky black ghostly heads that flew directly toward the golden hand, while devilish Lord Jean Hu swept a sleeve through the air to send a sword projection that was over 100 feet in length hurtling through the air, trying to slice the golden hand in half along with its owner. A faint chuckle rang out, and the golden hand suddenly swelled to around 10 feet in size, then released a ball of piercing spiritual light alongside a burst of powerful shockwaves that swept forth in all directions. The black ghostly heads and oncoming sword projection were all swept out of control by the shockwaves, and the two devils were very alarmed to see this as they hurriedly made hand seals to recover their treasures. However, the spiritual pressure imbued within the golden shockwaves was far more powerful than they had imagined, and it forcibly severed their connections with the two treasures. As such, they could only look on as the giant golden hand unleashed a dozen or so golden fist projections that instantly struck the treasures. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the two devils shuddered as they each took an involuntary step backward and threw up a mouthful of blood. The ghostly heads and golden light had been damaged by the ordinary-looking fist projections, and the two devils were also affected due to their spiritual connections with the treasures. Thankfully, those weren't their bonded treasures, so they didn't sustain any major injuries. Even so, the two of them were extremely stunned, and they hurriedly backtracked as they scrutinized the giant golden hand with wary expressions. As for Bing Qianren, he was also quite alarmed by this development, but he wasn't overly concerned as this entire place had already been surrounded by his 7-kill blood baleful qi and black-boned devilish insects. At this moment, the giant golden hand dissipated, revealing the azure-robed Han Li, who was holding the holy brick in a calm manner. Who are you and why are you robbing me of this holy brick? Old man Yang asked with a dark expression. Their earlier clash had told him just how fearsome Han Li was, so he could only repress his own fury. You've already decided to part with this item, so why can't I take it? By the way, you have the other holy bricks, right, fellow Taoist Bing? You can hand them over as well, Han Li said as he turned to Bing Qianren. Bing Qianren jolted upon discovering his inability to ascertain Han Li's exact cultivation base, but he refused to concede. You sure are a courageous man. Not only are you taking this holy brick from right under my nose, you're even going after the holy bricks in my possession now? Looks like you heard our entire conversation. Indeed, I have the other holy bricks. Come and get them if you think you can. With the 7-kill blood baleful qi and black-boned devilish insects at his disposal, even late-stage devilish lords would have to flee from him, so he naturally wasn't going to fear this unfamiliar young man. Alright, in that case don't mind if I do, Han Li chuckled before making a stride toward Bing Qianren. It seemed to only be an ordinary stride, but in the next instant Han Li had covered a distance of several hundred feet in a blur, and he was now only several tens of feet away from Bing Qianren. Bing Qianren's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately swept his sleeves together, upon which the crimson light around him rose up into a wave that was over 100 feet tall before crashing down toward Han Li. Meanwhile, Bing Qianren himself had retreated to over 300 feet away. At the same time, his clone had vanished amid a flash of crimson light. You think you can harm me with this baleful qi? Han Li chuckled coldly as golden light erupted behind him, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The projection was over 100 feet tall, and had 3 faces that were identical to Han Li's. It opened its 6 eyes and swept its arms through the air, upon which a ball of golden light emerged in each of its 6 hands. Immediately thereafter, they were brought together and fused as one into a golden vortex that was around 10 feet in size. Countless golden and silver runes flew out of the vortex, then swept forth in all directions with unstoppable force. As soon as the crimson light reached close to Han Li's body, it was drawn into the golden vortex, and within the span of just a few breaths, close to half of the baleful chi in the air had vanished. Impossible! Bing Qianren exclaimed, but he didn't miss a beat as he immediately began to make a series of hand seals. The crimson light that was surging toward the golden vortex shuddered, then released a burst of power to try and struggle free from the suction force. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly increased his magic power output, upon which the golden vortex swelled to 5 to 6 times its original size, and the intensity of its suction force also increased by more than tenfold. As a result, all of the crimson light warped and twisted before being torn apart, then surged toward the vortex as specks of crimson light. Bing Qianren was sweating profusely as he frantically made different hand seals to try and recover some of the baleful chi, all to no avail. Soon, none of the crimson light remained, and Bing Qianren roared with fury, "How dare you take my 7 blood baleful chi?" He then rubbed his hands together before raising them at once, and countless bolts of azure lightning came hurtling directly toward Han Li. The black swarm of insects in the surrounding area also converged toward Han Li at his behest. These black-boned devilish insects possessed incredible strength and bodies that were as hard as steel, making them even more fearsome than the 7 blood baleful chi, and Bing Qianren was sure that the strange golden vortex wouldn't be able to devour them. At the same time, spatial fluctuation erupted above Han Li, and a burst of faint black chi swept directly down toward Han Li. Within the black chi was a humanoid figure. It was none other than Bing Qianren's clone. Han Li remained completely expressionless, but with his enormous spiritual sense, he had naturally already sensed the surprise attack. The projection behind him swept its arms backward at his behest, and 6 golden balls of lightning shot forth directly toward the oncoming black chi in a flash. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the 6 balls of golden lightning exploded to form a golden lightning formation that inundated the clone. Within the formation were countless arcs of golden lightning that writhed like golden snakes. This was none other than Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. At Han Li's current cultivation base, his divine Devilbane lightning had become extremely formidable, even without being complemented by the lightning wield technique. An early body integration stage clone was naturally no match for the lightning, and the black chi was instantly nullified, revealing the horrified clone within it. The clone released several devilish treasures to try and withstand the lightning, but it only managed to last a few moments before it was completely destroyed amid a howl of anguish. Meanwhile, formidable azure light was surging toward Han Li alongside the black insect swarm, but he merely pointed a finger at the golden vortex while sweeping a sleeve through the air to conjure up a gust of fierce wind. The giant vortex flashed erratically before exploding into countless specks of golden light, which was dispersed in all directions by the gale-force winds before falling like rain. The oncoming azure lightning was completely destroyed by the specks of golden light, but the black devilish insects were merely momentarily knocked off course before flying toward Han Li again, having remained completely unscathed in the midst of the storm of golden light. As expected of one of the more renowned types of devilish insects in the Elder Devil realm, they were truly formidable. However, as opposed to being alarmed by this, Han Li merely smiled and made a grabbing motion, then hurled forth an inky black bracelet. The bracelet revolved in the air and released countless golden flowers in a frenzy, each of which transformed into a massive shimmering golden beetle that was around half a foot in length, and there were over 1,000 of them. These were none other than the mature gold-devouring beetles. "Go!" Han Li instructed as he pointed toward the oncoming swarm of black insects. The gold-devouring beetles immediately flew toward the black devilish insects in several golden swarms, and as soon as they clashed, the grotesque sound of engulfment rang out as countless thumb-sized black carcasses rained down from above. These black-boned devilish insects were naturally no match for the mature gold-devouring beetles, and they were immediately crushed. Within mere moments, a thick layer of black insect carcasses had accumulated on the ground, and only several hundred black-boned devilish insects remained. Han Li wasn't surprised at all by this outcome, and he turned toward the incredulous Bing Qianren before sweeping a sleeve toward him. The gold-devouring beetles immediately abandoned the remaining black-boned devilish insects and flew toward him instead. Bing Qianren was already suffering from the backlash of having his clone destroyed, and his heart had completely sunk now that his ultimate trump card had been dispatched so easily. His face turned deathly pale from horror at the sight of the oncoming swarm of unknown golden beetles, and he immediately tried to flee. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out, and Bing Qianren felt as a thunderclap had erupted right beside his ears as a sharp burst of agony speared through his spiritual sense. He let loose an involuntary howl of agony before plummeting out of the sky, and the gold-devouring beetles immediately inundated him. Bing Qianren only had a chance to scream a few more times before his body was completely devoured by the gold-devouring beetles, leaving only a nascent soul that was enshrouded within crimson light, holding on for dear life by frantically controlling 8 black badges. The only reason it hadn't already perished was because Han Li had instructed the gold-devouring beetles to hold back. The nascent soul was completely petrified and began to beg for mercy, but Han Li completely ignored it and waved a hand through the air to draw a crimson bracelet into his grasp from afar. This was none other than Bing Qianren's storage bracelet. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the bracelet, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. There were indeed treasures in there, but no sign of the 3 holy bricks. "Fellow Taoist, I'll give you the holy bricks if you release me," Bing Qianren's nascent soul yelled in desperation. "You don't think I can find the 3 holy bricks myself?" Han Li chuckled coldly as he turned toward the nascent soul with blue light flashing through his eyes. As soon as his voice rang out, the gold-devouring beetles immediately sprang into action again and converged toward the nascent soul. The 8 black badges were indeed quite profound, but they were no match for the mature gold-devouring beetles and were instantly destroyed. The nascent soul was then devoured amid an anguished cry, and when the beetles flew back again, 3 long translucent bricks were revealed. So he was hiding these holy bricks in his nascent soul. If I hadn't used my spirit eyes to examine the nascent soul, I would have been fooled by him, Han Li murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. He then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that carried the 3 bricks back to him. Not only did the 4 holy bricks contain all of the cultivation arts used by a sacred ancestor, they also contained the map to a set of secret treasures, so he naturally wasn't going to pass up on them. At this moment, a burst of explosions suddenly rang out behind him, and they were growing louder and louder. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he turned around, upon which he was greeted by the sight of Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who battling a giant purple cauldron several hundred feet away. The cauldron had released several massive runes, which were in turn releasing countless golden and silver runes, and layers of purple light had completely surrounded the 2 devilish lords. The cauldron was none other than the purple word cauldron, and Han Li had released it while taking care of Bing Qianren. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who had tried to escape during Han Li's battle with Bing Qianren, but they were trapped by the purple word cauldron. The 2 of them struggled with all their might, with one of them releasing powerful green fiery WRMS, while the other had his golden gourd raised aloft, releasing balls of dazzling golden light that revolved around his body. However, the ancient runes flying out of the purple word cauldron were imbued with unfathomable power, and they nullified all of the opposing attacks while forming layers of restrictions in the nearby area that made it impossible for the 2 devils to escape. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. As expected of an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, just the purple word cauldron alone was able to trap the 2 body integration stage devilish lords with ease. Furthermore, if he were to control the treasure in person, it would become more than twice as powerful as it currently was. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who had naturally witnessed Han Li's crushing victory over Bing Qianren, and their hearts immediately sank now that he had turned his attention toward them. They weren't as naive as to think that Han Li would decide to let them go, and he was so powerful that they couldn't even muster up the urge to oppose him. "Brother Jean, if we don't go now, we won't have another chance," Old Man Yang yelled in an urgent manner. Immediately thereafter, around a dozen top-grade devilish tools erupted out of his body amid a burst of green flames, and all of them exploded in unison. A string of earth-shattering booms rang out, and the powerful energy fluctuations from the detonating devilish treasures forced back all of the nearby restrictions. Old Man Yang immediately felt his own body become significantly lighter, and he fled as a streak of green light without any hesitation. Devilish Lord Jean who also gritted his teeth and sprang into action. His arms tremored, and the giant golden gourd that he was holding suddenly transformed into a shimmering golden Kirin projection amid a dull thump. The Kirin projection opened its mouth and expelled bursts of fearsome golden flames that melted through the restrictions set up by the purple word cauldron. Immediately thereafter, Devilish Lord Jean who was swept up by the Kirin projection and also fled the scene. "Oh, I can sense a fire attribute Kirin aura from that treasure. That's rather interesting," Hanli murmured to himself with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he immediately made a hand seal before sweeping a sleeve through the air. The swarm of gold-devouring beetles instantly converged to form a giant blade that was over 100 feet in length at his behest before setting off in pursuit of Old Man Yang. At the same time, Hanli swept his sleeve through the air again, releasing an azure sword projection that sliced the Kirin projection in half along with Devilish Lord Jinhu. Devilish Lord Jinhu let loose a howl of anguish, but immediately made a hand seal, upon which the blood essence flowing out of his body fused into the projection as clouds of blood mist. The Kirin projection that had been sliced apart instantly regenerated before flying away with Devilish Lord Jinhu again. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this and he yelled, "Come out!" A golden blur shot forth out of his body before landing on the ground, revealing itself to be a small golden beast. "Go on, I'm sure his treasure will be useful to you," Han Li instructed. "Thank you, Master. That treasure of his seems to contain some spirit bones of a fire Kirin, so it would indeed be immensely beneficial to me," the leopard Kirin beast replied in an elated voice. It then swelled to around 10 times its original size in a flash before rushing off in pursuit. With the leopard Kirin beast's speed and powers, it would have no issues taking care of a wounded devilish lord. In the blink of an eye, for streaks of light had disappeared into thin air while hurtling toward 2 different directions. As for Han Li himself, he descended upon a giant rock down below and began to meditate. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li's expression stirred slightly as he reopened his eyes, just in time to see the swarm of gold-devouring beetles racing back toward him from the distance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the swarm of beetles, upon which a faint smile appeared on his face, and the swarm dispersed at his behest before all of the beetles flew back up his sleeve as golden flowers. Immediately thereafter, a roar rang out in another direction, and the leopard Kirin beast also returned. After just a few flashes, it appeared directly above Han Li, then transformed into an adorable little girl who appeared to be 5 to 6 years of age, and her face was deathly pale as she hurriedly said, "Master, we have to run." "What happened? Did you let that devilish lord get away?" Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. "No, I already killed that man, but there's a beast tide." "No, not a beast tide, it's an insect tide. There are lots and lots of devilish insects coming this way," the little girl said in a horrified manner as she frantically waved her little arms. "An insect tide?" Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately cast his gaze toward the direction that the leopard Kirin beast had just returned from, only to find that there seemed to be nothing amiss. Han Li was rather perplexed by this, yet just as he was about to pose further questions to the leopard Kirin beast, the situation suddenly took a drastic turn. The distant sky abruptly dimmed, and a green line appeared before instantly becoming thicker, surging toward Han Li as a vast expanse of green mist. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately released his spiritual power as blue light flashed within his eyes. The blurry and indistinct mist immediately became clearer in his eyes, and he could see countless small chartreuse devilish beasts within it. These beasts had the butterfly bodies and lion heads with chartreuse fur all over their bodies, and eyes that were as red as blood. Butterfly tail beasts. Why have they appeared here? Is this the insect tide you were referring to? Han Li asked as his expression eased slightly. Butterfly tail beasts possessed lethal poison that posed a huge threat even to the average body integration stage being, but he had cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body, granting him immunity to all poisons, so he had nothing to fear. "Not them, behind them," the little girl yelled as she continued to wave her arms frantically. "Behind them?" Han Li faltered slightly as he peered into the distance beyond the green mist, upon which his expression changed drastically. A purple cloud had appeared behind the purple mist, and in the beginning, it was only several kilometers in size. However, following the span of just a few breaths, it had spread to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth, and there was no end to it in sight. As soon as the green mist came into contact with the purple cloud, a sharp hissing sound rang out, and tens of thousands of dismembered butterfly tail beast limbs instantly rained down from the green mist, while thin and sharp insect limbs that were around the length of chopsticks fell out of the purple cloud. "Those are devouring devilish ants." Han Li immediately drew a sharp breath at the sight of the chopstick-shaped devilish insects, and a rare hint of fear appeared on his face. "We have to get back to the city?" Han Li yelled as spiritual light flashed from his body, and he flew directly toward Blood Crow City as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he had already covered a distance of over 1,000 feet. The little girl hurriedly reverted back into its beast form and quickly caught up to Han Li before vanishing into his body. The oncoming insect tide was traveling very quickly, but Hanli was able to instantly leave it behind as he flew as quickly as he could. Strangely enough, after the purple cloud completely devoured the green mist, it retreated like the receding tide and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hanli wasn't around to see this, and he continued to fly back toward the city in an urgent manner. At the same time, he assessed the information that he had read about devouring devilish ants, and his expression darkened further and further. What is going on in this place? First it's a butterfly tail beast tide, and now there's even a devouring devilish ant tide. Devouring devilish ant tides are one of the most devastating disasters of the Elder Devil realm. It's an unstoppable force of nature. Hanli murmured to himself in a perplexed manner as he flew rapidly through the air. Just a single devouring devilish ant was only about as powerful as a chi condensation cultivator, but once they formed an ant tide, they were completely unstoppable due to their sheer numbers and innate ability to devour spiritual power and devilish chi. It was said that nothing could survive in the wake of such an ant tide, and everywhere they went, death and destruction would surely follow. The butterfly tail beast tide was already extremely fearsome, but it couldn't even begin to compare with a devouring devilish ant tide. It was said that there were even precedents of sacred ancestors being trapped in such ant tides before exhausting all of their magic power and being devoured in the end. Hanli was very confident in his own abilities, but this was something that he definitely wanted to avoid at all costs. Right at this moment, the giant city wall of Blood Crow City entered his field of view in the distance, but his heart immediately sank. At this moment, Blood Crow City had been surrounded by hordes of beasts of different sizes, and there were millions of them. These devilish beasts possessed auras of differing levels of power, but the most powerful ones among them were releasing spiritual pressure that was no less potent than that of devilish lords. What was very peculiar was that instead of attacking Blood Crow City, all of the devilish beasts were clumped together in hordes while frantically inspecting their surroundings and letting loose the occasional uneasy snarl. Many devilish beings had already gathered atop the city wall, among which were guards of the city, but most of them were common devilish residents. They paid no heed at all to the devilish beasts outside the restrictions, but they were also staring intently into the distance with horrified expressions, as if something extremely fearsome were about to appear. Could it be that the devilish beings in the city are already aware of the devouring devilish ant tide? A thought immediately occurred to Hanli upon seeing this. With Hanli's incredible speed, it only took him a few moments to fly over the hordes of devilish beasts before plowing through the restrictions without any attempt to disguise himself. The restrictions were completely unable to prevent his entry, and the devilish beings on the city wall were rather alarmed to see this, but in this current situation no one bothered to try and stop him. Thus, Hanli flew toward the center of the city as a streak of azure light. At this point, Blood Crow City had been plunged into complete turmoil, and countless streaks of light were flying through the air, clearly indicating that the flight restriction had been lifted. Many devilish beings had gathered in groups within the city, and they were all holding discussions with grim expressions. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a streak of yellow light shot forth in a flash. Hanli faltered slightly before catching the streak of yellow light, and it immediately exploded into a burst of flames while the Long family patriarch's voice was transmitted into his ears. It was only a brief message, but Hanli's expression stirred upon hearing it, and he immediately flew toward a certain corner of the city. A short while later, Hanli landed in a mundane-looking courtyard, and the Long family patriarch, the woman from the Yi family, the man from the Lin family, and Elder Hui were already waiting there, but the spirit beings were nowhere to be seen. Thank heavens you're here, fellow Taoist Han. If you had arrived any later, we would have most likely had to leave without you, the Long family patriarch said in an elated voice. What happened? Is it because of those devouring devilish ants? If so, there's no need to panic. At our speeds we should be able to get away with no issues, Hanli said. The problem is that devouring devilish ant have appeared around Blood Crow City on all sides, and everyone in the city knows that the devilish beasts outside have been cornered here by the ant tide. The entire area in a radius of tens of thousands kilometers has already been surrounded by the ant tide, so even with our powers, we'd have to take a substantial risk if we want to escape, the Long family patriarch sighed. So this nearby area has already been completely surrounded by the ant tide? No wonder those devilish beings and devilish beasts are able to coexist in harmony. In that case we have to escape right away. Once the Ant Queen emerges, Blood Crow City will be completely overrun, and it'd be next to impossible to escape then, Hanli said in a grim manner. I'm aware of that, but before we go, I have some things to say. In order to prevent the ant tide from focusing on and overwhelming our group, we have no choice but to split up and escape toward different directions. With how fearsome these devilish ants are, we'll most likely only reach true safety once we flee into the plains. The plains are extremely massive, so it'll be very difficult for us to meet up again. As such, the next place we gather at will be at Illusion Night City, which lies just in front of the Illusion Howl Desert. If we can make it out of the ant tide, travel toward the city right away. Once we get there, we can discuss the matters regarding the 8-footed devilish lizards and Illusion Howl Desert further, the Long family patriarch said. What if we get delayed or trapped somewhere and are unable to reach Illusion Night City? In the blink of an eye, close to half of the residents of Blood Crow City had fled. With so many devilish beings fleeing at once, they'll provide great cover for us and significantly minimize the risk that we'll have to incur. However, it's very strange that the Blood Crow City Lord still hasn't appeared. If he were present to oversee proceedings, the situation surely wouldn't be as chaotic as it currently is, the man from the Lin family said with furrowed brows. A contemplative look also appeared in the Long family patriarch's eye upon hearing this. As for Han Li, his expression remained completely unchanged and didn't betray anything. After that, they didn't delay any longer and snuck out of the city along with a huge group of tens of thousands of devilish beings. As soon as these devilish beings left the city, they split up into around a dozen smaller groups and began to flee toward the same direction. It was clear that they were hoping to exploit potential holes in the ant tide. These devilish beings all had different cultivation bases, so their speeds naturally varied as well, and with no one to lead them, they quickly scattered into a disorganized rabble that extended for several tens of kilometers. The high-grade devilish beings at the front displayed no intention of slowing down and formed a group of their own. The low-grade and mid-grade devilish beings could only trail far behind and look on helplessly as the high-grade devilish beings disappeared into the distance. Han Li and the others didn't join those high-grade devilish beings. Instead, they flew along at a leisurely pace among the second group. Around 15 minutes later, an explosive boom suddenly rang out up ahead, and a huge purple cloud of devouring devilish ant emerged. Within the cloud of ants, bursts of black chi and lightning were rumbling incessantly, unleashed by none other than the high-grade devilish beings up ahead. The cloud of ants was over 100 acres in size, but in the face of the devastating attacks unleashed by the high-grade devilish beings, devilish ants fell from the heavens in massive burning clumps, and in the blink of an eye, close to half of the cloud of ants had been destroyed. The devilish beings further back let loose ecstatic cries upon seeing this and also joined on the attack. As a result, this cloud of devilish ants was wiped out within the span of just a few breaths. Many of the devilish beings were greatly encouraged by this, and they began to form the opinion that these devilish ants weren't actually as fearsome as they were rumored to be. However, the more experienced devilish beings still wore grim expressions and immediately continued onward after a brief conversation with one another. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly dimmed, and a layer of purple mist emerged without any warning before slowly descending from above. This mist was formed by tens of millions of devilish ants, and the entire sky had been turned purple by their staggering numbers. These devilish ants had hidden themselves high up in the air and swooped down to surround everyone after they were delayed by that smaller group of devilish ants. We've been ambushed. Charge. We have to get out of here for a chance to survive. All of the devilish beings down below were instantly plunged into turmoil, and hundreds of streaks of light shot forth in different directions. As for how many of them would actually be able to escape, that was something that only the heavens knew. Brother Han Fairy Yi, there's no need to disguise our cultivation bases any longer. Let's split up here. The Long family patriarch said with a dark expression as he raised a hand to summon a snowy white canoe, which he instantly flew onto. Elder Hui and the man from the Lin family also flew away toward different directions as streaks of light after exchanging a glance. Fellow Taoist Han, I'll be going ahead, the woman from the Yi family said with a smile, and she released a burst of 5-colored light, which transformed into a 5-colored phoenix projection that swept up her body before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, the fire-colored phoenix projection reappeared several thousand feet away, then disappeared after another flash. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. With a flap of those wings, he transformed into an azure and white thread of light that shot forth into the distance, and he also disappeared from view after just a few flashes. Thus, all of them had split up and gone their separate ways, detaching themselves from the devilish beings. They all possessed powers comparable to devilish lords, so they were naturally far faster than the average high-grade devilish being. Even before the sea of ants up above had fully descended, Han Li and the others had already rushed out from under them and flew away rapidly. As for the devilish beings behind them, they were instantly inundated by the purple clouds, and strings of loud explosions began to ring out once again. Han Li flew for close to 20,000 kilometers before his expressions changed slightly, and he suddenly stopped as he cast his gaze forward with a wry smile on his face. Several tens of kilometers away, another purple cloud had appeared, and it was rapidly surging toward him. "Looks like I'll have to force my way through. I hope I don't attract the attention of the Ant Queen," Han Li murmured to himself as he made a hand seal, and he gently flapped his wings to conjure up a series of fist-sized balls of azure lightning, all of which exploded to form a silver lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size beneath him. A loud thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of lightning sprang out of the formation, and Han Li chanted something while making a series of hand seals, following which he abruptly vanished from the center of the formation. Within the Sea of Ants close to 1,000 kilometers away, the same lightning formation reappeared, and silver lightning snakes flashed in a frenzy, destroying a massive patch of nearby devilish ants. However, more devilish ants converged from all sides and began to devour the flashing lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning area had shrunk down to just over half its original area, and it was on the verge of being destroyed. Right at this moment, Han Li emerged at the center of the formation amid a rumbling boom, and as soon as he appeared, he cast a cold gaze around himself while rapidly sweeping a sleeve through the air. 72 small azure swords shot forth in a unison, then formed a sword barrier that shielded him from all sides. The lightning formation was finally destroyed, and countless devouring devilish ant came surging toward Han Li. Han Li remained completely expressionless, but the sword barrier around him dispersed into a series of azure lotus flowers, instantly shredding thousands of devouring devilish ant into mincemeat and preventing them from approaching Han Li. However, Han Li's expression immediately darkened slightly as he could sense that some of the spiritual power within the flying sword had disappeared. It had clearly been devoured by the devouring devilish ant before they were killed. The amount of spiritual power that had been devoured was virtually negligible, but over time, it was all going to add up. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which transformed into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in size and began to fly around him. This was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. At this point, the fire raven had already developed a hint of spiritual nature, so even without requiring any instruction from Han Li, it spread its wings and sent countless feathers flying in all directions, which transformed into streaks of azure light that plunged into the Sea of Ants. These streaks of silver light then exploded into scorching silver flames within the Sea of Ants, and any devouring devilish ant that came into contact with even the slightest sliver of these silver flames was instantly vaporized. Thus, a pocket of empty space that was several kilometers in size was opened up within the purple Sea of Ants. Han Li pointed a finger forward, and the wisps of silver flames reverted back into countless feathers that returned to the fire ravens. However, his expression then immediately changed slightly as he could clearly sense that some of the energy within the spirit engulfing heavenly flames had also gone missing. These flames were able to kill devouring devilish ants with ease, but it clearly couldn't avoid having its energy devoured either. Han Li was naturally unwilling to expend the energy of his spirit engulfing heavenly flames, so he could only sweep a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that stowed the silver fire raven away again. During this short delay, the surrounding pocket of space was instantly filled by devouring devilish ants again, and they continued to pounce toward Han Li with ferocious might. On this occasion, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a burst of gray light and plume of 5-colored glacial flames erupted out of his body, then swept forth in all directions as massive waves. In the face of the gray light, the devilish ants were reduced to dust, while the 5-colored glacial flames froze thousands upon thousands of devilish ants into chunks of 5-colored ice that plummeted out of the heavens. However, after Han Li withdrew these two types of abilities, he shook his head and heaved another sigh. After that, he didn't conduct any further experiments and flew toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light with his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords carving out a path for him. In the wake of his flying swords, countless devilish ant carcasses were being left behind, and he wasn't flying any slower than he would without any impediment. However, the rate at which he was expending magic power had accelerated slightly. Even though it was only a tiny amount of extra magic power expenditure, it would amount to something significant over an extended period of time. However, he possessed magic power that was far superior to other beings of the same cultivation base, so that wouldn't be a concern for a very long time. With that in mind, Han Li abruptly shrank the azure streaks of sword chi flying around him down from over 100 feet to only around 10 feet, then plunged headfirst into the depths of the sea of ants and was completely inundated after just a few flashes. Meanwhile, other devilish beings elsewhere had also plunged into the ant tide. All types of devilish treasures were summoned, and a vast array of devilish abilities were wreaking havoc, destroying large swarms of devilish ants. However, for low-grade devilish beings, their efforts were completely futile, and they would quickly exhaust their magic power before being devoured, but in the face of these oncoming devilish ants, they had no choice but to frantically resist. Those who had reached the nascent soul could last for about half a day or even a full day, and as for deity transformation stage and spatial temperance stage devilish, they were able to last several days or even as long as half a month against the devilish ants' relentless attacks. There was a staggering number of devilish beings and devilish beasts that had fled from Blood Crow City, and the ant tide couldn't trap all of them, so there was still hope for some of them to escape. Several hours later, the low-grade devilish beings finally exhausted their magic power one after another. Their devilish abilities and treasures began to fail, and blood-curdling cries rang out one after another. After half a day, only those at or above the nascent soul stage still remained. Due to the fact that the devilish beings and devilish beasts had fled in all directions, the ant tide was forced to split up into several tens of portions and gradually expanded along with their prey. Millions of kilometers away from Blood Crow City, there were 6 devilish beings flying through a large cloud of devilish ants. They consisted of 5 men and a woman, and one of the devilish men was releasing scorching flames, while another was emanating wisps of white glacial chi. All of the devilish ants that approached them were either incinerated into dust or frozen into chunks of ice. As for the devilish woman, she had an inky black antiquated mirror hovering over her head, and balls of azure light were erupting out of the mirror, then exploded to force back the approaching devilish ants. These 3 devilish beings were none other than the members of the High family who had intercepted Hanli several days ago. As for the other 3 devilish men, they appeared to be in their 40s and bore a resemblance to one another, clearly indicating that they were related by blood. These 3 devilish men weren't using any devilish treasures, but the inky black chi they were conjuring up was sweeping through countless surrounding devilish ants. All 6 of these devilish beings were at the spatial tempering stage, and they forced their way through the sea of ants for several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. The number of ants began to gradually decrease up ahead, and it seemed that they had reached the edge. The 6 devilish beings were naturally ecstatic to see this, but right at this moment change suddenly struck. One side of the sea of devilish ants suddenly parted, and over 100 massive ants rushed out, each of which was around 10 feet in size. These ants were entirely green in color with translucent wings on their backs. They were extremely menacing to behold. As soon as they appeared, they immediately pounced toward the 3 related devilish men. Look out, fellow Taoists, those mutated devilish ants are far more powerful than normal devouring devilish ant. The devilish woman yelled as her expression changed drastically. The 3 devilish men's hearts jolted upon hearing this, and they immediately combined their powers, unleashing a burst of devilish chi that transformed into a black WRM before flying toward the giant ants. In retaliation, the giant ants opened their mouths to expel balls of purple liquid, all of which struck the black WRM with unerring accuracy. A dull rumbling boom rang out, and plumes of yellow smoke billowed out from the sections of the black WRM's body that had been struck. It was instantly shrunk down by close to half its original size, but the giant ants continued to expel more purple liquid, most of which were aimed at the 3 devilish men on this occasion. The 3 devilish men's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and one of them opened his mouth to expel a miniature shield that was several inches in size, then immediately injected his magic power into it. The shield instantly swelled to become a giant white shield that was several tens of feet tall. The surface of the shield was very bumpy and unsmooth, and it had been refined using countless white bones. Following the injection of magic power, black devilish patterns appeared over the surface of the shield, forming a black light barrier in front of the 3 devilish men. The balls of purple liquid struck the black barrier like rain, and white smoke rose up in a frenzy. The black light barrier immediately began to tremor violently, and it was rapidly shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. "Lend me your assistance, I can't stop them on my own," the man who had summoned the shield yelled in a horrified manner. The 2 other devilish men immediately rushed over to him before each laying a hand on one of his shoulders. Bursts of black chi immediately surged along their arms into the man's body as if the devilish chi possessed a life of its own. The trembling light barrier was instantly bolstered, but the 3 men were expending magic power at an alarming rate and unable to put up any retaliation. "Fellow Taoist High, please lend us your assistance," one of the devilish men hurriedly implored. "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, "I'll get rid of these mutated devilish ants right away," the devilish woman replied before pointing a finger at the antiquated mirror up above. The mirror rotated on the spot before turning its surface toward the giant devilish ants, as if it were about to unleash some type of attack. Right at this moment, the devilish ants in another direction parted, and 500 to 600 additional azure ants rushed out from that opening. The devilish woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she immediately switched to a different hand seal, upon which the antiquated mirror transformed into a ball of azure light that swept up her body before flying away as a streak of spiritual light. Not only was she abandoning the 3 trapped devilish men, she was even leaving her own 2 subordinates behind. The 2 men from the High family were also quite alarmed to see this, and they fled into the distance as streaks of light as well, leaving the 3 desperate devilish men behind to curse their treacherous companions. Similar scenes were unfolding in many other places as well, and the emergence of these high-grade mutated devilish ants quickly spelled the downfall of many of the remaining devilish beings. All of the high-grade devilish beings that had been able to survive thus far either had special abilities or treasures that they could use to protect themselves or had fantastic luck. As for Han Li's group and the small handful of devilish lord-level devilish beings and devilish beasts, they were able to carve out a path through the ant tide for themselves through their individual powers. Even so, the devouring devilish ant had no intention of allowing the remaining people to escape. If even the slightest hint of complacency were to set in, the remaining survivors would immediately be swept up by the ant tide and be forced to fight for their lives again. Thus, one day passed by after another, and only after half a year did the devouring devilish ant tide gradually begin to disperse. 7 or 8 of the cities on the outskirts of the grassland had been destroyed, and hundreds of millions of devilish beings had been devoured by the devilish ants. This was a harrowing chapter in history for all devilish beings in the area, and the notorious reputation of devouring devilish ants was bolstered even further. A year later, a streak of azure light was flying over a black forest that was filled with massive trees. Close to 10 kilometers behind the streak of azure light was a flock of crimson-feathered birds that were giving chase in hot pursuit. The azure light paused momentarily, and several tens of streaks of sword chi shot forth from within it, slicing the dozen or so crimson birds at the forefront in half. Immediately thereafter, the streak of azure light continued onward, and the rest of the crimson birds let loose a few harsh squawks of fury, but didn't dare to pursue the streak of azure light any further. Only after flying for close to 10,000 kilometers did the streak of azure light slow down slightly, and within the azure light Han Li was appraising a head-sized crimson crystal with a smile as he murmured to himself, "This is quite a large chunk of wind flame crystal. I'm sure it'll be of great use to me in the future." During the past years, he had been constantly traveling, and only after entering the plains did he truly manage to shake off the devouring devilish ant. After that, he traveled directly toward the Illusion Howl Desert as was the plan that everyone had decided on. These plains were an extremely perilous place for normal devilish beings, but Han Li naturally wasn't concerned, and along the way he had discovered many materials and spirit medicines that were extremely rare in the spirit realm, which was naturally very pleasing for him. After picking up this huge piece of wind flame crystal from deep within a valley, he was immediately discovered by that flock of crimson devilish birds, and he only managed to scare them away after being pursued for half a day. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's hand as he stowed the wind flame crystal away and continued on his journey. Half a day later, he arrived at the edge of the forest, and a boundless ocean appeared in the distance. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then eased slightly upon arriving at the realization that this was most likely an inland sea as opposed to an actual sea, so there wouldn't be anywhere near as many sea soul beasts in it. Azure light flashed, and Han Li flew directly onto the ocean, covering a distance of over 10,000 feet after just a few flashes. All of a sudden, countless blue streaks of light erupted out of the water, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he swept a sleeve downward, releasing a burst of gray light that transformed into countless thin azure gray threads, which punctured all of the oncoming streaks of blue light. Thumb-sized blue fish began to rain down from the heavens. These fish had no scales, and their heads were remarkably long and were as sharp as blades, giving them a very peculiar appearance. Han Li slew hundreds of these fish with just a single attack, but even more of them were shooting up out of the seawater. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he released more gray threads out of his sleeves, killing all of the oncoming flying fish. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of these blue fish had been slain, and his brutality seemed to have struck fear into the hearts of this school of fish as no more streaks of blue light came leaping out at him. Han Li calmly flicked his wrist, and the thin gray threads reverted back into a burst of light that returned up his sleeve. At the same time he sped up slightly as he traveled deeper into the sea, and several hours later, the devilish sun had set and day had transitioned into night. Deep under the sea, a series of powerful auras began to emerge, and Hanli could occasionally see the limbs of some astonishingly massive sea beasts appearing on the surface of the ocean. His brows furrowed slightly, and he decided that it wouldn't be wise to continue traveling through the night. With his current powers, he didn't have to fear the powerful nocturnal soul beasts, but it was naturally best to avoid trouble as much as possible. On top of that, he had already traveled for over 10 days without any proper rest, so this was a good opportunity to rest and recuperate. With that in mind, he immediately released his spiritual sense to scan through an area with a radius of close to 1,000 kilometers. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly changed directions, and a black spot soon appeared on the surface of the ocean in the distance. Upon approaching the black spot, Hanli was able to identify it as an island that was several tens of kilometers in size. There were several mountains on the island that were over 10,000 feet tall, and the entire island was enshrouded within a layer of mist. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly swept his spiritual sense over the entire island, then immediately descended toward it. Moments later, the azure light receded, and Hanli appeared halfway up one of the mountains, where the entrance to a huge cave laid. Hanli glanced at the cave before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a small azure sword shot forth into the cave in a flash. Moments later, a rumbling beastly roar rang out from within the cave before abruptly falling silent after a sharp screech. The cave was extremely long, and only after traveling for around 500 to 600 feet did Hanli arrive in a more spacious area. There was a type of unknown haze spread over the floor of the cave, atop which sat two halves of a pangolin-like devilish beast carcass. Hanli flicked a spark toward the beastly carcass, and a flame was instantly ignited, incinerating the carcass and the hay into ashes. Thus, the entire cave became extremely clean. Only then did Hanli make his way to the center of the cave before taking a seat, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he released 4 translucent bricks out of his storage bracelet amid a flash of white light. These were none other than the holy bricks that he had obtained from the Blood Crow City Lord a year ago. This wasn't the first time that Hanli had examined them, and he raised a hand in a well-rehearsed manner, releasing 4 arcs of golden lightning out of his hand, which vanished into the 4 bricks in a flash. The 4 bricks instantly swelled to over 10 times their original size, forming 4 huge translucent walls with purplish-black text inscribed upon them. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and he began to carefully examine this text. Only after an hour did Hanli withdraw his gaze, and he fell into a contemplative silence. As expected of a sacred ancestor who was vastly renowned in the Elder Devil realm, the cultivation arts left behind by Qi Ling were truly formidable. It was a pity that he had already progressed so far in his Provenance True Devil arts. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to switch to a different main cultivation art. Even so, the cultivation arts and secret techniques recorded on the 4 holy bricks were very intriguing to him, and there were even 2 or 3 that he could cultivate right away. All of a sudden, Hanli made a few grabbing motions, and the 4 holy bricks immediately arranged themselves into a row in front of him, following which each of the bricks began to release a vibrant pillar of light. The 4 pillars of light overlapped, and a map that was several tens of feet in size was projected onto a stone face of the cave. The map was very clearly annotated, and the center of the map was a peculiar symbol depicting a black dragon with a single horn on its head. Hanli appraised the map with a contemplative expression, and after a long while, he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of azure light that stowed the 4 holy bricks back into his storage bracelet. As a result, the map on the wall naturally also disappeared, and Hanli heaved a faint sigh as he fell into silent contemplation again. As soon as he had escaped from the devouring devilish ant, he had begun studying these 4 holy bricks. It only took him several days to decipher how they worked and to piece together the map of Qi Ling's secret treasures. Unfortunately, the map appeared to be extremely detailed, but didn't provide any context for the location that it depicted. For an outsider like Hanli, the Elder Devil realm was an extremely foreign place, so he had no idea exactly what area the secret treasures were hidden in. Hanli's body shuddered as all of the silver threads vanished into his skin in a flash, and the surface of his body began to bulge in different areas, as if they were egg-sized lumps roaming beneath his skin. At the same time, Hanli was struck by a scorching sensation in his flesh and blood while his meridians became extremely numb and itchy, striking him with the urge to claw into his flesh with his fingers. Only with Hanli's enormous spiritual sense was he able to withstand this indescribably painful sensation. If a normal body integration cultivator were in his place, they would either fall prey to chi deviation due to an inability to control their true essence, or be unable to continue to calmly cultivate. However, Han Li was able to remain completely still as he sat on the ground, withstanding the agony in an expressionless manner. Several hours later, a series of bones that were far thicker than those of a normal human became visible through his translucent body. Not only were these bones shimmering with faint silver spiritual light, their surfaces were also riddled with golden patterns. The patterns were barely visible and extremely thin, making them very easy to miss, but they formed a series of extremely profound golden runes that looked as if they had naturally grown on his bones. For those who were able to identify these runes, they would immediately be able to tell that this was golden seal text. For these runes to appear as a result of a cultivation art was a clear testament to just how extraordinary the cultivation art in question was, and it would most likely be sorely sought after even by Grand Ascension stage beings. This was none other than the 100 Meridian Refinement mantra that Han Li had begun cultivating again. It originated from the true immortal realm, and if Han Li could achieve full mastery of it, his physical body would become as powerful or even more powerful than that of a true spirit being. However, the cultivation art was naturally extremely difficult to master as well, and he had only dared to begin cultivating it again after progressing to the late body integration stage. As for when he would achieve full mastery of it, that would surely only come very far in the future. Perhaps he wouldn't even have gotten to that point after progressing to the Grand Ascension stage. With Han Li's current age, he had countless years ahead of him, so there was no hurry for him to work on this cultivation art. Time passed by slowly, and several hours later, Han Li reopened his eyes as a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap erupted from all of his bones, and the golden light he was emanating abruptly became brighter. He made a hand seal, and the rumbling within his body instantly subsided. Only then did he heave a long sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face. Cultivating the true 100 Meridian Refinement mantra was extremely painful. Even with his immensely powerful physical constitution, he wasn't able to cultivate it for long. If he were to cultivate it for an entire day, then his meridians would be severely damaged. After that, Han Li didn't immediately withdraw the surrounding formation. Instead, he waved a hand upward to dispel the golden projection, then placed his hands onto his knees and closed his eyes to meditate once again. Mere moments later, the golden light emanating from his body receded, only to be replaced by a layer of rainbow light that grew brighter and brighter. A layer of light also appeared over his face, and the black demonic eye on his glabella flashed incessantly as if it had sprung to life. After finishing his cultivation of the 100 Meridian Refinement mantra, he had begun cultivating the Spirit Refinement technique. With his current late body integration stage magic power and physical body, he was finally able to cultivate this technique again. If he could master the second stage of the Spirit Refinement technique, his spiritual sense would increase by several fold. Even if he couldn't find the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus, there would still be hope for him to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li was well aware of just how important this Spirit Refinement technique was, so he had been cultivating it every single day following the Battle of Deep Heaven City. However, he had only been cultivating it for a short time, and the second stage was far more profound than the first, so his progress was quite limited. It seemed that it would take a long time for him to master the second stage. Han Li had already predicted this, so he wasn't frustrated and merely continued to meditate patiently. The next morning, a streak of azure light rose up from the island, then shot forth into the distance. 2 days later, Han Li emerged out of this inland sea and entered a lush green mountain range. The mountain range was very humid, and there was mist of different colors that would occasionally rise up from the ground, concealing everything below an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 feet. In order to avoid being delayed by any devilish beasts that may have been lurking in the mist, Han Li was flying at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet. There were some powerful devilish birds that even Han Li didn't want to mess with residing at altitudes of over 100,000 feet, so he wouldn't fly any higher than this unless he had to. This mountain range was far more massive than he had imagined. He had thought that it would take him 3 to 4 days at most to fly out of it, but even after around half a month of flying, there were still no signs suggesting that he was close to emerging on the other side. This was rather surprising to him, and he also became more cautious. Even though he was flying at quite a high altitude, he was still attacked by several powerful devilish beasts, which posed a minor hindrance to him, but they were all incinerated by his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. After flying for a few more days, the trees and mountains down below became more sparse, and he was finally about to reach the other side. Han Li immediately sped up upon seeing this, Yet right as he was flying over a barren mountain, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he abruptly stopped on the spot. He then cast his gaze toward a certain direction with a contemplative expression. Shortly thereafter, he seemed to have made a decision and flew directly toward the same direction he had just turned his attention toward. A short while later, he had flown for close to 1,000 feet, and he caught sight of a giant purple tree in the distance that was over 30,000 feet tall. In the air above the giant tree, there were a dozen or so devilish men and women battling a flock of crimson bats. These devilish beings were mostly comprised of deity transformation stage beings, while 3 of them were at the spatial tempering stage. The black wind reached the crimson bats in a flash, and close to half of them suddenly turned toward Han Li before blasting green flames toward him out of their mouths. Before the green flames had even reached Han Li, a nauseating odor of rot and decay had already swept toward him. Han Li immediately swept both sleeves through the air, unleashing 2 gusts of fierce azure winds, which kept the green flames at bay. At the same time he strode forward and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant he reappeared out of thin air beside a crimson bat several hundred feet away and swept both arms through the air, unleashing over 100 claw projections that completely shredded the bat's body before it even had a chance to cry out. The other bats were naturally very alarmed by this, and they hurriedly turned to attack Han Li, but it was already too late. Han Li had vanished on the spot again, leaving a trail of black afterimages in his wake as he arrived beside another devilish bat that was over 100 feet away. The same claw projections erupted forth, and that devilish bat was also sliced into countless pieces. After that, Han Li traversed through the flock of bats in a wraith-like manner, felling a bat with each and every attack he unleashed. In the face of his incredible movement techniques, the green flames released by the crimson bats mostly struck nothing by empty air, and the few bursts of flames that did manage to strike Han Li were rendered completely ineffective by a suit of black armor that he was wearing. Within the span of just a few breaths, over 10 devilish bats had been slain by him, and the group of devilish beings nearby were staring at him in a flabbergasted manner. The spatial tempering stage young woman was also gawking at Han Li with astonishment in her eyes. They had been battling these devilish bats for over half a day, and they were well aware of just how hard these bats' bodies were. Even normal devilish treasures couldn't inflict much damage to them, and only top-grade devilish tools were able to harm them to a certain extent. Otherwise they wouldn't have been trapped here for such a long time. As such, it was naturally astonishing that Han Li was able to tear through the hapless bats with ease with his bare hands. What kind of devilish art could this man be cultivating to have attained such a powerful physical body? Could it be one of the legendary ancient devilish arts? The woman thought to herself in a stunned manner. Despite their ferocity, the devilish bats had become quite fearful in the face of Han Li's powerful display. However, right at this moment, a sharp cry rang out from among them, and they all parted to reveal a giant devilish bat that was far larger than all of the other ones. Not only did this devilish bat possess a powerful aura, it had a pair of purple horns on its head, around which wisps of electricity were revolving incessantly. It immediately opened its mouth to blast forth a vast expanse of green flames, which encompassed an area of over 1,000 feet as it surged toward Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as a series of black runes erupted out of his suit of devilish armor to form a light barrier in front of him. As soon as the sea of flames came into contact with the black light barrier, it was forcibly parted and completely unable to approach Han Li. A hint of fury appeared in the giant bat's eyes upon seeing this, and it let loose a sharp screech as 2 thick bolts of silver lightning erupted out of its horns, crashing directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he raised a hand and pointed 2 fingers forward. A loud thunderclap rang out, and 2 bolts of azure and white lightning erupted out of his fingertips to counter the oncoming bolts of silver lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li took a step forward and vanished into space before instantly reappearing above the giant bat, then swept a devilish claw downward. 5 black claws projections descended from above, and the giant bat immediately flapped its wings in alarm, propelling itself to the side like a speeding arrow. Despite its huge frame, it was surprisingly agile. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this and abruptly brought his fingers together, upon which the 5 claw projections instantly sped up by several fold, tearing one of the giant bat's wings into pieces in a flash. The giant bat let loose a howl of agony, and a hint of horror appeared in its enraged eyes. It frantically flapped its remaining wing a few times before releasing countless thin crimson threads out of its body. The threads were as red as blood, and as soon as they appeared, they instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist that concealed the bat's entire body. Han Li made a grabbing motion downward with his other arm as well, conjuring up countless claw projections amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the cloud of blood mist was instantly destroyed. Right at this moment, a streak of crimson light shot forth just as the blood mist was dispersed, and it instantly appeared over 10,000 feet away, then vanished into the distance in a blur. Blood shadow evasion. A peculiar look appeared on his face as he identified the movement technique that the giant bat was using, but his expression then immediately returned to normal as he cast his gaze toward the remaining crimson bats. Without the leadership of the giant bat and having had many of them already slain by Han Li, the remaining devilish bats were no longer able to pose a sufficient threat to the group of devilish beings with their green flames. Instead, the devilish beings took advantage of this opportunity to retaliate, unleashing powerful abilities to force back the sea of flames little by little. Meanwhile, Han Li merely crossed his arms and looked from afar, displaying no intention to take any further part in this battle. The remaining devilish bats naturally gave Han Li a wide berth as well in fear of incurring his wrath. Around 15 minutes later, the devilish beings finally broke out of the sea of flames and slew close to half of the remaining devilish bats. The bats that survived quickly fled for their lives, not daring to linger around the giant tree any longer. The young devilish woman was clearly the leader of this group, and after taking care of the devilish bats, she immediately flew over to Han Li before extending a curtsy. "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. My name is Bai Yunxin. These are my brothers Bai Yin and Bai Ying. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" The woman was speaking to Han Li in a very polite manner. As for the other two spatial tempering stage devilish beings, Bai Yin was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, while Bai Ying was a middle-aged scholar. The two of them also hurriedly expressed their gratitude toward Han Li. "My surname is Han. I'm only a vagrant cultivator, but I've heard much about your Bai family. I've heard that the incense produced by your Bai family is capable of calming the mind and warding off sinister beings. I'd love to see it in action," Han Li said in a calm manner as he cupped his fist in a salute. "A vagrant cultivator? I can see that you possess incredible powers, Brother Han. You must be an unfathomable cultivator who rarely shows himself in public. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you," Bai Yunxin said with a smile. "I'm no unfathomable cultivator, but it is indeed true that I don't show myself in public much. This place is quite far away from Illusion Night City. Could it be that you came here for these purple spirit fruits?" Han Li asked. Bai Yunxin's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she calmly negotiated. "Indeed, our Bai family is planning to refine a type of spirit pill that requires these purple spirit fruits as one of the main ingredients. We've been scouring through these plains for many years and only just discovered this purple light tree. If it weren't for your help, there's no way we would have been able to secure these spirit fruits, so we should be splitting half of them with you. However, these fruits are extremely important to our Bai family, so would you be willing to accept devil stones in compensation instead?" Rest assured, Fairy Bai, I have no need for these purple spirit fruits, so we'll do as you say," Han Li chuckled in response. Bai Yunxin was very relieved to hear this and she smiled as she said, "Thank you for your generosity, Brother Han. I'll get them to prepare the devil stones for you right away." After that, she instructed the others to begin picking the purple spirit fruits on the giant tree. After the spirit fruits were picked and placed into a special box, Bai Yunxin handed a storage bracelet full of devil stones to Han Li. Han Li accepted the storage bracelet, then injected his spiritual sense into it before stowing it away in a calm manner. Bai Yunxin's smile became even more pronounced upon seeing this and she said, "Where are you traveling to next, Brother Han? If you don't mind, how about returning to Illusion Night City with us? There are some specialty local products in the city that I'm sure will be of great help to you, and on top of that, I've already sworn a vow on my inner demons to thank you for saving us. If you return to our Bai family with us, our seniors will be sure to reward you handsomely for your efforts, so please don't refuse." This Bai Yunxin was clearly inclined to befriend Han Li upon witnessing his astonishing powers. "There's a senior in our Bai family who's also very adept in body refinement techniques. I'm sure you'll benefit immensely through receiving guidance from him, Brother Han. You've just saved our lives, so I'm sure that senior wouldn't turn you down," Bai Ying also chimed in. "Oh? Which senior of the Bai family is this? It looks like I really will have to pay him a visit," Han Li said with an intrigued expression. "This senior of our family is rather renowned in our holy realm, and he's cultivated the heaven refinement devilish arts to the extreme. He's only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor, and he's known as Layman Futian. Have you heard of him, Brother Han?" Bai Yunxin replied with a smile. "I haven't, but it would surely be a fantastic opportunity for me to receive guidance from a senior with such a high level of mastery in devilish body refinement techniques. I wasn't planning to go anywhere in particular next, so I'll accompany you to Illusion Night City. When are you planning to return to the city? I don't have too much time on my hands, Hanli replied in a calm manner. Rest assured, Brother Han, we ventured into these plains solely for the purple spirit fruits. Now that we've obtained them, we'll head back to the city after resting for a few days to recover our magic power, Bai Yunxin replied with an ecstatic expression. Han Li nodded in response and didn't say anything further. After that, they settled down at a nearby small mountain and opened up a temporary cave abode to meditate in. 5 days later, after the members of the Bai family had recovered most of their magic power, they immediately released a giant flying arc that was over 100 feet in length, which carried them and Han Li back toward Illusion Night City. Several months later, there were 7 nascent soul stage devilish beings split up into 2 groups locked in an intense battle on the border of the plains. 3 of them were wearing yellow brocade robes and wielding 3 identical black flying daggers that were releasing black devilish flames. As for the other 4, they wore long white robes and were controlling 4 translucent white flying swords that were releasing bursts of snowflakes that swept forth in a frenzy. The devilish flames and glacial chi intertwined in mid-air before exploding into balls of devilish chi, and the 7 devilish beings appeared to be quite evenly matched. On the ground down below laid the carcass of what appeared to be a giant devilish mouse. It was over 100 feet in length with shimmering golden fur, and it was quite clear that this was no ordinary devilish beast. The 7 devilish beings were clearly fighting over this carcass. All of a sudden, a white-robed young man harumphed coldly as he suddenly patted a leather pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of black chi immediately surged out, then transformed into a menacing 2-headed devilish lion. The lion was entirely inky black in color and was around 50 to 60 feet tall. It opened its 2 mouths in unison, releasing countless inky black wind blades. The 3 flying daggers flashed incessantly in the face of the torrential downpour of wind blades, and they were forced onto the back foot by the 4 flying swords. The 3 yellow-robed devilish beings were stunned to see this, and a long-haired elderly man among them exclaimed, "That's a nightmare lion. You dare to bring out your family's guardian beast? Aren't you afraid of being punished if any harm were to befall this beast? Hehe, 3 pieces of trash like you won't be able to harm our Ning family's guardian beast. If you know what's good for you, then piss off. I'm not handing over this Golden Dawn mouse to you," the white-robed young man who had released the devilish lion sneered. The long-haired elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. One of the other yellow-robed men transmitted his voice to the long-haired elderly man. "Big brother, this situation is heavily against our favor. We should make a retreat." The elderly man hesitated for a long while before a determined look finally appeared on his face. "I've already been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for centuries, and this Golden Dawn mouse is extremely rare. Its inner core will be extremely important for me to make a breakthrough, so please lend me your assistance. If we succeed, you'll have my eternal gratitude." "What? Are you planning to unleash that secret technique? But if you do that, not only will your true essence be severely depleted, you'll be struck by a variety of negative aftereffects as well," the final yellow-robed man interjected in an alarmed manner. "If I can't progress to the deity transformation, then my life will be close to coming to an end, so I have no choice but to make this gamble," the elderly man said as he gritted his teeth. "In that case, we'll do everything in our power to protect you. Be careful, big brother, we'll try to stall the enemies for as long as possible." The other 2 yellow-robed men agreed in unison after exchanging a glance, and the elderly man naturally extended words of gratitude toward them. In the next instant, the 2 yellow-robed devilish men abruptly stepped forward, and the devilish flames around the 2 flying daggers they were controlling reared upon by about 2-fold. The 2 daggers then transformed into a pair of devilish pythons that managed to just barely withstand the attacks from the flying swords and devilish lion, but judging from their strained expressions, it was quite clear that they wouldn't be able to keep this up for too long. Meanwhile, the long-haired elderly man pointed a finger toward his own flying sword, and it flew back to him as a streak of black light before vanishing into his body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with both hands. Several thin and long blades that resembled wicker leaves appeared between his fingers. However, just as he was about to plunge these blades into his own dantian, spiritual light suddenly flashed in the distance, and a giant ball of light appeared before hurtling toward them at an incredible speed. The elderly man's heart jolted as he hurriedly stopped what he was doing and turned toward that direction. Within the ball of yellow light was a giant flying arc that was over 100 feet in length, and it was clearly not a flying treasure that a normal devilish being could possess. At the front of the ark stood several people who were appraising the 7 combatants from afar. The elderly man's eyes immediately lit up with elation at the sight of this giant ark. "That's our family's vast yellow wood ark. Could it be that seniors of our family have just returned from the plains?" Everyone else stopped what they were doing as well, and the other 2 yellow-robed men were also looking on with elation, while the 4 white-robed devilish beings were far less ecstatic. After just a few flashes, the giant ark appeared in the air above the 7 devilish beings before drawing to a halt. Immediately thereafter, a cold female voice rang out. "Aren't you the 3 brothers from my 9th uncle's family? Why are you battling these people from the Ning family?" The one who had spoken was none other than Bai Yunshin, and she was accompanied at the front of the ark by her 2 brothers and Han Li. After several months of non-stop travel, they had finally reached the border of the plains and stumbled upon these battling devilish beings. Bai Yunshin immediately identified the 3 white-robed devilish men, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The long-haired elderly man's elation grew even more pronounced at the sight of Bai Yunshin, and he hurriedly replied, "Junior Bai Ming pays his respects to his seniors. These members of the Ning family are trying to take the Golden Dawn mouse that we killed. Please stand up for us, seniors." Golden Dawn mice are quite rare. It's a brilliant stroke of luck that you were able to hunt one down at the border of these plains. This beast was slain by my juniors, so what right do you have to try and take it? Piss off. Bai Yunshin said in a cold voice as she turned toward the 4 white-robed devilish men. The 4 of them were naturally furious upon hearing this, and the young man who had released the 2-headed devilish lion opened his mouth to try and argue, but one of his companions immediately clamped a hand over his mouth to stop him. After that, they dragged him away and immediately fled from the scene. Bai Yunshin didn't pay any heed to this, and she turned to Han Li with a smile as she said, "Sorry you had to see that, Brother Han. That was just a conflict among some juniors. Seeing as we've already reached the border of the plains, we're not far away from Illusion Night City. Illusion Night City is situated between the plains and the Illusion Howl Desert, so we should arrive back at the city in about a month." "I see, but aside from Illusion Night City, I'm also very interested in the Illusion Howl Desert. I heard it's one of the most renowned restricted regions in our holy realm," Han Li replied with a calm smile. Bai Yunshin was rather taken aback to hear this, but she put on a slightly seductive smile and replied, "Hee, I didn't think that you'd be interested in the Illusion Howl Desert, Brother Han. It would indeed be extremely dangerous for people outside of Illusion Night City to venture into the desert, but if you're interested, I can tell you about it in greater detail during the rest of our journey." "That would be great," Han Li also replied with a smile. Thus, the giant ark continued onward, and Han Li and Bai Yunshin made their way toward the guest cabin of the ark. Meanwhile, Bai Yin and Bai Ying exchanged a knowing smile upon seeing this. As for the long-haired elderly man, he extended an elated bow toward the giant ark before descending onto the ground with his companions and began to dissect the Golden Dawn mouse carcass. As for whether they had slain the beast or were stealing the prey of the 4 members of the Ning family, that was no longer important. Chapter 2051, Illusion Night City. Around 5 to 6 days later, the giant ark finally flew out of the plains, and a vast mountain range appeared up ahead, comprised of a series of dark green mountains that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The giant ark flew into the mountain range, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. Around a month later, a giant city that had been constructed from a yellow stone material appeared in the distance within a basin. The city spanned an area of close to 1,000 kilometers, and half of it had been constructed next to a mountain, while the other half was surrounded by city walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. The entire city was enshrouded under a yellow light barrier, clearly indicating the presence of a profound super restriction. Han Li stood at the front of the flying ark and appraised the city in the distance with a contemplative expression. "This is Illusion Night City, Brother Han. It can't compare with the super cities of our holy realm, but it's quite a large city considering the secluded geographic location. There are over 10 devilish lords in the city, and our Bai family is one of the city's 4 major families. Regardless of whether you want to purchase something or if you encounter some trouble, you should be able to get a favorable outcome by revealing your ties with our Bai family," Bai Yunshin said with a smile. "Thank you, Fairy Bai. I really was planning to purchase some things in the city," Han Li also replied with a smile. "You're all by yourself anyway, so why don't you stay in our Bai family's guest pavilion, Brother Han? With your cultivation base, I'm sure the seniors of our family wouldn't object," Bai Yunshin proposed. "Have you still not given up on recruiting me to your Bai family?" Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. You've already reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and judging from how easily you were able to slay those devilish bats, you must be extremely close to progressing to the body integration stage. A vagrant cultivator of your powers would be eagerly sought after by any major power, and our Bai family is certainly no exception, Bai Yunxin replied with a completely unabashed smile. Unfortunately, I'll have to turn you down again. I have no intention of submitting to any power. I'm currently facing a major bottleneck, and I need to travel for some time for a chance to become a devilish lord. As such, I won't be joining any power for the next few centuries. However, I can promise you that if I do consider joining a certain power in the future, I'll definitely prioritize your Bai family in my consideration, Han Li replied. I'll hold you to your word then, Brother Han. The doors of our Bai family will always be open to you. As for your meeting with Senior Futian, I'll get that arranged once we get back. Seeing as you saved our lives in the plains, there should be no issues arranging the meeting, Bai Yunxin sighed in a slightly forlorn manner. All of a sudden, Han Li changed the subject in a seemingly nonchalant manner. I heard that it would be best to have an 8-footed devilish lizard steed if one were to travel through the Illusion Howl Desert. Does your Bai family own any of these devilish beasts? 8-footed devilish lizards? Are you planning to enter the desert, Brother Han? Bai Yunxin was rather taken aback to hear this. Indeed, and walking through the desert would take far too long, Han Li replied in a calm manner. We do, but it's most likely not going to be possible for you to obtain one. None of the 4 major families in the city would be willing to sell any 8-footed devilish lizards to outsiders, Bai Yunxin said with furrowed brows. Oh, why is that? If the price is the issue, then I can assure you that I should be able to afford one, Han Li asked. You won't be able to purchase any of the devilish lizards no matter how many devil stones you offer. The rarity of these devilish beasts is one reason behind this, but most importantly, these devilish lizards form the basis of our major families, so they're extremely important to us, Bai Yunxin replied after a brief hesitation. What do you mean by that? Han Li was truly perplexed now. The reason behind this concerns a secret that I won't be able to disclose to you without permission from the seniors of our family. If you'd like, you can ask Senior Futian about this when you meet him. If he decides to disclose this information to you, then there won't be any issues, and only the most important seniors of our family have the right to make decisions on these 8-footed devilish lizards, Bai Yunxin replied in a slightly guarded manner. I see. It looks like I'll have to speak to Senior Futian if I want to obtain an 8-footed devilish lizard then, Han Li said in a contemplative manner. Bai Yunxin nodded in response and didn't say anything further. At this point, the giant ark had finally reached Illusion Night City, and it descended right in front of a city wall that was several hundred feet tall. There were some devilish beings entering and exiting the city, and all of them immediately gave the yellow ark a wide berth with awe and veneration in their eyes. It seemed that all of them recognized this giant ark. Han Li and the devilish beings of the Bai family emerged from the ark, and Bai Yunxin made a hand seal, upon which the giant ark shrank down into a tiny streak of yellow light that vanished into her body in a flash. After that, all of them made their way toward the city gate in an excited manner. Having been away from home for so long, they were naturally very glad to be back. As for Han Li, he wore a faint smile and wasn't eye-catching in the slightest as he made his way through the crowd. There were around a dozen armored guards standing in front of the city gate, and they immediately extended respectful bows toward Bai Yunxin's group, then stepped aside to grant them priority passage into the city. The passers-by paid no heed to this at all, clearly already accustomed to this discriminatory treatment. Bai Yunxin gave the guards a slight nod before leading the way into the city, upon which Han Li was immediately greeted by the sight of countless earthy yellow houses that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. There were several remarkably wide streets between these houses, far less so than in the average city. Furthermore, there was the occasional giant structure interspersed among these buildings, such as pagodas and multi-story pavilions. Han Li only briefly inspected his surroundings before withdrawing his gaze. Not only was there a flight restriction in the city, there was also an extremely potent spiritual sense restriction. Even with his enormous spiritual sense, he couldn't sense anything with good clarity more than several kilometers away. Of course, it wasn't that Han Li couldn't extend his spiritual sense further than that. Chapter 2052, Myriad Slave Tower. The words Myriad Slave Tower were emblazoned in large devilish text on the plaque, and it was the first time that Han Li had seen a place like this. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he made his toward it with an intrigued expression. Upon entering the pagoda, he found himself in a grandiose hall. On either side of the hall were around a dozen devilish young women in silver palatial dresses, welcoming guests with elegant smiles. At the center of the hall was a row of intricate jade tables and chairs, and there was a black-robed middle-aged man who was serving 3 guests with a few of the devilish young women. Before Han Li even had a chance to inspect his surroundings, the middle-aged man caught sight of him and immediately rushed over to him after extending an apology to the other 3 guests. "Greetings, Senior. Is there anything I can do for you?" the middle-aged man asked in a respectful manner. He was a deity transformation stage devilish being, so he naturally didn't dare to give a powerful spatial tempering stage being like Han Li the Cold Shoulder. "What kind of establishment is this Myriad Slave Tower? I've never seen such a place anywhere else," Han Li asked. "This must be your first time visiting Illusion Night City." "Indeed, our Myriad Slave Tower is very rare as it specializes in selling slaves and devilish beasts," the middle-aged replied. "Slaves and devilish beasts?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Indeed. Those guests over there have come here to purchase some slaves. You can take a look as well if you're interested, Senior. As for devilish beasts, we only have some ordinary breeds, so you most likely wouldn't be interested in them," the middle-aged man introduced with a smile. "In that case, I'll go take a look," Han Li replied with a nod. "Great. Please come with me, Senior." The middle-aged man immediately gestured for one of the young women to bring the 3 other devilish beings over, then led them all to a simple teleportation formation at the corner of the pagoda. The 3 guests were comprised of 2 handsome men and an elegant woman. They were only at the nascent soul stage, but they were only appraising Han Li with curiosity rather than awe and veneration. Han Li took a brief glance at them to find that a nondescript Ning character had been emblazoned on each of their sleeves. Could they be from the Ning family? After everyone stepped onto the teleportation formation, the middle-aged man cast an incantation seal toward the edge of the formation, and they were all instantly teleported away. In the next instant, they reappeared within a similar teleportation formation on a different level of the pagoda. Han Li opened his eyes and immediately inspected his surroundings, upon which he discovered that there was a long and narrow bluestone passageway up ahead, situated between 2 stone walls with countless runes carved onto their surfaces, clearly indicating the presence of a restriction. On the other side of the passageway were several large golden gates, in front of each of which stood 2 burly armored guards. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the guards, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. These guards were all humanoid puppets. The middle-aged immediately led Han Li and the others out of the teleportation formation, then strode through the passageway and arrived at the nearest golden gate. The 2 puppets in front of the gate seemed to have sensed their arrival, and they turned toward the group as they brandished their halberds, looking as if they would attack anyone who dared to approach them. The middle-aged remained completely unflustered and flipped a hand over to produce a metal badge, then waved it forward while chanting a short and simple incantation. The cold light within the puppets' eyes instantly faded, and they also set down their halberds again. The 3 devilish beings from the Ning family paid no heed to this, but Han Li carefully inspected the pair of puppets with blue light flashing through his eyes, then suddenly asked in an intrigued voice, "These puppets seem to even more powerful than the average nascent soul stage being, but the refinement method used on them seems to be quite special. Did your pagoda refine these puppets yourselves or purchase them from elsewhere?" According to the information that he had gathered about the Elder Devil realm, these 2 puppets clearly hadn't been refined using any of the several types of common refinement techniques in the Elder Devil realm. The refinement method and materials used were both very crude, but the puppets' powers belied the rough craftsmanship, and that was quite interesting to Han Li. Indeed, the refinement method used for these devil crystal puppets was rather special. They can't be possessed and controlled by spiritual sense, but they can complete some simple tasks while being controlled by treasures prepared in advance. They were crafted using our pagoda's secret refinement technique that isn't sold anywhere else, but if you're interested, a deal isn't entirely non-negotiable, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Devil crystal puppets, eh? I am indeed interested in them, but we'll discuss this later," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. The middle-aged man was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he still maintained his smile as he replied, "All right, then I'll be opening the gate now." Immediately thereafter, he strode over to the golden gate before pressing the metal badge against it. The golden gate opened on its own, and faint white light came spilling out from within. The middle-aged then stepped away to the side and made an inviting hand gesture. Even though the other 3 devilish beings were from the Ning family, they didn't dare to disrespect a spatial tempering stage being like Han Li, so they could wait for him to enter first. Han Li gave a slight nod before making his way through the gate. Beyond the gate were several formations of different sizes, which formed a series of cylindrical white light barriers, within which were trapped several tens of devilish men and women in different attire. All of them had faint devilish patterns on their faces, clearly indicating restrictions had been placed on their bodies. The ones with the highest cultivation bases among them were only at the core formation stage, while the weakest ones were only at the chi condensation stage. The middle-aged man was about to start talking again, but Han Li interjected, "You can go now, I'll take a look here for myself." The middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to speak any further upon hearing this. "In that case I'll go and serve the other guests, please pardon me, senior." Thus, the middle-aged men made their way over to the people from the Ning family. "Fellow Taoists, if you'd like to buy some servants, then these ones should be ideal. They're earth-een beings from deep within the Illusion Howl Desert, and not only are they all adept in earth-attribute devilish arts, once they reach maturity, all of them become handsome men and beautiful women. Most importantly, these ones possess decent aptitude and could be nurtured to the nascent soul stage with minimal effort. In fact, it's possible that they could even progress to the deity transformation stage." Han Li reflexively turned toward the earth-een beings upon hearing the term Illusion Howl Desert, and there he discovered 8 disheveled young men and women who appeared to be around 13 to 14 years of age. They were all at the foundation establishment stage, yet seemed to be quite feeble. Eartheen beings? That's quite rare to see in this pagoda, but do they really possess aptitude that's as good as you proclaim? A young man from the Ning family with red scales on his face asked in a skeptical manner. "Hee, if you don't believe me, you're free to examine their bone age. Isn't it already sufficient testament to their aptitude that they were able to reach the foundation establishment stage at such a young age?" The middle-aged replied in a confident manner. "How do we know if your pagoda hasn't fed them some pills to tap into their latent potential?" The woman from the Ning family asked with a smile. A wry smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he replied, "Those types of pills are all quite expensive, we wouldn't use them on some slaves. Besides, there are always telltale signs that can be detected to indicate consumption of such pills. Our pagoda wouldn't dare to risk offending your Ning family over something like this. If you're interested in them, you can take them right away after issuing the required devil stones." The 3 people from the Ning family seemed to have been convinced, and they began to negotiate a price as opposed to continuing to linger on the topic of the earth-een being's aptitude. Around 15 minutes later they finally arrived at an agreement, and the woman from the Ning family issued a large sum of devil stones, then departed with the group of earth-een beings. Following their departure, the middle-aged man made his way back to Han Li in a respectful manner. "Have any of these slaves caught your eye, senior? If not, I can take you elsewhere. Perhaps there will be some other slaves that are more to your liking." "There's no need for that, I'm used to traveling alone anyway. Take me to see the devil crystal puppets that your pagoda is selling," Han Li replied. Chapter 2053, Female Slave. "In that case I'll take you to the other level to examine the puppets," the middle-aged man immediately replied in an obedient manner. After that, he made his way out of the room, then waved his metal badge to close the gate before walking over to the teleportation formation through which they had come from. Han Li followed along in an expressionless manner, yet just as they were about to step onto the formation, a burst of buzzing rang out, following which several humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of white light. The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he peered into the formation, upon which his expression immediately darkened slightly. The people that had just appeared in the formation were comprised of 4 black-armored devilish guards, a brocade-robed elderly man and a blue-robed young woman. The elderly man was at the deity transformation stage, while the young woman was at the core formation stage and was quite a beauty. However, she had a layer of black devilish patterns all over her body to restrict her cultivation base, clearly indicating that she was a newly arrived slave. Han Li reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the young woman, upon which his pupils abruptly contracted with incredulity. The elderly man's expression also darkened at the sight of the middle-aged, following which he greeted with a fake smile, "Greetings, shopkeeper Fong, have you brought this guest here to pick out some slaves? If none of them were to his liking, I have some new slaves that may be of interest to him." "There's no need for that. Senior Han is more interested in the devil crystal puppets, so you can keep your slaves to yourself, shopkeeper Huang," the middle-aged replied in a cold voice, and they were clearly not on good terms. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before he turned to Han Li with a respectful salute. "Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Han. If you're interested in the puppets, I have some exceptional ones that I can show you. What are you trying to do, shopkeeper Huang? I'm serving Senior Han, and I have more than enough devil crystal puppets in my collection for Senior Han to choose from, so you should focus on what you're doing. Take this new slave of yours and... This slave has no trace of devilish chi in her body. She's not from our holy realm. The middle-aged man exclaimed as he turned his attention to the young woman. Have you only just figured that out? This woman is no ordinary slave, and I expended a lot of effort to acquire her. Setting that aside for now, I've seen the devil crystal puppets in your possession. They may be enough to fool some nascent soul stage beings, but they would surely be an insult to Senior Han's eyes, shopkeeper Huang chuckled. How dare you? The middle-aged man immediately flared up with rage, only for Han Li to suddenly raise a hand and interject. We'll talk about the devil crystal puppets later. How much are you selling her for? I'm taking her. Han Li pointed at the yellow-robed young woman as he spoke. My apologies, Senior, but she's already been taken by someone else, so I won't be able to sell her to you, the elderly man hurriedly said with an apologetic smile. Oh? Can slaves be reserved in the Myriad Slave Tower? Han Li asked as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Absolutely not. Our pagoda has always operated on a first-come first-served basis. Shopkeeper Huang, why can't you sell this slave to Senior Han? Are you worried that he won't be able to afford her? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. This is a slave that was requested by Senior Zhao Wenhao. If I hand her over to someone else, who's going to answer to Senior Zhao? The elderly man snapped. What? This slave was requested by Senior Zhao? The middle-aged man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before turning to the young woman with a hesitant expression. Who is this Zhao Wenhao? Han Li asked in a calm manner. The middle-aged man faltered slightly before replying with a forced smile. Senior Zhao is the master of the Zhao family. It would not be wise to offend him over a mere core formation stage slave. The master of the Zhao family? He must be a spatial tempering cultivator as well then. In any case, I'm taking her. If he has any objections, then he can come and find me himself, Han Li replied with a cold smile. Both the middle-aged man and elderly man's expressions changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man still wanted to say something further, but Han Li abruptly strode forward and appeared between the four armored guards in a flash, then reached out to grab onto the young woman's arm before reappearing in his original spot in a flash. Everything had taken place in the span of just a single breath. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flaring up with rage. What is the meaning of this, Senior? Are you planning to take a slave from our pagoda by force? You may be a spatial tempering stage being, but our pagoda is not to be messed with either. The four devilish guards hurriedly raised their weapons in a wary manner, and the middle-aged man reflexively took a couple of steps backward before opening his mouth to say something, but decided against it in the end. As for the yellow-robed young woman, she was looking up at Han Li with a perplexed expression. Han Li completely ignored the elderly man's threat and instantly injected a wisp of magic power into the young woman's body through her arm, upon which his expression changed drastically. There's no mistaking it, it really is that cultivation art. If you can't make a decision on this, then shut up. I'll find someone else who can make the decision for myself. Han Li harumphed coldly as an extremely fearsome aura erupted from his body, picking up the two deity transformation stage devilish beings and hurling them back over 100 feet. Only after their backs had crashed into the walls of the pagoda did they manage to steady themselves, but their faces had turned completely pale, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the four devilish guards, they were instantly slammed onto the ground and completely immobilized by the devastating aura. Han Li had made an effort to protect the yellow-robed young woman, so she remained unaffected, but she was also completely dumbstruck. The aura emanating from Han Li's body continued to swell drastically, and it encompassed the entire pagoda. All of the restrictions in the pagoda began to tremor in the face of his terrifying aura, and loud sirens had begun to blare. Such a loud commotion naturally alerted the more powerful devilish beings in the pagoda. There were two devilish elderly men meditating in a secret chamber on the highest level of the pagoda, and as soon as they sensed this aura, they immediately sprang up before flying out of the secret chamber as quickly as they could. Moments later, a pair of spatial tempering stage elderly men had appeared before Han Li, and they were respectfully referring to Han Li as a devilish lord right before the incredulous eyes of the two shopkeepers. At this point, Han Li had already withdrawn his immense aura, and he appraised the two spatial tempering stage elderly men coldly as he said, I want to buy her. Do you have any objections? Of course not. It's an immense honor for her to catch the interest of an esteemed devilish lord like you, senior. If you want her, you can have her free of charge, one of the elderly men said, and his companion nodded eagerly in agreement. These two were naturally aware that all devilish lords were old monsters who had lived for countless years, and most of them had very peculiar personalities, so they certainly didn't dare to display any disrespect. Hee, it wouldn't be right of me to take her for free. Here are some devil stones. Aside from that, there's something else I want to discuss with you too. Hanli chuckled as he raised a sleeve to release a storage bracelet that was filled with devil stones. One of the elderly men caught the storage bracelet, and he didn't dare to return it, so he could only stow it away. What can we do for you, senior? As long as it's within our capabilities, we definitely won't refuse. I have something else I need to attend to for now, so we'll discuss this later. I hope your pagoda will satisfy me again when I return next time, Hanli said. As soon as his voice trailed off, black light erupted from his body, sweeping up the yellow-robed young woman before flying toward one of the walls of the pagoda as a streak of light. A resounding boom rang out, and the streak of light easily pierced through the restrictions on the wall before vanishing in a flash. The two spatial tempering stage elderly men could only exchange a wry smile upon seeing this. Chapter 2054. Encountering the maiden cultivation art again. Even though the myriad slave tower had no lack of devilish lord-level elders, there wasn't such a powerful being in the Illusion Night City branch. As such, the two spatial tempering stage elderly men naturally didn't dare to offend Hanli when they knew nothing about him. In a sense, a devilish lord of unknown origins was even more worthy of fear in their eyes than the patriarchs of the four major families. As soon as Hanli left, the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly made his way toward the pair of spatial tempering stage devilish beings. Elders, the slave that was just taken was reserved by the master of the Zhao family. If we let that senior take her away just like that, then I won't be able to answer to the Zhao family. She was reserved by Zhao Wenhao? That is indeed quite troublesome. Did you already take a deposit from him? One of the elderly men asked as his brows furrowed slightly. No, but he came to our pagoda several months ago and specifically requested a young human female cultivator at the core formation stage or above, and he expressed a willingness to issue a large batch of devil stones for such a slave. There are precedents of similar arrangements made in the past, so I agreed, the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly explained. That may be the case, but no deposit was issued, so we're not obliged to sell her to the Zhao family. If he insists on acquiring a slave of her specifications, then we'll just have to take some time and source another one for him, the other spatial tempering stage elderly man said as he stroked his beard calmly. Indeed. We'll leave it to you to sort things out with the Zhao family. Don't offend the Zhao family, but definitely don't incur the wrath of that senior Han either. The two of us have to go back to meditate now. We'll leave everything to you too, the first spatial tempering stage elderly man said before the two of them stepped into the nearby teleportation formation together. Yes, elders. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression was quite strained, but the middle-aged man was taking great pleasure in his misfortune as both of them bowed in unison. By the way, if that senior Han returns to our pagoda, then notify us right away so we can attend to him in person, one of the elders instructed right as the teleportation formation was about to be activated. Yes. The two shopkeepers extended respectful bows once again, following which the pair of spatial tempering stage elders vanished from the formation amid a flash of white light. Looks like you'll have your hands full, Brother Huang. Having said that, you have some strong ties with the Zhao family, so I'm sure you'll be able to handle this, the middle-aged man chuckled before also teleporting away. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression darkened even further, and he stood on the spot for a long while before grumbling to himself. Looks like I'll have no choice but to pay the Zhao family a visit to explain the situation and find another slave that fits his requirements, but that's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Hanli had already gotten onto a small beast-drawn carriage with the yellow-robed young woman, and the carriage was racing along the street. Hanli sat at the center of the carriage, meditating with his eyes closed, while the yellow-robed young woman was cowering in a corner, surreptitiously appraising Hanli with a fearful expression. Following what had happened in the Myriad Slave Tower, she was naturally already aware that Hanli was a devilish lord. However, Hanli's youthful and ordinary appearance struck her with a sense of bewilderment. In any case, a body integration stage being was something that she had never thought that she would encounter. With him as her master, the final trace of hope she had harbored for making an escape was completely dashed. Chapter 2055. Small Spirit Sky. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, "You're currently in the reincarnation phase, so your true cultivation base isn't at the core formation stage, is it? I should have known that you'd be able to identify this considering you're aware of the existence of the greater incarnation arts." Zhu Guer conceded as her expression darkened slightly. "What's your original cultivation base? Nascent soul stage or deity transformation stage?" Han Li asked. Zhu Guer bit down on her lower lip for a moment before replying, "I am at the nascent soul stage. If I hadn't been stuck in the reincarnation phase, then I wouldn't have been captured. I can see that you're truly quite young, yet you've already cultivated the greater incarnation arts to quite an impressive degree. Aside from your brilliant aptitude, I assume you must be receiving guidance from someone who's extremely adept at using the same cultivation art. Your mother must be at quite an advanced stage in this cultivation art as well, right?" Han Li asked. Zhu Guer's expression changed a few times before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "If you want to ask about me, then I can tell you anything you want to know, but if you want to ask about my mother, then I have nothing to say." "You're a very good daughter, but do you think I won't be able to find out just because you refuse to tell me?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. A thought immediately occurred to the young woman upon hearing this, and her face turned deathly pale as she drastically sped up the circulation of her own true essence, as if she really were planning to self-detonate at any moment. "If you're going to use a soul search technique on me, then I'd sooner detonate my own nascent soul than let you have your way." However, Han Li merely chuckled, "You'll have to ask for my permission if you want to self-detonate in my presence." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve toward the young woman in a nonchalant manner, releasing a burst of gray light that encompassed her entire body. As a result, Zhu Guer was instantly immobilized and rendered completely unable to muster up any magic power. The true essence that she had gathered in her dantian had also completely faded, so self-detonation was completely out of her grasp. "What did you do to me?" Zhu Guer yelled in rage and horror. "Nothing. All I want is for you to answer my questions truthfully. Now then, look into my eyes," Han Li said in a calm voice. "What? Your eyes?" Zhu Guer was quite young, but she still knew that she definitely shouldn't follow Han Li's instructions. However, she found herself completely unable to resist his wishes as she raised her head to meet his gaze. All of a sudden, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and Zhu Guer's consciousness immediately began to fade as her eyelids suddenly became extraordinarily heavy. However, before she could do anything, she had already fallen unconscious. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he cast an incantation seal toward Zhu Guer while the blue light in his eyes became even brighter. If one could peer into Zhu Guer's body right now, they discover that her nascent soul had been completely bound by layers of gray light threads, and it was also in an unconscious state. In the instant that the azure incantation seal vanished into Zhu Guer's body, her eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes again, but they were completely glazed over and as lifeless as those of a puppet. "Where did you learn your greater incarnation arts from?" Han Li asked in a compelling voice as blue light flickered within his eyes. "From my mother," Zhu Guer replied in a clear voice despite her wooden expression. "Who normally instructs you in your cultivation? Is your mother using the same cultivation art?" "My mother instructs me, but she cultivates the clear chi arts instead." Chapter 2056. Layman Fuqian. After thinking through all these matters, Han Li heaved a faint forlorn sigh, then flicked a finger toward Zhu Guer. A ball of azure light was expelled before vanishing into her body in a flash, and her eyelids fluttered before she slowly awakened. However, as soon as she recalled how she had fallen unconscious, she immediately sat up with a dark expression. "Did you search my soul?" she asked as she glared at Han Li. "If I didn't search your soul, how would I have found the information I wanted? Rest assured, I only obtained the specific pieces of information that I'm interested in, and I didn't harm your soul during the process. It came as quite a surprise to me to learn that you're from the small spirit sky as opposed to the spirit realm," Han Li said in a calm manner. Zhu Guer bit down on her lower lip upon hearing mention of the small spirit sky, and she didn't say anything. "I've already planted a restriction in your body, so act as my servant for now here in Illusion Night City. If you serve me well, I can consider freeing you when I leave the city. You can go and find a room to rest in now. Don't come to me unless it's an important matter. Also, you have to start referring to me as master from now on," Han Li continued in a nonchalant manner. "Yes, master, I'll be taking my leave now," Zhu Guer could only reply in a resigned voice before extending a curtsy toward Han Li, then obediently departed. She was well aware that it would be both futile and foolish to try and resist a body integration stage devilish lord. However, judging from her dejected expression, it was clear that she wasn't very hopeful that Han Li would fulfill his promise. Following Zhu Guer's departure, Han Li looked up at the ceiling and became engrossed in his own thoughts once again. For the next 3 days, Han Li remained on the top level of the pavilion to meditate, and didn't go anywhere else. However, on the 4th day someone came to see him. Did the master of the Zhao family send a messenger? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. Zhu Guer replied, "Yes, master. An elder of the Zhao family just delivered a message and he insisted that I relay it to you." "Let me take a look." Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion to draw the letter into his grasp, then gently opened it. A ball of golden light immediately erupted out of the letter before transforming into the projection of a graceful and refined middle-aged man. The man had black scales on the corners of his eyes and a pair of golden pupils. It was none other than the master of the Zhao family. The projection cupped its fist in a salute toward Han Li, then relayed 2 things in a polite manner. The first thing was that he had heard from shopkeeper Huang of the Myriad Slave Tower about the arrival of Han Li, and he wished to befriend Han Li while explicitly stating that the Zhao family wouldn't hold any grudge against him over a mere slave. The second thing was that the Zhao family was going to hold a ceremony to worship their ancestors in a month, and he was inviting Han Li to attend as a guest. After that, the projection extended another salute toward Han Li before fading into nothingness, leaving only the letter behind. Han Li looked down at the letter to find that it was covered in black devilish symbols with a shimmering golden Zhao character at the center. He rubbed his hands together expressionlessly, and a ball of silver flames emerged to instantly incinerate the letter into ashes. "When the Zhao family sends someone for a reply from me, tell them I accept their invitation," Han Li instructed. "Yes, master," Zhu Guer replied before taking her leave. Han Li closed his eyes again to meditate, but to his surprise he was paid another visit by Zhu Guer the very next day, who informed him that a woman with the Bai surname had come to visit him. Han Li immediately guessed that this was most likely Bai Yunxin. It seemed that the Bai family had become aware of his status as a devilish lord after all. Otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to pay him this visit. Even so, Han Li had no intention of turning away. Thus, he instructed Zhu Guer to take her to the hall on the 1st floor, and only after a while did he make his way down from the top floor in an unhurried manner. As soon as he arrived at the hall on the 1st floor, he discovered that it was indeed Bai Yunxin who had come to visit him, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Greetings, Fairy Bai. Please forgive me for my tardiness." Han Li released his body integration stage aura without making any attempt to disguise it as he spoke. Bai Yunxin swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which she immediately stood up from her seat before hurriedly extending a curtsy. "I was unaware that you were a devilish lord, Senior Han. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused you. You didn't know, so you're not to blame. I disguised my own aura precisely because I was worried that you would be too stiff and reserved if you had known the truth." Han Li chuckled as he motioned for Bai Yunxin to take a seat, and he also calmly made his way over to the main seat before sitting down himself. Bai Yunxin's heart eased slightly upon hearing this, but she still didn't dare to sit down as she extended words of gratitude toward Han Li in a careful manner. Han Li didn't force the issue any further and allowed her to remain standing as he asked, "You didn't come here just to apologize, did you, fellow Taoist Bai?" "Indeed, Senior, I had already informed Senior Fuqian of your arrival in the city, and I was sent here to extend an invitation to you on Senior Fuqian's behalf," Bai Yunxin replied. "I see. In that case I would be more than happy to meet fellow Taoist Fuqian. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist Bai," Han Li said with a nod. Bai Yunxin was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately gave an affirmative response. Han Li instructed Zhu Guer to remain in the pavilion, while he followed Bai Yunxin out of the room. When they arrived at the massive entrance, there was already a giant carriage being drawn by 8 unicorns waiting for them. There was a purple banner with an inky black Bai character emblazoned on its surface protruding from the top of the carriage, and it was clear that this was a carriage that the Bai family reserved for esteemed guests. On either side of the carriage were 16 black armored guards atop 2-headed giant wolf steeds, all of which were also clad in suits of black armor. The guards were each carrying 2 huge swords on their backs, and they were all at the deity transformation stage. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he glanced at these armored guards, and Bai Yunxin smiled as she introduced, "These baleful tiger guards are the elite guards trained by our Bai family. All of them have once lived along on the plains for over 100 years and have slain countless devilish beasts. What do you think, Senior Han?" They seem to be no less powerful than the elite guards of major cities, Hanli replied with a nod before making his way into the carriage, where he sat down and closed his eyes. Bai Yunxin naturally didn't dare to ask any further questions, and she also got onto the carriage before issuing an instruction. The carriage immediately set off with the 16 baleful tiger guards following along close to the sides. All of the ordinary devilish beings on the streets immediately parted for the carriage and armored guards with reverent and envious looks in their eyes. Thus, the carriage raced along without any impediment, and after several hours, it finally drew to a halt in front of a fortress within the city. Han Li emerged from the carriage, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the fortress. This was naturally where the Bai family was situated, and not only was the entire fortress completely seamless, its walls were as smooth as jade virtually without any gaps. On top of that, the material used for the walls was neither metallic nor jade in nature, and he couldn't identify exactly what it was even with his vast wealth of knowledge and experience. Judging from the menacing aura being given off by the fortress, so it was clearly laden with restrictions and definitely wasn't as simple as it appeared. Directly in front of the fortress was a giant gate that was over 1,000 feet tall, and on either of it were several tens of devilish beast statues of different sizes, creating a long path. All of the statues were dull and black, but they were extremely lifelike, and there were also 8 yellow-robed devilish beings standing in front of the gate in an expressionless manner. Under Bai Yunxin's guidance, Han Li strolled through the gate past the slightly bewildered yellow-robed devilish beings, and around 15 minutes later, Han Li was seated on a purple chair in a hall with antiquated decor, sipping from a silver teacup. A fragrant scent was emanating out of the cup, and there were 4 extremely beautiful devilish female servants standing off to the side in an extremely respectful manner. Bai Yunxin was currently nowhere to be seen, and the entire hall was completely silent. A short while later, gentle footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the hall, and a person strode into the room in a graceful manner. The newcomer turned to Han Li with a faint smile and said, "I am Layman Fuqian. It's a pleasure to have you at our Bai family, fellow Taoist Han." "You're Layman Fuqian?" Han Li asked in a slightly dumbstruck manner. Chapter 2057. Trouble. The person who had walked in was a tall and slender purple-haired woman who appeared to be in her 20s with a short white horn on her forehead. She had a graceful disposition, and was appraising Han Li with a faint smile. The appearance of this Layman Fuqian had truly come as a surprise to Han Li. "Were you not aware that I'm a woman, fellow Taoist Han?" the purple-haired woman chuckled. "Indeed, fellow Taoist Bai Yunxin didn't mention this to me. Please forgive me for my rudeness," Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the woman, and his expression immediately returned to normal, but there was still a hint of shock in his eyes. "That's all right, this isn't the first time this has happened to me. After all, the title of Layman Fuqian is quite prone to causing misunderstandings. It's just that the past patriarchs of our Bai family had all been referred to as such, so it wouldn't be right of me to change the title," the woman explained with a smile. Han Li was quite enlightened upon hearing this. There were indeed some families in which certain titles were passed down in order to improve cohesion and as a piece of heritage. This may seem like a bit of a gimmick, but it was actually quite effective in some cases. The purple-haired woman took a seat across from Han Li, then waved a hand to dismiss the servant in the room, all of whom obediently departed, making sure to close the door behind them. The woman swept her spiritual sense briefly over Han Li's body and said, "I heard from that junior of mine that you don't show yourself in public much. It's no wonder I've never heard of you. However, I can sense that you're very proficient in your devilish art. You must have become a devilish lord quite a while ago, right? Even I'm unable to ascertain your exact cultivation base. I cultivate in the Tao of Slaughter, so I'm always cultivating in the plains where there's an abundance of devilish beasts, and as a result, I don't interact much with others. As for the time I've spent as a devilish lord, I'm afraid you're wrong there. I only became a devilish lord several centuries ago. The only reason you're unable to ascertain my exact cultivation base is because I've cultivated a special secret technique," Han Li replied with a smile. At the same time, he also swept his spiritual sense toward Layman Fuqian, only to find that her cultivation base was completely unfathomable to him as well. It was clear that this woman either had an aura concealment treasure or had cultivated an ability of that nature. With Han Li's current level of power, there was surely no one of the same cultivation base who could possess magic power that was unfathomable to him, so that wasn't a viable alternative. The woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and a barely detectable hint of elation appeared on her face. "The Tao of Slaughter? I haven't come into contact with devilish arts of that nature much, but I'm aware that all fellow Taoists who cultivate in the Tao of slaughter possess combat prowess that's far superior to others of the same cultivation base. Devilish arts of the Tao of slaughter are indeed very powerful, but they're also very difficult to cultivate. I'm aware that I won't be able to break through my current bottleneck through cultivation and slaying devilish beasts alone, and that's why I've decided to emerge from seclusion, Han Li explained. Han Li's words seemed to have resonated with the purple-haired woman, and she sighed in agreement. I'm not cultivating in the Tao of slaughter, but I've also been stuck at my current bottleneck for over 1,000 years. Making progress after becoming a devilish lord is a very arduous task, and fortune often plays a big role. Han Li nodded before suddenly changing the subject. After all, the desert is a renowned restricted area even in the entire Holy Realm, and it's very difficult for the average person to enter and leave it at will. As much, the lizards are vital to our major families for their ability to traverse through the desert, and less lizards would mean less yearly profits for our families. I'm sure you can understand why we're so unwilling to part with them now, the woman explained. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly upon hearing this. This made things quite troublesome. The prosperity of these families hinged on these 8-footed devilish lizards, so it would be very difficult for him to source them through conventional means. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, Han Li reflexively glanced at the woman to find that there seemed to be something that she wanted to say, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Fuqian, you didn't turn me down outright, so there must be some margin for negotiation. How about you tell me what I have to do for you to sell an 8-footed devilish lizard to me? I'm sure the price alone isn't the issue here, right? The purple-haired woman faltered lightly upon hearing this before chuckling. It seems you're a very skilled observer, fellow Taoist. Han Li merely remained silent and awaited a response. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and after a brief pause she continued, if you had come 3 years ago, then there would have been no way that our family would have sold an 8-footed devilish lizard to you. But now, there's room for negotiation. Our family has encountered some trouble, and we need someone of your powers to assist us. I'm sure you're not the only devilish lord in your family. What kind of trouble could stump you? Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. Truth be told, the issue lies in an extremely important mine in the Illusion How Desert that belongs to our family. Several years ago, it was taken over by a devilish lord-level devilish beast. The beast is extremely powerful, and our family has been unable to evict it, so we could only recruit other allies to help us. If you can lend us your assistance, then we'd stand a far better chance. If we succeed, I can give you an 8-footed devilish lizard as repayment, the woman replied with a wry smile. How many devilish lord-level allies have you already recruited? Han Li asked after a brief pause. I've already invited 2. In addition to myself and another grand elder of our family, we have a total of 4 devilish lords thus far, the woman replied. Chapter 2058, Vastine Treasured Mirror. What kind of devilish beast could pose a threat to 4 devilish lords? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. This is a rather embarrassing story for me to tell, but I once faced the beast in battle once. However, I was unable to make out its exact appearance. It was enshrouded in a ball of green flames the entire time, so I could only see a rough outline, and it seems to be something that resembles both a rhinoceros and a cow. The beast possesses powerful fire attribute abilities that can virtually melt through space, and I was almost killed by it after being caught off guard, the purple-haired woman said in a serious manner. Fire attribute abilities? That is indeed rather troublesome. Once cultivated to the extreme, fire attribute abilities are far more destructive than abilities of other attributes. It's no wonder that you fell into such a perilous situation against it, Han Li said. There's no need to try and flatter me, Brother Han. Even if that devilish beast didn't possess fire attribute abilities, its powers would still be well beyond mine. I'm guessing it's most likely comparable in power to a pinnacle late-stage devilish lord, so we would only stand a chance after recruiting as many powerful allies as possible, the woman said with a wry smile. It's comparable to a late-stage devilish lord? No wonder you're being so cautious. What do you approximate our chance of success to be? Facing such a powerful devilish beast is no laughing matter. Perhaps I could be risking serious injury or even death, Han Li said with a grim expression. It would naturally be close to impossible to kill such a devilish beast, but if we only want to wound it and chase it away, then our chance of success should be around 60% to 70%. With your inclusion, I think that will increase to 90%, the woman immediately replied. Hee hee, you seem to have a great deal of confidence, Han Li chuckled. The purple-haired woman could see that Hanli was rather unconvinced, and she hurriedly explained, "That's because the two allies we recruited are no less powerful than I am, and one of them cultivates glacial powers while the other possesses an extreme inattribute treasure. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to be so optimistic. If we still fail even after all this, then we may just have to give up on that mine." Hanli nodded with an enlightened expression before continuing, "I see, that does indeed justify your confidence. However, there's still one thing I'd like you to explain to me." "Go ahead, Brother Han," the purple-haired woman prompted with a smile. "A devilish beast with that level of power should have already attained quite a high level of intelligence. Why has it taken over your family's mine? On top of that, your Bai family seems to hold this mine in very high regard. May I ask what kind of precious material the mine produces?" Hanli asked in a calm manner. "The mine produces fire cloud stones of the highest quality. Not only is the mine very large in scale, the supply of fire cloud stones within it is extremely abundant, so it can profit our Bai family for thousands of years," the woman explained. "Fire cloud stones? I see, then that devilish beast must have been trying to devour the true fire chi of the entire mine to further its cultivation," Hanli said with an enlightened nod. "Indeed. Only some special types of devilish beasts possess the innate ability to devour the true fire chi within such mine. If a normal being of our holy race were to attempt something like this, no matter how advanced their cultivation base may be, they would immediately self-detonate. This is why we're trying to recover the mine as soon as possible. Otherwise, once too much true fire chi is lost, the mine's value would depreciate significantly. If you're willing to assist us, our Bai family is willing to offer you an 8-footed devilish lizard and a large sum of devil stones as repayment regardless of whether we succeed or fail," the woman promised. After a brief pause for contemplation, Hanli said, "It would be remiss of me to turn down such a sincere offer, but I must ask where this mine is located in the Illusion Howl Desert, and how long will it take to get there? If this is going to take too long, then I'm afraid I won't be able to join you." "Rest assured, Brother Han, it'll only take just over a month to get to the mine. Even if we get delayed slightly along the way, 3 months should be enough to make a return trip," the woman hurriedly replied. "In that case I'll agree to this. When are we setting off?" Hanli said without any further hesitation. The purple-haired woman was naturally ecstatic to hear this. "Thank you, Brother Han. One of the 2 fellow Taoists I've invited has already arrived, but the other one will take around a month to get here. Once everyone's here we'll set off right away." Hanli nodded and offered no response to this. After that, the purple-haired woman invited Hanli to move to the Bai family again and offered to cover all of his living costs during this period of time, but Hanli euphemistically turned her down again. The purple-haired woman didn't force the issue any further, and they began to discuss some cultivation experiences and insights. Hanli naturally wasn't going to refuse, and a conversation immediately ensued. To his surprise, he soon discovered that even though this layman Fuqian was a woman, she had many unique insights when it came to body refinement techniques, and there were even many questions that he had about the Providence True Devil Arts that were answered by her. This was something that he very rarely experienced when exchanging cultivation insights with other body integration cultivators of the spirit realm. However, this made sense considering his Providence True Devil Arts had come from the Elder Devil realm, so it was no surprise that their body refinement techniques shared similarities. It couldn't be said that he had gained nothing out of conversing with other body integration cultivators in the past, but in terms of body refinement, they naturally couldn't compare with a devilish lord. Thus, Hanli became quite engrossed in the conversation, and they talked for over half a day. During this time, the purple-haired woman was also very surprised to discover that Hanli's knowledge and proficiency in body refinement techniques far exceeded her own, indicating that he definitely wasn't an ordinary devilish lord. The fact that her new ally was so powerful further exacerbated her elation, and she became even more polite toward Hanli. As day began to transition into night, Hanli stood up to take his leave. Such a short time naturally wasn't enough for 2 body integration stage beings to exchange all of their cultivation insights, so the purple-haired woman invited Hanli to come and continue their discussion during the next few days. Hanli thought about this for a moment before gladly agreeing. Only then did the purple-haired woman call for that beast-drawn carriage to take Hanli back to the pavilion he was staying in. Following Hanli's departure, the purple-haired woman sat back down in her chair, and her smile faded slightly. He took a sip of the spirit tea on the table, then suddenly said, "Big brother, what do you think is that man's cultivation base? With your vast treasured mirror, you should have been able to see some things, right?" You think far too highly of me, sister. That man is truly unfathomable and far more powerful than you think. All of a sudden, white light flashed from one of the walls of the hall, and it transformed into a white light barrier, following which a man who was holding a black rhomboid mirror emerged. As soon as the man appeared, he took a seat on the chair that Hanli had been seated in not too long ago. This was a burly man with a head of curls and faint yellow skin. There was also a short white horn on his forehead, and it was even bigger than that of the purple-haired woman. There was also a discernible resemblance between the two, so they were clearly related. The purple-haired woman's heart jolted as she asked in a bewildered manner, "Were you unable to glean his cultivation base even with the Vastine treasured mirror?" As you know, this Vastine treasured mirror of mine was refined from an ice spirit of heaven and earth. However, its effect is greatly hampered when used on someone with an extreme inattribute protective treasure or has cultivated a powerful glacial ability. On top of that, that man seems to possess immense spiritual sense. He most likely detected my presence but merely pretended not to have noticed me, the burly man said with a dark expression. What? He already noticed you? That's rather troublesome. I'll have to explain the situation to him next time we meet. Did you really not discover anything with your mirror? The purple-haired woman asked as her brows furrowed slightly. There's no need to explain anything. He pretended not to have noticed anything and you can just do the same, but I won't be spying on him the next time you two meet. He's only staying in Illusion Night City for a short time, so there's no need for us to expend too much effort to try and befriend him. As for whether I discovered anything, of course I did. This Vastine treasured mirror mine isn't a toy. Let me show you what I found. The burly man chuckled as he pointed a finger at the mirror, and it immediately rose up, hovering in midair as a ball of black light. The burly man then made a hand seal while pointing a finger at the ball of black light and chanted an incantation, upon which an image began to gradually appear within the ball of light. Chapter 2059. Entering the Illusion Howl Desert, the image depicted Hanli sitting in the hall, and even though there was no sound, the image was extremely vivid and lifelike as if time had just been reversed. The burly man urged the purple-haired woman to pay attention, then flicked a finger toward the image, sending a speck of black light vanishing into it. In the next instant, layers of light suddenly appeared over Hanli's body. The outermost layer was inky black in color, followed by a layer of purplish-golden light, while the innermost layer was of a murky gray color. "What's that?" the purple-haired woman asked in an intrigued voice. This is the first time you've seen this Vastine secret technique, right? This indicates that fellow Taoist Han seems to be using some special cultivation arts. The outermost black layer represents the purest true devilish chi of our holy realm. That's very normal. Without this layer of black light, I'd have to wonder whether he's actually from our holy realm. As for the purplish-golden light, it indicates that's using cultivating some kind of powerful body refinement devilish art. On top of that, he's already close to reaching the legendary golden bone purple marrow stage. Aside from some sacred ancestors, I've never heard of anyone who's been able to reach that level, the burly man introduced in a serious manner. The purple-haired woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Golden bone purple marrow? Is his physical body really that powerful? Could it be that the Vastine treasured mirror made a mistake? Most likely not. The effect of the Vastine treasured mirror on that man is greatly hampered, but it wouldn't make such a grave error. On top of that, he's only close to reaching that level. Otherwise, that outermost layer of true devilish chi would have been completely absorbed into his body and meridians, so it wouldn't even show up in the mirror, the burly man sighed. Doesn't that mean that man would be able to crush most devilish lords with his physical prowess alone? Also, what's that layer of gray light? Is he also cultivating some other type of powerful ability? The purple-haired woman asked. Gray light represents something that even the Vastine treasured mirror is unable to ascertain, but it's presumably something quite extraordinary as well. This is already the limit of my capabilities. If I had injected even more magic power into the mirror, then I would have run the risk of truly offending him, and that's certainly not worth it. However, seeing as he was able to notice me even while I was in the restriction, he must possess an immense spiritual sense as well, the burly man analyzed. The purple-haired woman was silent for a while before a wry smile appeared on her face. So he possesses an incredibly powerful physical body, abilities that even the mirror can't identify, and even his spiritual sense is that powerful. It seems like a freakish talent has come to our Illusion Night City. It's a good thing that he doesn't seem to intend to stay here for long, and our by family was the first one to befriend him. With his assistance, We should have no issues taking care of that devilish beast. From this perspective, this is indeed good news for us. This is a man that we definitely can't offend, but there's no need to try and recruit him to our family either. With his unfathomable powers, there's no way a family like ours can contain him. Just make sure to exercise more caution when interacting with him in the future, the burly man said in a serious manner. I definitely will, the woman replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Hanli was seated in the beast-drawn carriage, inspecting a white crystal ball with a hint of a smile on his face. All of a sudden, a black light barrier erupted out of his body to encompass him entirely, following which he pointed a finger at his own glabella while tossing the crystal ball forward. During his period of time, the other two major families of the city had also been made aware of the arrival of Hanli, and they all extended invitations toward him. Hanli turned down all of these invitations in a euphemistic manner, but he attended the ancestral worship ceremony of the Zhao family. During the ceremony he met a devilish lord-level Grand Elder of the Zhao family, and they shared a brief conversation. The Grand Elder of the Zhao family was a short and thin elderly man, and he was clearly quite relieved to hear that Hanli was only passing through the city and wouldn't be staying for long. Hanli was naturally aware of why the elderly man was displaying such a reaction, and after exchanging some more pleasantries, he departed from the Zhao family. After that he didn't visit the Bai family either, but 10 days later the purple-haired woman came to meet him. She informed him that the final ally she had recruited had finally arrived, and that she had decided to venture into the Illusion Howl Desert to chase away that devilish beast in 2 days. Hanli naturally had no objections to this, and the purple-robed woman immediately extended ecstatic words of gratitude before taking her leave. During the next 2 days, Hanli spent all his time meditating on the top floor of the pavilion to get himself into prime condition. He was confident that a devilish beast wouldn't be able to pose much threat to him, but he didn't want to make a fatal error due to a moment of complacency. 2 days later, Hanli issued some instructions to Zhu Guer before traveling toward a certain city gate in a beast-drawn carriage. Several hours later, Hanli met up with the group from the Bai family on a hill outside the city. Aside from the purple-haired woman and burly man, there were 2 more devilish lords, as well as 6 spatial tempering stage devilish beings, one of whom was Bai Yunshin. The purple-haired woman greeted Hanli with a smile before introducing him to everyone else. Only then was Hanli made aware that the burly man was named Bai Shijiao, and that he was the elder brother of the purple-haired woman. As for the other 2 devilish lords, one of them was a rotund fatso who introduced himself as Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon. His entire body was covered in rolls of flabs, and his eyes were squashed down to a pair of narrow slits, making him resemble a fat pig far more so than a dragon. The other devilish lord was named Han Chizi, and he was a middle-aged man wearing a green ghostly mask. There was white glacial chi emanating from his entire body, and one was struck by a bone-chilling sensation even by just getting close to him. Bai Shijiao was very polite toward Hanli, but the fatso merely exchanged some aloof pleasantries with Hanli, while Han Chizi didn't say anything at all, as if he really had been carved out of a chunk of glacial ice. Hanli merely replied when spoken to, and didn't say anything further than that. Thus, not long after that, the group flew toward the Illusion Howl Desert. Chapter 2060. After flying for roughly 500,000 kilometers, a black line appeared in the distance. Upon getting closer, it became clear that this was a boundless desert. It was naturally none other than the Illusion Howl Desert. Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly as blue light flashed through his pupils, and he discovered that this was a gray desert that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Aside from some short shrubs, the desert was completely devoid of life, and it seemed to be no different from an ordinary desert aside from its peculiar color. The sky over the desert was quite dim and covered in dark yellow clouds. Even though the sky within and outside the desert were only separated by a fine line, it was as if they were 2 different worlds. After reaching close to 10 kilometers away from the desert, the burly man led everyone on a descent. From here onward our movement techniques could fail, so we'll have to advance on 8-footed devilish lizards. Our Bai family only has around 30 8-footed devilish lizards in total, and all of them are extremely precious. We've brought 11 of them with us for this trip, and that's already out limit. Please make sure to look after them during this trip, and if we encounter any danger, withdraw them into your spirit beast bracelets right away to keep them safe, the burly man said as he cupped his fist in a salute. Rest assured, Brother Bai, we're all aware of how important these 8-footed devilish lizards are to your Bai family. However, why didn't you decide to bring along these juniors for this trip? If they had remained behind, You wouldn't have had to bring out so many 8-footed devilish lizards, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon asked in a curious manner. The 6 of them have a combination technique that makes their combined powers comparable to those of an early-stage devilish lord, so we decided to bring them along, the purple-haired woman explained with a smile. I see, my apologies for jumping to conclusions, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon replied with a nod. A peculiar look flashed through Han Chizi's eyes upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything in response. As for Han Li, he merely smiled and remained silent, but he was wondering if he would be able to secure these devilish lizards during this trip. However, the thought only occurred to him for an instant before it was abandoned. He was very confident in his own powers, but it was still too risky to face 4 devilish lords at once whom he knew nothing about. On top of that, plotting against the Bai family could alert the other major families of Illusion Night City to what he was doing, and that could attract powerful enemies, perhaps even sacred ancestors. Thus it simply wouldn't be worth the risk. At this moment, the purple-haired woman flicked her wrist, and an azure bracelet flew forth before expelling a burst of 5-colored light, releasing 11 giant devilish beasts that were around 50 feet in length and roughly 20 feet tall. At first glance, they resembled massive lizards, but their bodies were entirely covered in black scales, and each of them had 8 identical thick legs. On top of that, there were shimmering silver saddles on the backs of these devilish beasts, so they were clearly already tamed. So these are 8-footed devilish lizards? Each of them is only releasing a core formation stage aura, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about them, Han Li thought to himself as he glanced at these devilish lizards. Everyone was given a devilish lizard and a beast-controlling badge by the burly man, and Han Li immediately flew onto his devilish lizard before looking down at it. The silver saddle had some simple devilish runes inscribed on its surface, and it was very comfortable to sit on. Han Li waved his beast-controlling badge toward the devilish lizard, and a streak of silver light shot forth before vanishing into the lizard's body in a flash. The devilish lizard let loose a low roar before immediately galloping forward, and even though it wasn't very fast, its 8 legs ensured a very smooth ride. The burly man and everyone else had already gone on ahead, and the line of 11 devilish lizards progressed toward the desert. The distance of less than 10 kilometers was covered in a short while, and as soon as the devilish lizards entered the desert, sand came billowing toward everyone from all directions. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from the saddles on the backs of the devilish lizards, creating a white barrier of light that kept all of the wind and sand at bay. However, Han Li didn't pay any heed to that. What had attracted his attention was that once they entered the desert, the 8-footed devilish lizards suddenly sped up by several fold, and they had become even faster than galloping stallions. At the same time, a peculiar type of energy fluctuations was emanating from their bodies, allowing them to slowly absorb the scorching energy within the desert. In contrast, Han Li was struck by a burst of indescribable power as soon as he entered the desert, restricting his magic power by as much as 90%. On top of that, both devilish chi and spiritual chi were extremely sparse due to a certain type of chaotic power of heaven and earth that was rejecting both types of energy. The Illusion Howl Desert was certainly living up to its status as one of the restricted areas of the Elder Devil realm. Han Li was quite surprised by this series of changes, but everyone else displayed no reaction, clearly already accustomed to all of this. Around half a month later, Han Li's group found themselves surrounded by a nest of green foot-long scorpions atop a massive sand dune. The scorpions were emitting sharp hissing sounds, and streaks of dark green poisonous light were shooting out of their pincers toward Han and the others from all sides. However, Han Li and the other body integration stage beings merely sat back and watched as Bai Yunshin and the spatial tempering stage beings fought the scorpions with their devilish treasures. Even though the majority of their magic power had been sealed away, these devilish lizards were still nowhere near powerful enough to pose a threat to Bai Yunshin and the others. Bursts of devilish chi surged and exploded, and countless devilish scorpions were reduced to dust before they could approach Han Li's group. Several days later, the 8-footed devilish lizard that was leading from the front suddenly stopped and let loose a low roar. The burly man who was riding atop the lizard raised a hand with furrowed brows to unleash an attack toward an empty patch of sand several hundred feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the sand exploded upward, creating a giant crater with a diameter of close to 100 feet. In the next instant, a giant yellow python that was around 500 to 600 feet in length erupted out of the sand before pouncing toward the burly man. Bai Yunshin and the others were quite alarmed to see this, while the burly man's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think we'd encounter a golden sand python. Those juniors won't be able to handle it. Looks like I'll have to expend some magic power to take care of it myself." As soon as his voice trailed off, he flipped a hand over to produce a black bracelet, then tossed it toward the oncoming giant python. The bracelet swelled to several tens of feet in size amid a flash of light, then vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, the burly man pointed a finger at the giant python, and black light flashed around the python's neck, following which the giant bracelet reappeared before compressing with ruthless might. The giant python immediately let loose an anguished cry before tumbling out of the sky, then writhed violently on the sand in unbearable agony. The burly chuckled coldly upon seeing this before making a hand seal, and the giant bracelet suddenly shrank down to around the size of a human hand. A geyser of black blood erupted several tens of feet up into the air, and the giant python was decapitated, falling dead onto the sand. However, the burly man didn't stop there. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a ball of crimson devilish flames, which struck the python's corpse and quickly incinerated it into dust. The giant python's soul attempted to escape during the process, but it was also swept up and incinerated into nothingness by the devilish flames. That golden sand python looked to be at the late spatial tempering stage. It's very impressive that you were able to kill it so quickly, Brother Bai, Hanli said with a smile as he made his way over to the burly man. You're far too kind, Brother Han. A devilish beast of this caliber will be rather troublesome for Yunshin and the others to deal, but it naturally poses no threat to the likes of us. If I were to encounter the 3 devilish scourges of the Illusion Howl Desert, I would have to run for my life, the burly man replied with a wry smile. The 3 devilish scourges? Hanli was rather intrigued to hear this. Have you not heard of them, fellow Taoist? The burly man was rather taken aback. I've heard of them but don't know the exact details about them. They must be quite powerful for you to be so wary of them, Hanli replied as he stroked his own chin in a calm manner. Chapter 2061, Bloodtooth Rice. It seems like to me you're simply not taking them seriously. I have to caution you that the 3 devilish scourges are extremely powerful, so don't underestimate them if you're going to cross this desert. As I'm sure you're aware, the 3 devilish scourges are the Soul Fall Winds, Earth Annihilation Sand, and Illusion Howl Devilish Wolves. These 3 things all present different levels of danger, and among them the Illusion Howl Devilish Wolves are only at the spatial tempering stage, but they hunt in packs, and even the smallest packs will have 7 or 8 mature wolves. They would be quite troublesome to deal with for most beings, but they would most likely pose the least threat to you. Illusion Howl Devilish Wolves are able to move very quickly in the desert, but not as quickly as 8-footed devilish lizards. As long as you can notice them in advance, you'll be able to shake them off with ease. Of course, if you didn't have a devilish lizard steed, it would be a different story. As for the Earth Annihilation Sand, the peril that it presents is second only to the Soul Fall Winds in the Illusion Howl Desert. Thus, the burly man began to offer an explanation, and even though Hanli was already aware of some of this information, he still listened intently. Over half a month later, Hanli was meditating on his devilish lizard steed, but he suddenly opened his eyes and cast his gaze toward a smudge of green in the desert, which lay close to 10 kilometers away. In the next instant, the purple-haired woman's voice sounded from up ahead. Fellow Taoists, the Silver River Oasis lies up ahead. Our Bai family has set up a small stronghold there so we can go and rest there for a while before we face that devilish beast. The mine is only around half a day away from the oasis. That's great. I've gotten really sick of riding on this thing. Once we get there, I'm going to take a good rest and have a huge meal. Brother Bai, I think it's time you gave me what you promised me, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said with an expectant expression as he patted his own large belly. Haha, rest assured, Brother Luan Dragon, I know that you have to consume that thing to unleash the full power of your special devilish art, so I'll be handing it over to you as soon as we get to the oasis, the burly man chuckled in response. Good. After I consume that thing, my magic power will increase by at least 30%, and that'll give us a better chance of chasing away that devilish beast. That thing truly is extremely delicious. I've only had it once many years ago, but I still can't forget it to this day, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said with a pleased nod. Of course, even our Bai family had to expend extensive efforts to secure just a small amount of that thing, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. Hanli was rather bewildered by this conversation, but he didn't think much of it. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the Silver River Oasis. As soon as they entered the oasis, the sandstorm abruptly stopped, as if it had been kept at bay by some kind of invisible power. The oasis was only several kilometers in size, and there were shrubs of different sizes growing all around its edge. At the center of the oasis was a dark green lake that was around 250 meters in diameter, and beside the lake was a series of gray buildings that were constructed from sand, but seemed to be very sturdy. These buildings only took up an area of several acres, but there were special energy fluctuations radiating through the area, indicating that restrictions had been set up around them. After taking a glance at the small lake, Hanli turned his attention toward that cluster of buildings. These were a series of semi-spherical buildings that were no more than 30 to 40 feet tall. Chapter 2062, Blood Essence Pendant. Hanli had only unintentionally stumbled upon information surrounding Bloodtooth Rice while going through countless ancient tomes written about the Elder Devil realm prior to entering this realm. According to the book that he had read, Bloodtooth Rice could only be found at a place called the Blue Waterfall Lake, which was extremely far away from Illusion Night City. Due to its scarcity, none of the local devilish beings would sell this rice and kept it solely to themselves, so it was quite remarkable that the Bai family had managed to secure one of such a high caliber. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon glanced at Han Li and Han Chizi and said, "Are you too interested in this Bloodtooth Rice as well? It's a pity for you that I've already claimed it. If you too want one as well, then you'll have to ask Brother Bai." After that, he immediately took a bite out of the Bloodtooth Rice, devouring a third of it in just a single mouthful, then began to slowly chew it in a blissful manner. A rich fragrant aroma instantly filled the entire hall. "Do you have more of this Bloodtooth Rice, Brother Bai?" Hanli asked. Han Chizi also immediately turned his attention toward the burly man and purple-haired woman. "Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Luan Dragon. Our Bai family only has this one Bloodtooth Rice in our possession," the burly man said with a wry smile. "I'm afraid I find that very difficult to believe, Brother Bai. Everyone knows that the more Bloodtooth Rice is consumed, the more pronounced the enhancement effect it would have on the consumer's body. If you're able to obtain this rice, then how would you have only obtained one?" Hanli asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Chizi was clearly also unconvinced. "Truth be told, our Bai family did manage to purchase several pieces of this Bloodtooth Rice, but they've all been consumed by my sister and myself. We only kept this one as a seed or as a pill refinement ingredient. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have this one left," the burly man hurriedly explained. Hanli was silent for a moment before continuing, "Seeing as your Bai family was able to obtain this Bloodtooth Rice once, I'm sure you'll be able to do it again. If you can purchase some for me, then price won't be an issue. If you can purchase a Bloodtooth Rice of this caliber for me, I'll be willing to assist your Bai family one more time if you encounter any trouble in the future." Han Chizi finally spoke for the very first time, and his voice was very raspy and dry, as if he really hadn't spoken in a very long time. The purple-haired woman seemed to be rather tempted by these propositions, but the burly man replied without any hesitation, "We only managed to purchase these pieces of Bloodtooth Rice by chance when we encountered some fellow Taoists from the Blue Waterfall Lake. Our Bai family doesn't have a consistent avenue through which we can obtain these things, so there's no need to discuss this matter any further." Han Li and Han Chizi exchanged a glance upon hearing this, but they didn't press the issue any further in the face of the burly man's stoic response. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon was still munching on his Bloodtooth Rice, but a hint of disappointment also flashed through his eyes. After that, everyone began to rest and meditate in the hall. Around 2 hours after Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon finished consuming that piece of Bloodtooth Rice, his aura suddenly swelled drastically, and his face became bright red. Only after a long while did he manage to digest the power of the Bloodtooth Rice, and Hanli became even more interested in Bloodtooth Rice upon seeing this. It seemed that this Bloodtooth Rice was far more efficacious than the records on the book suggested. After all, there were countless beings in the Elder Devil realm who cultivated by devouring the blood essence of others, so this wasn't exactly an uncommon occurrence. "Let's keep going, perhaps we'll find some leads up ahead," the burly man suggested after a brief pause for contemplation. No one offered any objections, and they continued into the tunnel where the remains had just been found. However, everyone was proceeding with more caution, and after making their way along the tunnel for several thousand feet, they encountered 5 or 6 more headless corpses, all of whom were confirmed to be by family disciples who had been left at the stronghold. The burly man's expression darkened further and further with each headless body that was discovered, and after walking for a while longer, he suddenly turned to the purple-haired woman and asked, "How far away are we from that devilish beast? It won't be able to detect us, will it?" "Rest assured, big brother, spiritual sense is greatly inhibited in the Illusion Howl Desert in the first place, and that's only further exacerbated by the disruptive effect of the true fire chi in this mine. We're currently still around 3 kilometers away from the devilish beast, so there's no way that it'll be able to detect us. However, I'm not sure if that will continue to be the case if we get any closer than this, the purple-haired woman replied after briefly glancing down at the jade pendant in her hand. After a brief pause for contemplation, the burly man decided, in that case, let's all unleash our concealment techniques right away. Do we really have to start right away? Using concealment techniques in this desert is going to be very taxing on our magic power. So be it, better safe than sorry, I guess. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon mumbled reluctantly before opening his mouth to expel a black badge, which transformed into a cloud of black mist that enshrouded his entire body. Immediately thereafter, both the mist and Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon himself gradually faded into nothingness. Han Li also followed suit as he made a hand seal, upon which black light swirled over his body, and he transformed into a barely visible black shadow. As for Han Chizi, he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light, upon which his entire body became as translucent as an ice statue. Bai Yunshin and the others each summoned a silver flag before tossing them up into the air in unison to create a silver light formation. The formation descended upon all 6 of them, and they instantly disappeared as well. Seeing as everyone had already concealed themselves, the burly man and the purple-haired woman also did the same as one of them released a burst of black chi from their body, while the other summoned a handkerchief-like treasure. Thus, the group continued onward, and much to their surprise, this tunnel was far longer than they had anticipated. Even after walking for a long while, they still hadn't made it to the other side. As they progressed, the straight tunnel suddenly began to wind and twist, and the stone walls around them also became very coarse and rugged. They had entered a natural underground fissure. Other rifts of different sizes had also begun to appear around them, ranging from only around a foot in width to several tens of feet wide. Scorching winds would occasionally blow through those rifts, carrying a charred sulfurous scent. Around an hour later, after everyone had flown out of a nondescript-looking rift, a giant underground lava lake suddenly appeared down below. The lake was over 1,000 acres in area, and it was filled with bubbling red lava. The edge of the lake was surrounded by charred rocky ground, but there were a series of reddish-purple crystals embedded into those rocks, and they were shimmering with a peculiar red light under the lava's illumination. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. These reddish-purple crystals were manifestations of fire attribute chi that had been compressed to the extreme. Even though they were quite small, all of them were extremely rare top-grade fire cloud stones. At just a rough glance, he discovered that there were tens of thousands of these crystals, and they would be worth an astronomical number of devil stones or spirit stone. It was no wonder that the Bai family was willing to pay such a heavy price to try and salvage this mine. However, what was rather befuddling to Han Li was that there was no devilish beast to be seen here. The underground lava lake was indeed extremely massive, but its structure was very simple, and there weren't any obvious hiding places. The burly man also seemed to be a little perplexed as he transmitted his voice toward the purple-haired woman. Is this the right place, sister? Is that devilish beast really here? There's no mistaking it, its blood essence is definitely pointing toward this place, the purple-haired woman replied without any hesitation. In that case, it's most likely hiding within the lava down below. It seems that it really hasn't detected our arrival yet. Yunshin set up the formation right away. Fellow Taoists, we'll be requiring your services soon as well, the burly man said as he turned to everyone else. The 6 Bai family disciples immediately gave affirmative responses before scattering around the lava lake, then summoned stacks of formation flags and formation plates to begin setting up a giant formation. As for Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and Han Chizi, they also descended toward the lava down below, then stopped and hovered in mid-air over 100 feet above the surface of the lava lake. Even though the 2 of them were still concealed by their respective secret techniques, they still summoned protective devilish treasures in a cautious manner. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon opened his mouth to produce a shimmering blue bowl that was emanating blue glacial light, while Han Chizi swept a sleeve through the air to produce 12 translucent flags, which transformed into 12 balls of glacial light that revolved around his body. Meanwhile, Han Li gently stomped a foot down onto the air blow, and 5-colored light erupted underfoot, forming a 5-colored lotus flower that carried his body downward on a slow descent. The 5-colored lotus flower was extremely vibrant and was releasing wisps of glacial chi. It had been manifested by none other than these 5-colored glacial flames. Han Li, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, and Han Chizi were hovering above the lava lake in a triangular formation while releasing their spiritual sense downward. However, there were layers of peculiar energy fluctuations within the lava that prevented Han Li's spiritual sense from reaching any deeper than just over 1,000 feet into the lake. For Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the others, their spiritual sense was far less powerful than Han Li's, so that distance was shortened to around 0 to 400 feet for them. A distance of just over 1,000 feet only allowed Han Li to discover that there was a massive black shadow lying at the bottom of the lake. However, due to the energy fluctuations in the lava, he was unable to see the shadow clearly, so he couldn't determine whether this was their target for this trip. Even though the black shadow laid completely still as if it were dead, Han Li was still surveying it with great caution. As Bai Yunxin and the others were setting up the formation, the two devilish lords of the Bai family were also in action. The burly man had summoned his antiquated mirror again, and it transformed into over 100 mirror fragments that spread all over the air above the lava lake, shining black devilish light down upon it. The burly man's lips tremored silently, and he wore a slightly strained expression, clearly finding it rather difficult to unleash his abilities while the majority of his magic power was being restricted. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman made a hand seal, and a suit of devilish armor that was as pristine white as jade appeared over her body. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with her other hand, and a long inky black halberd appeared in her grasp. She swept the weapon through the air, and an inky black giant horned tiger projection appeared, snarling viciously as if it were about to pounce at any moment. Around 15 minutes later, the sixth spatial tempering stage by family disciples finished setting up the formation, and balls of black chi immediately surfaced around the lava lake. Bursts of killing intent and flashes of cold light were contained within the balls of black chi, as if they were holding countless sharp blades. The sixth spatial tempering stage by family disciples had concealed themselves within these balls of black chi and were controlling the entire formation. The burly man then transmitted his voice toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon. "The formation is ready, fellow Taoist Luan Dragon. Please force the beast out of the lava now." A cold look appeared in Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's eyes upon hearing this, and he immediately let loose a loud cry before pointing a finger toward the blue bowl he had summoned. The bowl shuddered before expanding drastically in size, transforming into a blue moon, and at the same time, it released a thick pillar of blue light that shot forth toward the lava down below with ferocious might. The pillar of light stirred up the lava lake like a giant rod, and in the blink of an eye, massive waves had been swept up over the surface of the entire lake. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of fury rang out, and the lava parted as a burst of green chi emerged, forcing the pillar of blue light out of the lake. A cold smile appeared on Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's face upon seeing this, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. At the same time, he flicked his fingers toward the blue bowl to release around a dozen streaks of black light, all of which vanished into the bowl in a flash. A loud ringing sound suddenly erupted out of the blue moon, and countless white runes appeared over its surface. As a result, the blue pillar of light it was releasing became around twice as thick as it had been before, and it crashed down from above with renewed might. The burst of opposing green chi was completely caught off guard and was instantly destroyed, following which the pillar of blue light plunged deep into the lava lake again. As soon as these balls of glacial light were hurled through the air, white icy halos appeared around them as a show of their fearsome glacial might. However, the giant devilish beast remained completely unfazed. It abruptly raised its head, and the green flames around its body instantly transformed into layers of green light barriers. Regardless of whether it was Han Li's gray threads of light or those icy halos, they were both instantly destroyed as if they had encountered the bane of their existence. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this. His divine essence-fused light was able to repress 5 elemental power, so it was quite a surprise to him that these green devilish flames were able to nullify them so easily. However, the 2 balls of glacial light unleashed by Han Chizi seemed to possess some type of peculiar power, allowing them to tear through the green flames and hurtle directly toward the devilish beast. The devilish beast immediately expelled 2 bursts of black chi out of its mouth in response, and after the 2 opposing powers clashed, the balls of glacial light reverted back into a pair of translucent flags that descended from above. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Chizi's eyes upon seeing this, but he immediately made a grabbing motion, drawing the 2 flags back to him as streaks of white light, which vanished into his body in a flash. Right at this moment, the devilish beast let loose a loud roar, and the temperature within the entire cave instantly increased by several fold. Crimson fireballs emerged around its body, yet just as it was about to unleash an attack, the burly man and purple-haired woman sprang into action. The burly man began to chant something while pointing a finger at all of the mirror fragments in the air, and they released bolts of black lightning in unison, intertwining to form a black lightning net that descended from above. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman stabbed her black halberd viciously downward, and the giant black tiger projection around it let loose a thunderous roar before swooping down as a streak of black light. The space in the wake of the black light twisted and warped, and it appeared directly above the devilish beast in a flash, completely undeterred by the oncoming balls of green flames. However, the green flames around the body of the devilish beast suddenly swelled drastically, then formed a two-headed devilish python projection that clashed with the tiger projection. Both of these projections were formed by devilish chi, but it was as if a clash were taking place between an actual pair of ferocious devilish beasts. As for that black lightning net, all of the crimson fireballs in the air immediately shot forth toward it at the devilish beast's behest, and the lightning net was completely kept at bay amid countless explosions of red light. This devilish beast truly did possess powers comparable to a late-stage devilish lord. It was opposing several devilish lords at once, yet managed to hold its own. However, during this brief delay, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon also appeared in a flash above the devilish beast, then suddenly patted his own belly with a cold look in his eyes. A treasure emerged from his stomach, revealing itself to be a small drum that was only several inches in size. The drum was entirely crimson in color, and had countless snowflake-like runes engraved all over its surface. Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon gently patted the drum, and glacial winds were instantly swept up as countless bright red snowflakes appeared before descending from the heavens. Chapter 2065. Fierce Mind Battle 1. The snowflakes didn't appear to be very large, but they were able to instantly nullify all of the crimson fireballs they came into contact with, and a burst of glacial chi filled the entire air, eradicating the scorching heat. At the same time, Hanli flicked his fingers toward the devilish beast in quick succession, releasing 10 streaks of azure sword chi that shot forth toward the devilish beast in a flash. Meanwhile, Han Chizi harumphed coldly as made a grabbing motion with a pristine white hand, and a translucent ice mountain instantly appeared. Initially, the mountain was only around 10 feet in size, but it quickly swelled to several hundred feet at his behest, then crashed down toward the devilish beast. In that instant, Han Li's trio had unleashed their attacks toward the devilish beast all at the same time. However, as opposed to testing out the devilish beast's powers as they had done during their initial attacks, all three of them were using their true powers now. The devilish beast seemed to also be aware that it was in a perilous situation, and it let loose a low roar as the green flames around its body surged upward, but at the same time, it descended toward the lava lake for refuge. However, right at this moment, Bai Yunshin and the others activated the giant formation they had set up. A string of loud clangs rang out from within the black chi they were hiding in, following which countless snowy white saber projections shot forth in all directions, creating an impenetrable net above the lava lake that stood in the devilish beast's way. All of these saber projections were shimmering with a cold light, and were clearly extremely sharp and formidable. The devilish beast was very confident in the power of its own body, but it still didn't dare to plunge into this fearsome net and was forced to stop in midair. At this point, the snowflakes, ice mountain, and sword chi had already swept the green flames aside and were crashing down toward the devilish beast from above. Even in this perilous situation, the devilish beast didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to have been fueled by its vicious instincts as it opened its mouth to devour all of the green flames around its own body. As a result, it was revealed to be a ferocious monster with the head of a deer, the body of a cow, and the paws of a lion. After the green flames were devoured, it threw its head back and expelled a green stone brick out of its mouth, which swelled drastically to form a massive fiery stone wall. In the next instant, the snowflakes, sword chi, and ice mountain struck the stone wall, amid a string of resounding explosions and flashes of dazzling light, but the stone wall remained completely unmoved. The devilish lords present were all quite surprised to see this, and Han Li was also rather taken aback. The sword chi that he had unleashed appeared to be quite mundane, but they were no less powerful than the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords themselves. As such, they were capable of slicing through even some lower-grade treasures. He hadn't expected the streaks of sword chi to kill the devilish beast, but it was still quite a surprise to him that the stone wall had been able to keep them at bay so easily. Right at this moment, a layer of black chi appeared over the purple-haired woman's face, and she hurled halberd violently downward with a flick of her wrist. The black halberd instantly swelled to several times its original size, transforming into a streak of black light that was over 100 feet in length before plunging viciously into the stone wall. An earth-shattering boom immediately rang out, and the entire space tremored violently. Immediately thereafter, a black sun emerged in the air, and countless cracks appeared over the surface of the seemingly indestructible stone wall, looking as if it were going to shatter at any moment. The purple-haired woman was ecstatic to see this, but the devilish beast suddenly opened its mouth to release a burst of azure light that surged into the stone wall in a flash. The azure flames around the stone wall instantly reared up, and the cracks that had been inflicted were quickly sealed again. The purple-haired woman's expression darkened upon seeing this, and her black halberd instantly transformed into countless massive halberd projections that came crashing down toward the stone wall like a torrential storm. At the same time, the burly man switched a different hand seal, and the mirror fragments in the air unleashed over 100 bolts of black lightning again. On this occasion, they intertwined to form a black lightning sword that was over 100 feet in length, and it swept down with vicious force. Bolts of black lightning came crashing down like countless black snakes, striking the stone wall and dispersing most of the green flames around it. Han Chizi also pointed a finger toward the ice mountain that he had summoned, and it tremored before vanishing on the spot. After that, spatial fluctuations erupted behind the devilish beast, and the ice mountain reappeared out of thin air before hurtling toward the devilish beast's back. Before the ice mountain had even struck its target, a burst of enormous invisible power and translucent glacial light swept forth, but right in that instant, the devilish beast suddenly raised one of its paws before thrusting it forward. All of a sudden, the paw vanished into thin air, following which a giant claw that was enshrouded in green flames appeared behind the devilish beast before crashing into the oncoming ice mountain. The glacial light and green devilish flames exploded in unison amid a dull thump, and the ice mountain was sent flying backward while the beastly paw vanished again. Han Chizi's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he pointed his finger toward the ice mountain several times in succession to arrest its momentum, then sent it hurtling toward the devilish beast again. At the same time, a faint buzzing sound rang out from the small crimson drum being controlled by Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, and all of the crimson snowflakes drifting through the air transformed into countless ice spikes that rained down toward devilish beast in a torrential downpour. The ice spikes struck the stone wall before exploding into balls of crimson light, and a repugnant odor wafted through the air. In the next instant, a series of pits and craters began to appear on the surface of the wall, indicating that the ice spikes seemed to have been imbued with lethal poison. In the face of so many attacks, the stone wall was beginning to struggle. The devilish beast expelled several bursts of azure light out of its mouth, but was still unable to repair the cracks on the stone wall as quickly as they were being inflicted. The devilish beast immediately let loose a low roar upon seeing this, and countless devilish patterns appeared over the surface of its body before swirling incessantly. Identical green devilish patterns appeared on the giant stone wall as well, and it abruptly descended the devilish beast, then transformed into a massive stone ball around its body. All of the oncoming attacks struck the giant stone ball in a frenzy. The streaks of azure sword chi summoned by Han Li had transformed into over 100 powerful sword threads that plunged viciously into the stone ball, inflicting many tiny holes onto its surface, but were unable to fully penetrate. Even so, it was quite clear that the stone ball wouldn't be able to last too long in the face of such ferocious attacks. The green flames around it were gradually dimming, and countless rock fragments were falling from its surface. The burly man and purple-haired woman were both ecstatic to see this, and they injected even more power into their attacks. On top of that, the giant net of blades that had sealed off the surface of the lac had disassembled itself into countless sharp blades at the behest of the 6 by family disciples, and these blades were also joining in on the attack. Within the span of just a few breaths, the stone ball had been whittled down significantly, and it seemed that victory would be secured soon. However, Han Li's brows were slightly furrowed as things seemed to be progressing far too smoothly. Thus far, the devilish beast hadn't truly displayed its fearsome late-body integration stage power. As soon as this thought occurred to Han Li, the devilish beast let loose a loud roar from within the stone ball, and pillars of scorching hot lava suddenly rose up from the placid surface of the lava lake, converging to form a massive ball of lava that enveloped the stone ball. Immediately thereafter, countless green devilish patterns appeared on the surface of the ball of lava, following which it transformed into a molten giant that was over 100 feet tall. The giant had crimson flames surging all over its body and green light flashing within its eyes. It raised its arms high up into the air, and waves of fire swept forth from its body in all directions. There seemed to be an endless supply of crimson flames within the giant's body, and a crimson sea of flames had filled the entire space in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, the giant opened its mouth to expel a vast expanse of green devilish flames, which fused into the crimson flames, forming a dozen or so green fiery pythons that each exceeded 100 feet in length, all of which pounced toward the enemy devilish lords. Red light flashed before Han Li's eyes, and his entire body was plunged into the sea of flames. Scorching devilish chi revolved around him like a frenzied vortex, and he was bound to the spot by some type of profound power hidden within the sea of flames. Under the compression of this profound power, the azure streaks of sword chi within the sea of flame had also become very slow and sluggish. The attacks unleashed by the other devilish lords were also significantly nullified by the sea of flames, rendering them unable to pose much of a threat to the devilish beast. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he made a grabbing motion toward the streaks of azure sword chi, and all of them exploded within the sea of flames, forming balls of azure light that forcibly dispersed some of the crimson flames, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the sea of fire again. After that, Han Li made a hand seal, and the 5-colored glacial flames around him expanded to force back the surrounding flames, yet just as he was about to escape from the sea of fire, a blood-curdling cry suddenly rang out from within the formation around the lava lake. Chapter 2066, Fierce Mind Battle 2. The burly man's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the black chi down below. That cry had come from one of the Bai family disciples, and under normal circumstances he would be able to instantly glean the situation within the formation, but his powers were currently severely restricted, and the power of the formation was obstructing him as well, so he was unable to see what was happening within the black chi. However, he could sense that one of the auras of the 6 disciples had already disappeared. This was naturally very alarming to him, yet before he could do anything, 2 more blood-curdling cries rang out in succession within the black chi. Immediately thereafter, the auras of 2 more Bai family disciples were snuffed out. "Save me, Senior." A Bai family disciple rushed out of the black chi before frantically fleeing toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon, who was the devilish lord that was situated closest to him. However, in this sea of flames, the disciple's speed was greatly hampered, and Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon remained on the spot, displaying no intention to help him. The Bai family disciple was plunged into complete despair upon seeing this, yet before he could do anything, a streak of black light suddenly shot forth out of the black chi, striking the disciple in a flash, completely unimpeded by the sea of fire. A howl of anguish rang out as the protective devilish chi around the disciple's body was scattered, and his head rolled down from his body. Another murky white head then emerged out of the wound on his neck, and it cast a cold glance toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon with its crimson eyes. As soon as their eyes met, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon was instantly struck by a bone-chilling sensation, as if all of the blood in his entire body had frozen solid. This was naturally quite alarming to him, and he swept a sleeve through the air to summon a bone shield that situated itself in front of him. At this moment, Bai Yunshin and another Bai family disciple flew out of the black chi with horrified expressions, and one of them flew toward Han Li, while the other flew toward Han Chizi. The head that had emerged from the neck of the decapitated Bai family disciple cast its gaze toward the pair, then suddenly flew out of the disciple's body. It shot forth as a streak of white light, then split up into 2 and flew toward both Bai Yunshin and the other disciple. After just a single flash, it had already reached its 2 targets. "Save me, Senior. Senior Han." Both of the disciples were naturally horrified to see this, and they each summoned several protective devilish treasures to try and save themselves. However, the white light was able to pass through the treasures as if it had no substantial form, and it plunged into their bodies in a flash. In the next instant, both of their heads were also decapitated amid blood-curdling cries, only to be replaced by 2 other white heads. The white light had moved so quickly that it had afforded Han Li and Han Chizi no opportunity to step in. Both of their expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. If it weren't for the fact that they were unable to use movement techniques and restricted by this sea of flames, it would have been a simple task for them to rescue the 2 Bai family disciples, but in these circumstances, they could only look on as the disciples were killed. Han Li cast his gaze toward the first disciple who had been decapitated to find that his body had completely shriveled up. His blood and flesh had vanished, and his remains mirrored the headless bodies that they had discovered in the mine tunnel earlier. It seemed that the other Bai family disciples had also fallen in the same manner. However, the monsters who had attacked the Bai family disciples seemed to be aware that the devilish lords wouldn't be so easy to defeat, and they merely appraised Han Li and the others with their cold crimson eyes. This indicated that these beings had a high level of intelligence, which made the devilish lords present even more wary of them. The burly man and purple-haired woman exchanged a glance to see their own shock and fury mirrored in one another's eyes, and they shared a quick conversation through voice transmission before the burly man turned to Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, please face these monsters for now with my sister. I'll take care of this devilish beast with the other fellow Taoists. After we defeat that devilish beast, we'll come to assist the two of you." As soon as his voice trailed off, bright white light abruptly erupted out of the purple-haired woman's suit of armor, forcing back the surrounding crimson flames and allowing her to fly directly toward Han Li. Han Chizi also quickly flew toward Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the burly man upon hearing this arrangement, using the balls of glacial light around him to part the sea of flames. In the face of these powerful enemies, there was no time for debate, so he immediately decided to comply with the burly man's suggestion. Han Li had no objections either, and once the purple-haired woman was less than 200 feet away from him, he immediately transmitted his voice toward her. "Fellow Taoist Futian, do you know what these beings are?" The woman hesitated momentarily before replying, "This is the first time I've seen these things as well, but I recall reading about a similar type of entity known as devilish spirits that seem to be quite similar to these things. However, I can't confirm if these are indeed devilish spirits." "Devilish spirits?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. The woman hadn't elaborated on what they were, but these devilish spirits were clearly supposed to be quite troublesome to deal with. "Indeed. I suspect that this thing may be a devilish spirit formed by the spiritual chi within this mine. If that's the case, then not only will its attacks be completely insubstantial and formless, it'll be immune to virtually all physical attacks, and even its movement techniques may not be hampered much here. I don't know why it's decided to join forces with this devilish beast, but we have to be careful," the purple-haired woman replied. "I see. Let me find out if it really is immune to physical attacks." Han Chizi turned toward Bai Yunshin's possessed body with a cold light in his eyes, then cast his gaze toward the three other devilish lords. Those three had already begun attacking the molten giant formed by the devilish beast, and aside from his vast treasured mirror, the burly man had summoned a pair of metal hooks that were revolving around the molten giant's body, inflicting a large hole upon it with each attack. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's body had swelled to several times its original size, and he was releasing gusts of purple winds out of his mouth to force back the crimson sea of flames. As for Han Chizi, his body had become as translucent as an ice sculpture, and he was unleashing a series of extremely powerful glacial abilities. The devilish beast was indeed very formidable, but in the face of the three devilish lords, all of whom were attacking it with powers that held an advantage against it, it had been forced onto the back foot. Even though the lava enveloping its body was being heavily damaged, it was able to endlessly regenerate by drawing upon the lava in the lake, so the three devilish lords were unable to truly harm the beast. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but he abruptly made a grabbing motion, and an azure long sword that was around 3 feet long appeared in his grasp. He slashed the sword toward Bai Yunshin's body, and it instantly vanished from his grasp. However, in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted from Bai Yunshin's headless body, and a translucent azure thread appeared before drifting down like a gentle breeze, slicing the white head on her body in half right down the center. After reaching the late body integration stage, Han Li's sword thread had become incredibly powerful and unpredictable, allowing him to slice through that head with ease. An extremely disorienting shriek rang out from the two halves of the white head, following which Bai Yunshin's headless body instantly completely shriveled upon. In the next instant, the two halves of the head flew out of her body before combining as one to form a streak of white light that shot forth directly toward Han Li. With Han Li's immense spiritual sense, he was naturally completely unaffected by the soundwave attack. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens of small azure swords shot forth, transforming into several tens of azure sword threads that flew directly toward the oncoming streak of light. The streak of light drew to an abrupt halt as several tens of faint azure marks appeared all over it, following which it was split up into several tens of pieces. However, these fragments then immediately fused back together before hurtling toward Han Li again, maintaining its original speed in the process. It really is virtually immune to physical attacks. Looks like this is indeed a devilish spirit, Han Li murmured to himself as he swept his other sleeve through the air to release a ball of silver flames, which struck the streak of white light with unerring accuracy. The silver flames then reared up to several feet tall and instantly inundated the oncoming streak of white light. While keeping an eye on the other devilish spirit, the purple-haired woman was naturally also watching what Hanli was doing, and just when she thought that the silver flames would be unable to harm the devilish spirit, she was given quite a surprise. As soon as the streak of white light was enshrouded within the silver flames, it let loose a blood-curdling shriek before frantically rolling around on the ground, seemingly in an attempt to snuff out the flames. A faint smile appeared on the purple-haired woman's face as she made a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward the gray light, planning to unleash a powerful secret technique to completely destroy the trapped devilish spirit. However, right at this moment, Hanli suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Look out!" The purple-haired woman faltered slightly upon hearing this, and before she could figure out what Hanli was referring to, several hundred threads of white light suddenly erupted out of the gray light up ahead before striking her body in a flash. Several layers of light barriers appeared around her, but the white threads passed through them as if they didn't exist before striking her suit of pristine white armor. Balls of white light erupted out of the suit of armor upon being struck by the white threads, and within those balls of white light were silver runes of different sizes that temporarily kept the white threads at bay. However, the white threads seemed to be imbued with extremely fearsome power, and the purple-haired woman was sent flying back in an uncontrollable manner. Immediately thereafter, the white threads converged to form the white figure again, and it quickly reached out toward her with both hands. A pair of massive hands of light that were around 10 feet in size each appeared out of thin air, then grabbed viciously toward her. Before they had even come into contact with her, two bursts of enormous force were already sweeping toward her body. The woman's face paled at the sight of the powerful attack, and she knew that if she were to be struck by the attack, would definitely at least be severely wounded, if not killed on the spot. As such, she could only grit her teeth and fight for her life. A layer of crimson chi appeared over her face while black light flashed behind her, and a menacing devilish projection with a tiger's head and a human's body emerged. The devilish projection let loose a low roar, and reached out toward the pair of massive hands of light with its devilish paws. However, the woman had still underestimated the devilish spirit's powers. In the instant that the pair of hands came into contact with the devilish paws, they suddenly twisted and flashed past the devilish paws at an incredible angle before crashing down toward the purple-haired woman's head. The purple-haired woman's face paled even further upon seeing this, but it was too late for her to do anything, and she could only inject her magic power into her suit of armor in a frenzy, preparing to withstand the attack with her body. Just as the giant hands were about to reach her, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby, and two balls of silver flames shot forth in a flash to strike the pair of huge hands. A resounding boom rang out as the pair of hands was inundated by the silver flames, then instantly incinerated into nothingness. In the next instant, the two bursts of silver flames combined as one, transforming into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in size before flying toward the devilish spirit. Hanli had finally stepped in the woman's hour of need. The devilish spirit was clearly very fearful of the silver flames, and it instantly shot back over 100 feet in a wraith-like manner before expelling bursts of reddish-purple light out of its mouth. These bursts of light then transformed into several tens of streaks of purple sword chi that struck the silver fire raven in a flash, but Fire Raven remained completely unscathed while the streaks of purple sword chi were all incinerated into nothingness. However, the silver fire raven was slowed down slightly by the streaks of sword chi, and the devilish spirit took advantage of this opportunity to flee back into the stone wall, where it disappeared. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he waved a hand toward the silver fire raven, upon which it immediately returned to him as a ball of silver flames, then vanished into his body in a flash. The purple-haired woman was greatly relieved as she steadied herself, then hurriedly extended a grateful salute toward Han Li from afar. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Han. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have truly been in severe peril. I'll be sure to repay you for this." "You're welcome, fellow Taoist. I agreed to lend you my assistance, so it's only expected of me to step in when you're in danger. It's a pity we let that devilish spirit get away. It seems to possess quite a high level of intelligence, so it'll be very difficult to capture it again," Han Li replied with a smile. "You're far too modest, Brother Han. Indeed, we'll have to eradicate this devilish spirit if we want to resume normal operations in this mine, but let's take care of that devilish beast first," the purple-haired woman said with a wry smile before flying toward the other battle. There, the molten giant was releasing boundless crimson flames, and even though it was clearly on the back foot, it was still attacking the devilish lords with immense ferocity, unleashing green fireballs the size of pavilions with its massive fists. The giant fireballs were imbued with formidable power, and even the three devilish lords were forced to evade them, not daring to oppose them head-on. As expected of a devilish beast that was comparable in power to a late body integration stage being, it truly wouldn't be an easy task for the three devilish lords to defeat. After ascertaining the situation, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he made a hand seal, following which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a burst of surging devilish chi. Chapter 2068, Victory. Half a day later, an earth-shattering boom rang out near the giant sand dune, and it suddenly exploded, sending an enormous amount of sand flying in all directions. A ball of green flames then shot forth before flying away into the distance. Within the green flames was a deer-headed devilish beast that was riddled with wounds. There was blood flowing all over its body and it was missing one of its paws. However, right at this moment, a streak of piercing silver light suddenly shot forth like lightning before rapidly revolving around the devilish beast. The devilish beast let loose a thunderous roar of pain, and the green flames around its body reared up as it accelerated, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, half of a purple horn came crashing down from above amid a rain of blood and landed with a dull thump, sinking several feet into the sand, indicating that it was extremely heavy. A humanoid figure then slowly flew out of what remained of the sand dune before hovering in midair. It was none other than Han Li, and he cast his gaze toward the direction that the devilish beast had disappeared in before shaking his head, then glanced down at the purple horn segment that had sunken into the sand. He raised a hand and made a grabbing motion to release a burst of invisible suction force, and the horn segment was drawn into his grasp as if it weighed nothing at all. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the purple horn segment, and a pleased look appeared on his face. However, his expression then changed slightly, and he immediately flipped his hand over to stow the horn segment away. In the next instant, another humanoid figure emerged out of the massive crater in the sand. It was none other than the purple-haired woman. The woman smiled at the sight of Han Li and asked, "Did you manage to catch up to that devilish beast?" "It's alright even if you didn't. The beast has already been severely wounded by the 5 of us, so I'm sure it wouldn't dare to approach this mine again. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, as it was fleeing, I managed to inflict another sword wound upon it. By my estimation, it'll take at least several centuries of recuperation before it can make a full recovery," Han Li replied as he pointed toward the puddle of ground that had been left in the sand. The purple-haired woman's eyes lit up with elation at the sight of the puddle of blood, and she said, "That's great. I'm glad we've finally resolved this issue. Let's go and meet up with everyone else before we discuss what to do next." Sure. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he drifted back down into the crater again. The purple-haired woman glanced at the puddle of blood and hesitated momentarily before thrusting a hand toward it, upon which a large pile of sand was turned over to completely bury all of the blood. Only then was her heart truly put at ease, and she drifted down into the crater as well. Several hours later, Han Li and the other devilish lords were gathered in the cave where the battle had taken place, and they were in the process of discussing something. Among them, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the burly man both appeared quite pale, indicating that they had severely exerted themselves during the earlier battle. In contrast, Han Chizi didn't appear to be any different compared to his normal state. "So you're saying that there's a devilish spirit that was formed within this mine? In that case it definitely won't leave this mine. Otherwise, it'll inevitably perish over time," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said. "That devilish spirit was able to instantly kill those 6 spatial tempering stage disciples from our Bai family, so it's most likely very powerful. Perhaps it already possesses the ability to leave this mine if it so pleases," the purple-haired woman countered. "That's true. That's not as good as a piece of bloodtooth rice, but it'll suffice." The burly man was ecstatic and he turned to Han Chizi before asking, "Great. Can I count on you too as well, fellow Taoists?" Han Chizi nodded in response, and Han Li also had no objections. Thus, they began to discuss a specific plan to deal with the devilish spirit, and they finally devised something that was feasible. After that, they began to meditate while holding devil stones instead of immediately springing into action. Several days later, after everyone had recovered some of their magic power, they split up into 2 groups. It was still the same 2 groups as last time, with Han Li and the purple-haired woman in one group, while the other group was comprised of the 3 other devilish lords, and they headed into 2 different mine tunnels. 2 days later, the purple-haired woman was walking up ahead with a round disc in her hand, while Hanli was following along behind her in an unhurried manner. The woman wasn't walking very quickly, and she was glancing down at the disc occasionally, but was yet to discover anything. Can this spirit tracking disc really detect the devilish spirit's location? Hanli asked. Rest assured, Brother Han, this devil tracking disc wasn't specifically designed for devilish spirits, but it's still applicable under these circumstances. We'll be able to detect the devilish spirit right away if it comes within 1,000 feet of us. Otherwise, with the devilish spirit's ability to fuse as one with this mine, we won't be able to detect it at all with our spiritual sense, the purple-haired woman replied with a smile. That devilish spirit is quite intelligent. I don't think it'll approach us voluntarily, Hanli said with a shake of his head. Then we'll find the root of the devilish spirit. If we can track down the root of the devilish spirit in this mine and destroy it, the devilish spirit itself will also be eradicated, the purple-haired woman immediately replied without any hesitation. That may be true, but it won't be a simple task to find its root in such a massive mine. It may take over a week. Hanli sighed. Are you saying the reward we promised you isn't even worth an extra week of your time, Brother Han? The woman chuckled. Hee, that's not how this works, Hanli replied with a meaningful smile. The purple-haired woman was just about to say something in response when a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from her body, and she faltered slightly before patting her own waist, upon which a devilish badge treasure flew out. The purple-haired woman quickly tapped the badge a few times, and was greeted by the sound of the burly man's ecstatic voice. Sister, we've already found the devilish spirit and eradicated it together. As we anticipated, it was severely wounded and debilitated, so it wasn't able to put up much of a fight at all. The woman was quite taken aback to hear this, and Hanli could also hear what was being said. A smile appeared on his face as he chuckled. Looks like we won't have to stay here for another week after all. Chapter 2069. Encountering foreign devilish metal again. A month later, several lizard-like devilish beasts emerged from the edge of the Illusion Howl Desert, and atop each lizard sat a person. They were none other than Han Li's group who were returning from the Bai family mine. After Han Li had been informed that the devilish lord had been slain by the burly man and the others, he and the purple-haired woman had immediately gone to meet up with the 3 devilish lords, and they had found the root of the devilish spirit in the end. It was a giant gray crystal, and even though it had lost all of its spiritual nature due to the destruction of the devilish spirit, it was still an extremely rare tool refinement material, which was immediately taken by the burly man. Han Li didn't ask for a detailed recount of how the devilish spirit had been destroyed, and the 3 devilish lords had no intention of telling him either. The group departed the day after the devilish spirit was destroyed and enjoyed a smooth return journey. In the instant that everyone emerged from the desert, Han Li immediately felt as if his body had grown lighter, and his restricted magic power instantly returned to normal. Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief as he experienced the abundant magic power surging through his body. Having so much magic power repressed in the Illusion Howl Desert was not a good feeling. He then couldn't help but grimace at the thought that he would have to spend several decades in this desert next time. Thankfully, the issue was successfully resolved, and he had even secured an extra devilish lizard. Now, all he had to do was await the arrival of the Long family patriarch and everyone else. The Bai family had promised him the opportunity to select 3 treasures from their treasure vault as a reward for his efforts, and he was very much looking forward to this. After recovering their magic power, all of the body integration stage beings were naturally able to speed up dramatically, and it only took them less than half a day to reach Illusion Night City. Several hours later, Han Li and everyone else was seated in a hall with antiquated decor within the Bai family fortress, discussing something with the purple-haired woman in a relaxed manner. However, the burly man was nowhere to be seen. That made sense considering the entire Bai family only had 2 devilish lords among their ranks, and both of them had been absent for over 2 months, so there were naturally some urgent matters that had to be addressed. After a while, a person strode into the hall, and it was none other than the burly man. That was very fast, Brother Bai, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said as he turned to the burly man. Haha, there were only some minor tasks to be taken care of. Aside from that, I've brought all of you the rewards that we promised. Please take a look, fellow Taoists, the burly man replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending a black bracelet flying toward each of Han Li's trio. Han Li and the others caught their respective bracelets, then swept their spiritual sense into them. Moments later, satisfied looks appeared on both Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and Han Chizi's faces, and they stowed the storage bracelets away. Han Li also put away his storage bracelet after a brief examination of its contents. I need some time to recover from the earlier battles, so I'm going back to my cave abode to rest now. Farewell, fellow Taoists, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said as he rose to his feet right after stowing away the storage bracelet. I'll also be taking my leave, Han Chizi said after a brief moment of contemplation. As for Han Li, he remained seated firmly on his chair, and Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and Han Chizi exchanged a slightly bewildered glance upon seeing this. However, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, making it impossible for them to tell what he was thinking. The burly man and purple-haired woman naturally asked them to stay as a formality, but the two insisted on departing, so they were accompanied out of the hall, then escorted out of the fortress by another family disciple. Meanwhile, Han Li was sipping on a cup of spirit tea in the hall in a relaxed manner. The burly man and purple-haired woman soon returned, and the former said in a meaningful voice, "You sure are able to keep your cool, Brother Han. Fellow Taoist Luan Dragon and fellow Taoist Han Chizi have already departed. Aren't you afraid that we'll refuse to give you the 3 treasures we promised you?" As opposed to being enraged by this, Han Li merely smiled and replied, "If you're really that stingy, then the Bai family wouldn't be where it is today." That's true. If our Bai family were to revoke our promise over a few treasures, then our reputation would be swept to the ground. Sister, accompany Brother Han to our treasure vault. He can have any 3 treasures that catch his fancy, the burly man chuckled. Yes, big brother. Come with me, Brother Han, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. Han Li cupped his fist toward the burly man in a salute, then followed the purple-haired woman out of a side door. Thus, the burly man was the only one left in the hall. Following Han Li's departure, his smile immediately faded slightly, and he sat down on the main seat in the hall before shaking his head, and murmuring to himself, "What a pity! If we had known that the devilish spirit would be destroyed so easily, there would have been no need to offer such a large reward." Having said that, the mine is now able to resume normal operation, so we'll be able to recover these losses soon. A few minutes later, Han Li arrived outside a mysterious pavilion that was enshrouded within layers of restrictions. There were over 10 elite Bai family disciples guarding the pavilion both out in the open and in the shadows, but none of them intervened as the purple-haired woman led Han Li into the hall on the first floor of the pavilion. On either side of the hall were 8 copper statues for giant malicious monsters striking menacing poses, and judging from the faint auras emanating from these statues, they were clearly another set of guards. Between the statues were around a dozen rows of wooden shelves that were holding various devilish treasures, materials and ingredients. There were also some containers of different materials, shapes and sizes. The purple-haired woman stood at the entrance and made a hand seal, then cast a series of incantation seals toward the 8 statues. After that, she opened her mouth to release a purple jade pendant, which shot forth into the hall before vanishing into thin air amid a dull thump. In the next instant, the entire hall tremored slightly, and the restrictions in the hall were withdrawn. "This is our treasure vault, Brother Han. You can choose 3 treasures among these," the purple-haired woman said with a smile as she withdrew her hand seal. "Don't mention it, I still haven't had a chance to thank you for saving me back at the mine," the woman said with a nonchalant smile. After that, the two of them made their way back to the original hall, and Han Li chatted with the purple-haired woman and burly man for a while longer before taking his leave. On this occasion, the two of them accompanied Han Li all the way to the entrance of the fortress before returning to the hall together. "Which 3 treasures did that man choose, sister?" the burly man asked as soon as he took a seat. "A golden whale bead, a piece of foreign devilish metal and a sifting disc," the purple-haired woman replied. "That's rather strange. Those definitely aren't the most precious treasures in the vault," the burly man remarked as his brows furrowed slightly. "I also found it to be quite strange. I can understand the golden whale bead and sifting disc, but that piece of foreign devilish metal really shouldn't be of much interest to beings of our caliber," the purple-haired woman mused. "Did he say anything about it?" "He gave me a generic excuse and glossed over the matter completely, but he asked me about where we obtained the piece of foreign devilish metal from," the purple-haired woman replied. "In that case he must be interested in obtaining quite a large amount of foreign devilish metal, but if I recall correctly, there are several shops in Illusion Night City where foreign devilish metal is sold, yet he hasn't purchased this metal from any of those shops." The burly man was still quite perplexed. Could it be that there's something special about that particular piece of foreign devilish metal? The purple-haired woman had unintentionally struck the nail on the head. What could be special about it? We both examined that piece of foreign devilish metal before it was placed in the treasure vault. The only thing remarkable about it is its size. The burly man immediately replied with a shake of his head. So be it, regardless of what underlying reasons there are, it doesn't have anything to do with our family anyway. You need to recover from the battles in the mine, so go into seclusion for a while. I'll take care of everything in the meantime to prevent the other families from trying anything, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. That's true. Regardless of what that man is plotting, it doesn't matter to us as long as he bears no ill will toward our family. I'll go into seclusion tomorrow and leave everything to you then, the burly man also said with a smile. By the time Hanli returned to the pavilion he was staying in, it was already close to nighttime. Zhu Guer was elated to see Hanli again. Without Hanli's protection she would most likely be enslaved by someone else soon. Even though Hanli had searched her soul once, he hadn't abused her in any way thereafter, so she naturally didn't want to switch to a different master who could potentially treat her far worse than Hanli did. Hanli quickly dismissed her, then activated all of the restrictions he had set up before taking a seat on a futon. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce a jade box, then swept a sleeve toward it, releasing a burst of azure light that stripped away the talismans plastered to the box. The lid of the box was opened, revealing a shimmering golden thumb-sized bead. The surface of the bead was very smooth, and it was giving off a faint rank odor. Hanli flicked a finger toward the bead, and a speck of azure light sprang forth before vanishing into the bead in a flash. Moments later, the sound of crashing ocean waves rang out from the bead, following which it released a burst of gentle golden light, which transformed into a miniature golden whale projection that began to dance around the bead. The projection was only around a foot in size, but it was extremely lifelike. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but he suddenly extended a pristine white hand out of his sleeve, then reached into the golden light to grab onto the bead. Magic power was injected incessantly into the bead, and in the next instant the golden whale projection suddenly swelled drastically to over 100 feet in length, filling up virtually the entire top floor of the pavilion. At the same time, a golden horn that was around a foot in length had appeared on the whale projection's head, and golden scales of different sizes had emerged all over its body, giving it a very menacing appearance. A pleased look appeared on Hanli's face as he released the bead and ceased his magic power output. The whale projection instantly disintegrated into specks of golden light, and the golden bead also returned to normal. Hanli placed the bead back into the jade box, then reapplied the talismans before stowing it away into his storage bracelet. He had naturally chosen this golden whale bead for a reason, but it was yet to be seen whether he would truly be able to make use of it. However, the greatest reward he had reaped was not this precious spirit bead. Instead, it was that head-sized piece of foreign devilish metal. As soon as the thought of that piece of devilish metal crossed his mind, a rare hint of excitement flashed through his eyes, and he took a deep breath before releasing the piece of metal out of his storage bracelet. The piece of devilish metal hovered before him, and he slashed a finger toward it. A streak of azure light swept forth in a flash, slicing the piece of metal in half and revealing an egg-sized object. He made a grabbing motion to draw the object into his grasp, and it was revealed to be a gray crystalline ball. The excitement in Hanli's eyes became even more pronounced at this sight of this crystalline ball, and he slowly reached out toward it in a careful manner. During this process, the sleeve around his arm was torn away, and a series of golden shimmering scales appeared over his skin, making his arm significantly thicker than before. Chapter 2071. Arrival of allies. His entire hand swelled to form a huge golden hand that grabbed onto the bead, and golden light flashed from his fingers as countless golden runes surged out of his palm. The runes instantly enshrouded the bead and formed a golden ball of light. Hanli immediately began to chant something upon seeing this, and a thin translucent thread shot forth out of each of his fingertips before vanishing into the golden ball in a flash. In the next instant, a wisp of barely visible gray chi emerged out of the golden ball along the translucent thread before being drawn into Hanli's grasp. After that, Hanli closed his eyes and began to refine this peculiar wisp of energy. Golden light swirled over his body, and his aura also began to fluctuate in power in a strange sequence. Several hours later, he reopened his eyes, and they were filled with elation. He could clearly sense that his magic power had been further enhanced by a tiny amount. This really is the same energy as the energy in that piece of foreign devilish metal. If I can find more of this type of foreign devilish metal, it won't be impossible to enhance my magic power to the Grand Ascension stage. That could save me over 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Blue Waterfall Lake if the opportunity arises, Hanli murmured to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli suddenly extended a finger, and a strand of green chi was suddenly forced out of his fingertip. As expected, this energy has appeared as well. Looks like I have no choice but to continue to seal it within my second nascent soul's body, Hanli mused as his brows furrowed slightly. The amount of gray chi that he had refined was less than 10% of what the entire crystalline bead contained. If he could refine all of the energy within the bead, then that would enhance his magic power by over 10%. As a safety precaution, Hanli had decided against refining all of the energy at once. Instead, he was planning to refine the energy bit by bit over the span of around half a month, making sure to consolidate his cultivation base in between each bout to refinement. This would prevent any potential negative effects from having his magic power enhanced too quickly. After all, the mysterious energy that he had obtained on this occasion was more than 10 times as much as last time. After making that decision, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release around a dozen golden and silver talismans, all of which adhered themselves to the golden ball of light, thereby tightly sealing it. He then produced a pristine white vial and gently shook it to release a burst of 5-colored light that enshrouded the golden ball. After that, he stowed the small vial away and entered a meditative state once again. During the next half a month or so, Hanli remained in the pavilion and finally refined all of the energy within the crystalline ball into magic power, thereby significantly enhancing his cultivation base. During the next few days, Hanli explored various parts of Illusion Night City and purchased some books, as well as specialty local products from the city. He also visited the Myriad Slave Tower several times, and he was finally able to purchase the refinement technique for the Devil Crystal puppets. In exchange for the puppet refinement technique, he had to fork out several top-grade devilish treasures and an astronomical sum of devil stones, but he felt this to be worth it. This puppet refinement technique was completely different from those he had seen in the spirit realm. Instead of instilling spiritual sense into the puppet to activate them, these devil crystal puppets were activated through restrictions and treasures that had been set up in advance. Thus, even the lowliest of cultivators could easily control the most powerful devil crystal puppets. On top of that, there was no limit to the number of puppets that could be controlled, and even low-grade devilish beings could control an army of these puppets with ease. Hanli was naturally very surprised to hear this, but unfortunately, nothing was perfect in this world. These devil crystal puppets didn't indeed have many incredible advantages, but they also had many flaws, the most prominent of which was that due to the fact that they couldn't be controlled through spiritual sense, they could only follow some simple instructions through their core restrictions. As a result, the attack patterns of these puppets were very one-dimensional and predictable, and they were also significantly less powerful than other puppets of the same caliber. On top of that, it was extremely troublesome to refine the forces of these puppets, and the materials used were also very expensive. The higher the caliber of the devil crystal puppets, the more expensive they would be to produce, and what was quite frustrating to Hanli was that even after expending such a heavy price, the puppet refinement technique that he had purchased from the Myriad Slave Tower was only for low-grade and mid-grade puppets. According to the 2 spatial tempering stage elders of the Illusion Night City Myriad Slave Tower, the refinement method for high-grade devil crystal puppets was only known to the highest-ranking devilish lord-level elders of the Myriad Slave Tower, and it was not up for sale. Furthermore, even the high-grade devil crystal puppets themselves were very rarely sold by the Myriad Slave Tower. This was naturally quite disappointing to Hanli, but he didn't pay too much heed to it. Unless he could amass a huge number of these high-grade devil crystal puppets, they wouldn't be of much use to him at his current level of power. He had only purchased the puppet refinement technique for such a hefty price to see if he could reference it to improve his own puppet refinement mastery. Thus, Hanli went into seclusion again to study the puppet refinement technique, and during this period of time he experimented with refining some low-grade devil crystal puppets to test out his theories, reaping some rewards in the process. On this day, just as he was planning to test out a 4-armored devil crystal puppet he had refined, a ball of white light suddenly flew out from his waist, then revealed itself to be a silk handkerchief. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward the handkerchief, injecting a streak of azure light into it. In the next instant, a row of small silver text suddenly appeared on the surface of the handkerchief. Hanli quickly read the message, then waved a hand toward the handkerchief, and it flew into his sleeve as a ball of white light again. After that, he made his way downstairs to the first level of the pavilion, where Zhu Guer was completely engrossed in a book that she was reading. As soon as she caught sight of Han Li, she hurriedly rose to her feet and extended a respectful curtsy. "Is there anything you'd like me to do for you, master? Has anyone visited me during the past few days?" Han Li asked. "No. I've been here the entire time and no one has come to visit you, master," Zhu Guer replied in a careful manner. Han Li nodded in response. "All right, you stay here, I'm going out for a bit." After that, he left the pavilion before Zhu Guer could say anything, leaving her to look on with a befuddled expression. After emerging from the pavilion, Han Li hailed a beast-drawn carriage on the street and traveled toward the city gate. Several hours later, Han Li appeared above an obscure mountain several hundred kilometers away from Illusion Night City. A layer of white mist had enshrouded the entire mountain, making it impossible to see anything on the mountain. Han Li raised a hand to release a burst of flames, which flew into the mist down below in a flash, and shortly thereafter, a male voice rang out from below the mist. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Han. I'll release the restriction to let you in right away." After that, the layer of mist parted to reveal a passageway, and Han Li flew directly into it as a streak of azure light. The passageway in the mist was closed again, and Han Li appeared on a patch of empty ground on the peak of the mountain. There were two people seated on a pair of large rocks not far away from him. They were none other than the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the duo, and he discovered that the Long family patriarch's face was rather pale, while Elder Hui was looking far worse for wear and was missing an arm. "What happened to fellow Taoist Hui? Did you encounter some powerful enemy on the way here?" Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "That's a long story that I'll tell you about another time, Brother Han. Are you the only person who has made it to Illusion Night City thus far?" the Long family patriarch asked. "You've already used your treasure to summon us. If no one else has arrived, then that's most likely the case. At the very least, I'm staying in the inn that we originally agreed upon, and I haven't met anyone else in our group," Han Li replied as his brows furrowed slightly. "In that case, let's wait here for a while to see if anyone else shows up," the Long family patriarch said after a brief hesitation. Han Li offered no objections to this and took a seat on another rock. Time slowly passed by, and around 2 hours later, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he cast his gaze upward with blue light flashing within his eyes. "Someone seems to be coming." The Long family patriarch immediately also cast his gaze toward the same direction upon hearing this. Moments later, a pleasant female voice rang out up above. "Please forgive me for my tardiness, fellow Taoists." The voice belonged to none other than the young woman from the Yi family. The Long family patriarch was ecstatic to hear this voice, and he immediately made a hand seal to part the mist in the air again, following which a streak of light descended from the heavens. Han Li began to divulge everything he had found out about the city, and everyone was ecstatic to hear that he had already obtained 2 8-footed devilish lizards, but their elation was dampened slightly after hearing about how difficult it would be to obtain more of these devilish lizards. After Han Li finished his recount, the Long family patriarch said in a contemplative manner, "Brother Han, can you elaborate on exactly why the prosperity of these major families hinges on these 8-footed devilish lizards? Also, roughly how many of these devilish lizards does each family possess?" "From what I've heard, each major family only has several tens of these devilish lizards, and they're held in such high regard precisely due to their ability to traverse freely through the Illusion Howl Desert. Only with these devilish lizards can these major families travel deep into the Illusion Howl Desert to search for all types of valuable materials. With such an enormous amount of profit on the line, it's understandable why these major families are so reluctant to part with their devilish lizards," Han Li explained. Everyone's expressions darkened slightly upon hearing this. After a long while, the woman from the Yi family asked, "What did you help the Bai family with to convince them to give you 2 devilish lizards?" "I was invited by the Bai family to take care of a devilish beast that had taken over one of their mines in the desert. However, I was very fortunate to have encountered such an opportunity, and it's most likely not replicable," Han Li replied with a smile. "Looks like you really did have splendid luck," the woman from the Yi family said in a slightly envious manner. Han Li merely smiled and offered no response. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before finally making a decision. "How about this? I've also cultivated a devilish art in the past, so I should be able to pass myself off as a devilish being with the disguise effect of the devil feign bead. I'll enter the city with fellow Taoist Han while you two stay out of the city for now and constantly keep in touch with us. Prior to everyone else's arrival, fellow Taoist Han and I will see if we can obtain more devilish lizards. If we're unable to do so, then we'll have no choice but to infiltrate one of the major families and either steal some devilish lizards or take some by force. Of course, we'll only resort to that if there are no other options. That's a good arrangement. There are many more devilish lords in Illusion Night City than in Blood Crow City, so the devil feign beads alone may not be enough to disguise fellow Taoist Hui and myself. We'll have to count on you too then, the woman from the Yi family agreed with a nod. Elder Hui had no objections to this either. After that, they devised a specific plan that took all potential mishaps into account, following which the four of them departed from the mountain. The man from the Lin family hesitated momentarily before removing the lid of the vial, and a strong medicinal aroma immediately spread throughout the entire room, thereby immediately drawing everyone's attention. The man from the Lin family hurriedly took a whiff, upon which a hint of elation appeared in his eyes, and he immediately tipped over the vial, to reveal a green pill with spiritual patterns all over its surface. "This is an essence-tempering pill," the man from the Lin family exclaimed as the elation in his eyes became even more pronounced. Not only was this pill extremely precious, it was perfect for his current condition in that it could help him recover a significant amount of his lost true essence. As such, he wouldn't have to worry about a major decrease in power even after he recovered from his injuries. Everyone else's expressions also changed slightly upon seeing this. Even for body integration stage beings like them, an essence refining pill was quite a sought-after item. The man from the Lin family was extremely excited, but he quickly calmed down before transmitting his voice to Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, this pill will indeed benefit me immensely, but there must be a reason why you're willing to give it to me. Please give me an explanation." Han Li smiled and also transmitted his voice in response. "Brother Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help me?" The man from the Lin family thought about this for a moment before gritting his teeth as he replied, "How can I refuse you after you've given me this essence refining pill? As long as it's something within my capabilities, I won't refuse." "There's no need to be so wary, Brother Lin. I'm only asking for a small favor from you. I recently rescued a little human girl in the city, and she has some connection to me, so I'm hoping you can take her back to the spirit realm with you and look after her for a while until I return. The rest of the journey is far too dangerous, so there's no way I can take her along with me. That should be well within your capabilities, right, fellow Taoist?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. The man from the Lin family was rather surprised by the simplicity of the request, and he agreed without any hesitation. "That's not an issue at all. I can assure you that the little girl will return to the spirit realm safely as long as I can do the same." "Good," Han Li replied with a nod before falling silent. Having established the reason behind Han Li's actions, the man from the Lin family immediately swallowed the pill. In his current condition, the earlier he could take this essence-refining pill, the greater the chance that his powers would be preserved, so he naturally didn't want to delay even for a moment. The Long family patriarch could tell that the two of them were discussing something through voice transmission, but none of them inquired about the content of their conversation. It was quite clear that Han Li has asked the man from the Lin family to do something for him in exchange for such a precious pill, but that was a matter that was solely between them, so it naturally wasn't in their place to pry into such matters. Now that the issue with the man from the Lin family had been resolved, everyone naturally began discussing the 8-footed devilish lizards. The Long family patriarch calmly recounted his recent interactions with the Zhao family, and everyone's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing his recount. "So the Zhao family is asking for a myriad-year purple blood zoysia and an ice crystal heart for a single 8-footed devilish lizards? That's downright absurd. It sounds to me like they have no sincerity at all," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a frosty expression. "I think the Zhao family is interested in more than just an exchange," Han Li interjected in an indifferent voice. "Oh? What do you mean by that, Brother Han?" the woman from the Yi family asked. However, Han Li merely smiled and offered no response. The Long family patriarch continued with a cold smile. "Humph, I'm guessing that not only is the Zhao family not planning to give me an 8-footed devilish lizard, they're plotting against me for my wealth. After all, the items that I previously offered are enough to tempt the two devilish lords of their family." You seem to be quite confident, Brother Long, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns chuckled. Indeed. Seeing as the Zhao family is unwilling to part with any of their 8-footed devilish lizards, the other 3 families most likely won't agree to an exchange either. In that case, I'll take the bait and lure the 2 devilish lords of the Zhao family away while all of you infiltrate the Zhao family and steal their 8-footed devilish lizards. After that, we'll enter the Illusion Howl Desert right away, the Long family patriarch replied as a cold look appeared in his eyes. That's a great idea. No one from the Zhao family will be able to stop us if their devilish lords are away. However, have you already found where they're keeping their 8-footed devilish lizards? The woman from the Yi family asked. I haven't just been twiddling my thumbs in the city these past few days. I've already ascertained that the Zhao family keeps its 8-footed devilish lizards in 2 places. One of them is a restricted area that's surrounded by many restrictions, which will be quite difficult to access even with the lack of devilish lords present. As for the other place, that's a temporary resting place for the devilish lizards. I've discovered that several of the Zhao family's devilish lizards will be returning in around half a month, and typically, they'll stay in that temporary resting place for several days, which will present us with a perfect opportunity. Brother Han already has 2 devilish lizards, so we should have enough once we capture those ones. However, make sure to refrain from killing and revealing your true cultivation bases if possible. Otherwise, if we attract the attention of some powerful devilish beings nearby, then we'll be in some trouble. After all, we have to traverse through the entire Illusion Howl Desert, whereas other devilish beings could simply get to the other side using teleportation formations and wait for us there, the Long family patriarch cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Long. As long as we won't have to face any devilish lords from the Lin family, we won't have to reveal our body integration stage cultivation bases. We'll just take their devilish lizards and immediately get away, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied with a confident smile. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family naturally had no objections either. After that, everyone began to discuss the finer details of the operation and to ascertain each individual step. Several hours later, Han Li and the others departed from the cave abode and returned to Illusion Night City. During the next 2 months, Han Li continued to cultivate in seclusion in his pavilion, awaiting the arrival of the agreed date. During this time, he had communicated with the Long family patriarch on several occasions, and it seemed that everything was progressing very smoothly. Not only had the Long family patriarch tempted the Zhao family into plotting against him, he had lured the 2 devilish lords of the family into a decision to target him in person. However, the Long family patriarch had remained in Illusion Night City this entire time, so he hadn't afforded the Zhao family any opportunity to attack him. On this day, Han Li was meditating in his pavilion when a low ringing sound suddenly erupted from his waist, following which a ball of white light emerged, then transformed into a line of text. A smile appeared on Han Li's face as he read the line of text, and he stood up before going downstairs. Once he reached the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of Zhu Guer seated on a chair beside the pavilion's entrance with one hand supporting her chin, staring off into space in an absent-minded manner. As soon as Han Li emerged, Zhu Guer immediately returned to her senses and hurriedly extended a respectful curtsy. "Come with me," Han Li instructed before making his way out of the pavilion. Zhu Guer faltered slightly before an elated look appeared on her face, and she hurriedly followed along behind Han Li. During this recent period of time, Han Li hadn't abused her in any way, but it was very boring for her to stay in the pavilion for days on end, and she felt as if she had been trapped in a cage. Now that she was permitted to leave the pavilion with Han Li, she was naturally ecstatic. After departing from the pavilion, Han Li hailed a beast-drawn carriage and left Illusion Night City with Zhu Guer. After exiting the city, Han Li swept up Zhu Guer in a burst of azure light before flying toward a nearby nameless mountain. A short while later, Han Li descended onto the mountain, where the man from the Lin family was already waiting for him. He still had the appearance of an elderly man, but his gray hair had reverted back to a black color, and a hint of color had returned to his cheeks. This was clearly all thanks to the essence refining pill that Han Li had given him. "Is this the junior you were talking about, Brother Han?" the man from the Lin family asked as he glanced at Zhu Guer. "Indeed. She has a connection to me, so please take her back to the spirit realm for me. I'll take her off your hands once I return to the spirit realm myself," Han Li replied. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I accepted your pill, so I'll make sure to keep her safe. Brother Long says he's going to implement his plan soon, so I'm going to depart today," the man from the Lin family said in a serious manner. "That's a good idea. After all, it would be quite troublesome if you were to get swept up in all of this. Han Li nodded in response, then turned to Zhu Guer before continuing, you and I must have some type of affinity for us to meet here, so I'll help you return to the human race. This fellow Taoist Lin is a grand elder of one of the major families of our human race. You'll be in safe hands with him. I'll explain everything to you the next time we meet. Zhu Guer was completely dumbstruck upon hearing this, and she opened her mouth to ask something, but Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light before she could say anything. Thus, Zhu Guer and the man from the Lin family were the only ones left on the mountain. Come on, little girl, I'll take you back with me to the spirit realm, the man from the Lin family said with a faint smile. The spirit realm? Are you really a human, Senior? Is Senior Han a human as well? Zhu Guer was quite intelligent and immediately drew the connection, but she was still in disbelief. Do you think Brother Han and I would go out of our way to trick a little girl like you? The man from the Lin family chuckled. Zhu Guer was very excited to hear this and she asked, what did Senior Han mean when he said that I have a connection to him? Would you be able to enlighten me, Senior? I don't know anything about that. Didn't Brother Han mention this to you beforehand? The man from the Lin family asked in a slightly surprised manner. I only just found out that Senior Han is a devilish being. How would I know what kind of connection I have to him? Zhu Guer shook her head with a befuddled expression. However, she then recalled how Han Li had asked her about her great reincarnation arts, and a series of thoughts began to occur to her. The man from the Lin family was rather interested in the relationship between Zhu Guer and Han Li, but this wasn't the time to be asking questions. Thus, he raised a hand to release a black flying carriage, which was being drawn by several WRM-like puppet beasts. The two of them got onto the carriage and the puppet beasts sprang to life, drawing the carriage into the distance. He was concerned that the Long family patriarch and the others would enact their plan soon, so he was spurring on the beast-drawn carriage as quickly as he could, and they covered a distance of millions of kilometers in just half a day. Just as the flying carriage was traveling over a winding mountain range, an indifferent female voice suddenly rang out within his ears. Seeing as you're already here, why don't you pay me a visit? As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the flying carriage, and countless pink flower petals appeared before transforming into a giant hand that came crashing down toward the carriage. A floral scent surged forth, and it was as if the entire sky were falling, affording the carriage no opportunity for evasion. Crap. The man from the Lin family was naturally very alarmed by this, and he hurriedly made a hand seal while raising his other hand up into the air. The puppet beasts that were drawing the carriage raised their heads in unison, then blasted several thick pillars of light of different colors directly upward. At the same time, a white light barrier emerged to encompass the entire carriage. At the same time, a bone blade that was shot forth out of his sleeve amid a burst of black chi, and it instantly swelled to several hundred feet in length before slashing toward the massive pink hand. The space in the wake of the giant blade warped and twisted incessantly, as if it were about to be sliced apart. Even though the man from the Lin family was currently severely debilitated, he was still a body integration cultivator, and his attacks were certainly nothing to be scoffed at. In the next instant, the pillar of light and giant blade struck the massive hand amid an earth-shattering boom that caused the space within a radius of several tens of kilometers to tremor violently. The pillars of light were eradicated by a flurry of pink light that was released by the giant hand, and the huge bone blade was also shattered into pieces by a burst of unfathomably enormous force. The man from the Lin family immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this, and he immediately attempted to unleash other abilities, but it was already too late. The pink light up above swept downward, and the light barrier around the flying carriage was instantly torn apart. The man from the Lin family immediately felt his magic power become extremely sluggish, and he began to lose consciousness in the midst of the floral scent. Just as he was about to black out, he heard the horrified scream of Zhu Guer, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Half a day ago, he had made a bold promise to Han Li, yet now, he was in severe peril himself. This thought had only just appeared in his mind before he slumped onto the flying carriage, completely unconscious. 2 hours later, he slowly came around in a dark forest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he hurriedly looked down to find that he was situated within a floral tree, and his body was enveloped by countless flower petals. It was a very beautiful sight to behold, but his body was extremely feeble, and his dantian was completely empty, as if all of his magic power had disappeared. His heart sank as he cast his gaze around him, yet before he saw anything noteworthy, an abrasive male voice suddenly rang out. Mistress Bao Hua, the human is awake. The man from the Lin family hurriedly toward the direction that the voice had come from to discover a hideous black-armored man standing atop a hill, looking down at him with a menacing expression. It was a devilish lord. The man from the Lin family had already anticipated this, so he wasn't all that surprised, and he cast his gaze toward another nearby tree. At the foot of the tree was a pink floral tree projection, and as soon as the black-armored man's voice trailed off, a peerlessly gorgeous woman in a white dress appeared. The woman slowly opened her eyes and cast her gaze toward the man from the Lin family. Their eyes met, and the man was struck by a sense of disorientation intermingled with an indescribable sense of devotion. In that instant he was willing to lay down his life for this woman without a second thought. Chapter 2075. Entering the Illusion Howl Desert again. However, as a seasoned body integration cultivator, he was immediately able to sense that something was amiss as soon as these emotions welled up in his heart, and he hurriedly bit through the tip of his own tongue. The sharp pain snapped him back to his senses, but a horrified look appeared on his face as he stared at the woman, as if he were appraising a malicious monster. "You're a sacred ancestor." The man's magic power had been completely stripped away, but his spiritual sense was still as powerful as ever. As such, only a sacred ancestor would be able to sway his emotions to such a significant extent. The woman was none other than sacred ancestor Bao Hua, who had been following Han Li and the others this entire time, and she said, "Sacred ancestor? I guess you can call me that. I have some things to ask you. If you cooperate, I'll grant you a painless death, and there'll be a possibility that you'll still be able to reincarnate. If you choose to resist, then I'll have to use some special methods to find out what I want to know, and your soul will be destroyed in the process." The man from the Lin family replied with a wry smile, "I'm completely at your mercy, so you can ask me whatever you want. I'm glad you can correctly assess your current situation. Now then, release your soul for me," sacred ancestor Bao Hua said with a breathtaking smile that seemed to make the entire world dim around him, and she pointed a finger toward the man on the floral tree. A ball of pink spiritual light sprang forth, then transformed into a peculiar flower that vanished into the man's forehead. The man's expression changed drastically, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he heaved a long sigh and relinquished all resistance as he released his own soul. He could only hope that the sacred ancestor would keep her promise and leave him with a sliver of an opportunity for reincarnation. In the next instant, the man's eyes became completely dull and lifeless, and several pink flashing devilish symbols appeared on his forehead. A cold smile appeared on the black-armored man's face upon seeing this. Around 15 minutes later, the woman raised an eyebrow before making a hand seal, and a burst of light suddenly erupted from the floral tree around the man from the Lin family, transforming into balls of pink flames that instantly incinerated him into ashes. Only a speck of white light remained unscathed within the flames, and it rose up into the sky before vanishing at an altitude of over 1,000 feet. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua paid no heed to this and made a hand seal before making a grabbing motion, and a pink flower drifted out of the flames. The flower sped over to her, then vanished into her palm in a flash. The same pink devilish symbols then appeared on the woman's face, and she closed her eyes before falling completely still. The black-armored man strode over to her side and stood on guard in an obedient manner. Around an hour later, she reopened her eyes and the black-armored man carefully asked, "Did you find any useful information, Mistress Bao Hua?" "I did. So it turns out that their group entered our holy realm to find the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. That's quite surprising," sacred ancestor Bao Hua said in a contemplative manner. "The spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus? I've never heard of those two things," the black-armored man said as his brows furrowed slightly. "There are no more than 10 people in the entire holy realm who are aware of those two things. Even some sacred ancestors don't know of their existence, so it's no surprise that you're unfamiliar with them," the woman replied. "What's so special about those two things? They must be exceptional treasures seeing as these spirit realm cultivators are willing to take such a huge risk for them," the black-armored man asked. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua seemed to have gleaned the black-armored man's thoughts, and she replied in an indifferent voice, "You don't need to worry about that. Those two items are extremely useful for people of the spirit realm, but they're only detrimental to beings of our holy race." "I see," the black-armored replied with a slightly sheepish smile. Sacred ancestor Bao Hua continued, "Now that we know their objective, I now know their planned destination. There's no need for us to traverse through the Illusion Howl Desert. We can just wait for them at the destination. I was planning to go and meet some old friends in the Holy Realm after taking care of this matter, but it looks like I'll have to go and meet them early. Regardless of where you go, I'll be sure to remain by your side until my dying breath." The black-armored man immediately made a show of loyalty. A pleased look appeared on Sacred Ancestor Bao Hua's face, but a thought then suddenly occurred to her as she instructed. "That little human girl is still useful to me, so don't harm her and take her along with us." The black-armored man was rather perplexed to hear this, but he hurriedly replied with a respectful bow, "Yes, mistress." The woman nodded before casting her gaze toward Illusion Night City, and a peculiar smile appeared on her face as she swept a sleeve through the air. Pink flower petals immediately flew out of her sleeve before transforming into a rumbling pillar of wind that rose directly up into the heavens. The black-armored man immediately made a grabbing motion toward a crater in the ground nearby, then stomped his feet onto the ground, propelling him toward the pillar of wind like a speeding arrow. A petite figure flew out of the crater and also vanished into the pillar of wind in a flash. It was none other than the horrified Zhu Guar. In the next instant, the pillar of light disintegrated into specks of pink light, and the trio was nowhere to be seen. 2 days later, 2 8-footed devilish lizards were lying silently beside a completely nondescript pile of sand on the edge of the Illusion Howl Desert. There were 2 humanoid figures seated atop the devilish lizards. They were none other than Han Li and the elderly scholar among the spirit beings. Both of them were seated in silence atop their respective 8-footed devilish lizards, seeming waiting for something. They had been arranged here by the Long family patriarch to provide backup should it be required, and those 2 devilish lizards were naturally the ones that Han Li had obtained from the Bai family. After a long while, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, and several streaks of light came flying toward Han Li's duo from the direction of Illusion Night City. Both Han Li and the elderly scholar's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and a few moments later the streaks of light landed nearby. Han Li cast his gaze toward the newly arrived figures, and smiled as he said, "Looks like your trip went quite smoothly." "Indeed." Without the 2 devilish lords guarding the Zhao family, those restrictions naturally posed no issue to us. "We obtained a total of 8 devilish lizards, so we'll have a spare one in reserve," the woman from the Yi family replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. Now we just have to wait for fellow Taoist Long and fellow Taoist Bai to join us. With their late body integration stage powers, I'm sure it wouldn't take them too long to shake off those 2 devilish lords," Han Li said with a smile, but his gaze strayed over to the spirit being by the name of Ji Shui again. The aura emanating from his body seemed to have become even more dangerous, and Han Li couldn't help but be slightly concerned by this. However, Ji Shui paid no heed to Han Li at all, as if he were completely oblivious to Han Li's scrutiny. All of a sudden, the Long family patriarch suddenly rang out above. "Haha, rest assured, Brother Han, fellow Taoist Bai and I have already shaken off those 2 Zhao family devilish lords." Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted, and the smiling Long family patriarch emerged out of thin air alongside a burst of white light. Han Li's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing this and he asked, "Fellow Taoist Long, where are those 2 Zhao family devilish lords right now?" "They've already been lured into a formation that we set up in advance, and it'll take them at least a day and a night to free themselves," Bai Qi replied. "Fantastic. Everyone's all here, so let's set off right away," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in an elated manner. "My thoughts exactly, Sister Thousand Autumns," the woman from the Yi family agreed. No one else had any objections, and thus the woman from the Yi family and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns raised their hands and released a series of devilish lizards. The Long family patriarch and the others all flew onto their new devilish steeds, and they quickly sped into the Illusion Howl Desert, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. A day later, 2 streaks of light, one black and one crimson, descended upon the sand hill where Han Li and the others had been gathered the day before. This was a pair of thin brocade-robed elderly men, and both of them wore furious expressions. Their auras seemed to have lingered here for a while. "They've most likely entered the Illusion Howl Desert," one of the elderly men said with a dark expression. The Long family patriarch would be traveling with Elder Hui, Han Li had been paired up with the woman from the Yi family, and the spirit beings had also split up into 2 groups that were led by Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and Bai Qi. After flying for close to 10,000 kilometers, the woman from the Yi family suddenly stopped. then swept a sleeve through the air to summon a black flying boat. This was a black and completely nondescript devilish treasure that was over 100 feet in length, and the woman from the Yi family flew onto the canoe before making an inviting hand gesture toward Han Li. Han Li naturally accepted the invitation and flew onto the boat as well. The woman from the Yi family smiled and said, "This black jade boat is a flying devilish treasure that I purchased in Blood Crow City. It's quite fast and traveling in it would make us more inconspicuous." "This is indeed quite a fine devilish treasure. That's very thoughtful of you, Fairy Yi," Han Li said with a smile. "You're far too kind, Brother Han. I'm sure a treasure of this caliber is nothing in your eyes. Let's continue our conversation in here." The woman raised a hand as she spoke to summon a ball of white light, which transformed a yellow cloth puppet that stood on guard while she made her way toward the cabin at the center of the boat. Han Li nodded in response and followed her into the cabin. The cabin was around several tens of feet in size, and it was complete with all types of basic furniture. There were even several black futons sitting in the corner. The cabin appeared to be able to house 4 or 5 people at once, which was quite spacious considering the size of the boat. Han Li and the woman from the Yi family each took a seat on a chair, following which the latter said, "Brother Han, now that there's no one else with us, I'd like to discuss something with you in private. What I'm about to talk about next concerns the route that we're going to take, so I didn't want anyone to overhear us." "Please go ahead." Han Li immediately recalled that the woman seemed to have chosen this route in advance and had taken the initiative to invite him to form a partnership with her. She was the only one among this group of companions that he was on relatively friendly terms with, and it didn't really make much of a difference to him what route they took, so he was naturally willing to follow her lead. However, it now seemed that this woman had some type of ulterior motive. "You possess heavenly phoenix blood within your body, right, fellow Taoist? There's no need to try and deny it. I've heard about the transformations that you displayed during the Battle of Deep Heaven City. On top of that, there is a secret technique passed down in our Yi family that allows me to sense heavenly phoenix aura when it's present. However, what I find to be very peculiar is that I can also several other auras from you, and each of them is no less powerful than the heavenly phoenix aura. I can't decipher exactly what they are, but thinking back to your transformations, I assume you have several types of true spirit blood within your body. Is that right, Brother Han?" Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained calm as he replied, "Seeing as you've already figured it out, I'll admit that I did indeed manage to obtain some true spirit bloods during my travels in the primordial world. Why have you decided to ask me about something like this now?" "There's no need to be concerned, Brother Han. I have no interest in the origins of your true spirit bloods. However, seeing as you're able to fuse different true spirit bloods into your body, I was wondering if you'd be willing to refine another type of true spirit blood," the woman from the Yi family replied in a nonchalant manner. "What do you mean by that? Do you possess another type of true spirit blood?" Han Li asked as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. "I don't have any true spirit blood on my hands right now, but we can find some in a place that we're going to be passing through," the woman replied with a mysterious smile. "What place are you referring to?" Han Li asked as a slightly cautious look appeared in his eyes. "Iron Sand Ridge," the woman from the Yi family replied without any hesitation. "Iron Sand Ridge? Isn't that the territory of the Azure Wing race? What true spirit blood can be found there?" Han Li asked in a surprised manner. The Azure Wing race isn't a very powerful race in the Elder Devil realm, but there are some special beings among them who have inherited true spirit blood. It's just that very few people know about this, the woman from the Yi family said with a cold smile. "Who are these special beings that you're referring to, fellow Taoist Yi?" Han Li asked. "I'm naturally referring to the core members of the Azure Wing race. Just like the true spirit families of our human race, not everyone in the Azure Wing race inherits the true spirit bloodline. Only an extremely small proportion of them are blessed with such a bloodline. Regardless of how pure the bloodline is, any Azure Wing being verified to possess a true spirit bloodline will immediately enjoy a meteoric rise in status in the race," the woman from the Yi family explained. "In that case, there must be many people plotting against them, so they're most very heavily guarded by their brethren. How are you so confident that we can obtain their true spirit blood? On top of that, your Yi family already possesses the heavenly phoenix bloodline, so why are you willing to take such a risk? Could it be that your Yi family also mastered a secret technique to fuse other types of true blood?" Han Li asked. "Of course not, but do you know what type of true spirit bloodline the Azure Wing race has inherited?" The woman from the Yi family chuckled. "Please enlighten me, Fairy Yi," Han Li prompted. "Are you aware of the most renowned types of ancient true spirit birds, fellow Taoist Han?" Instead of giving a direct answer, the woman from the Yi family replied with a question. I do. Aside from the heavenly phoenix there's the Kuan Peng ghost dove and azure Luan, Han Li replied. The bloodline inherited by the Azure Wing race belongs to the Azure Luan, and they possess some of the Azure Luan's innate abilities. Do you understand why I'm willing to take such a risk now? Truth be told, I had discovered this even before entering the Elder Devil realm, and if it weren't for this, I may not have been willing to take this risk. In a sense, this Azure Luan true blood is even more important to our Yi family than the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, so I truly hope that you can lend me your assistance. Speaking of which, the Long family and the spirit beings clearly all have ulterior motives as well. Otherwise, why they agree to split up so easily? The woman from the Yi family urged.